jQuery is how we write one form of JavaScript and have it execute perfectly on all browsers. This is helpful because browsers don't implement JavaScript the same way. Some have different rules. Some don't trust certain features that you make, and they make you write different code for different browsers. jQuery bridges that gap, meaning you can write JavaScript for all browsers, and it will always just work. You don't have to deal with different browser support whatsoever. jQuery is also considered a library. It's not a framework, meaning you're allowed to mix your normal JavaScript with it and nothing bad could happen. And there aren't strict ways to write your JavaScript with jQuery, whereas with a framework such as Vue.js or React.js, there are certain rules you want to follow, and there's a lot of magic behind the scenes that you don't see, which makes learning other frameworks like React a little bit harder. Starting in about 2019, React.js and Vue.js became very popular, and people now say things like, oh, don't bother learning jQuery, but it's literally used on millions and millions and millions of websites. So why wouldn't you learn a skill that's so clearly in demand? And the nice thing is you can learn jQuery in a single day. Learning React.js or Vue.js is going to take a long time because they're such big frameworks. They're powerful too, but if you just need a little assistance with your JavaScript or you simply want to write less code, then jQuery is 100% for you. And truthfully, from a senior developer's perspective, you don't need to learn jQuery or React or Vue. You can do it all with vanilla or plain JavaScript, but these tools help us do more with less code. Furthermore, and again, this is a truth bomb, using React.js or Vue.js on about 95% of all websites is complete overkill. You'll end up spending too much time writing React for a small feature that can be written with jQuery in a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. That's why I choose to write vanilla JavaScript or jQuery on most of my websites, unless there's a real need for something big and complex. Then I tend to choose React or Vue. So the reason that you should be learning jQuery is because simply market demand. Hundreds of millions of websites are using it. You might as well learn what is in demand. Hello and welcome to our first lesson on jQuery. In this lesson, we're going to be installing jQuery on our website. So first things first, we need to open up a browser and go over to jQuery.com. Now there's two ways we can install jQuery. We can download this and use it locally on our computer, so we can use an actual file on our computer, or we can use this thing called a content delivery network. So I click the download button there and we can download it. There's another way. We can use Yarn, NPM, Bower, all these other things, or we can take the better way and where it says other CDNs, we can use Google CDN, Microsoft CDN.js, or Deliver, or JS Deliver. And I'm just going to use JS Deliver just for no particular reason. And in this course, we're going to be using jQuery 3.5.1. And so what I want to do here is get the minified version, because we don't need all the extra source code. We don't need all the extra spacing or code comments. We just need the actual JavaScript. And we don't really care what it looks like because we're using jQuery as a library. So let's copy the HTML and let's open up Visual Studio Code or any text editor that you want to use. Let's create a new file here. Let's do HTML5. Oh, that's not going to work. We're going to have to save this first. I'm going to save this as index.html, and then I can do HTML:5, hit tab, and it autofills a bunch of cool stuff for us. And we can do jQuery 101 as the title. Now, when we're using JavaScript, we typically want to put JavaScript at the bottom of our body. Not outside of the body, but just at the bottom, just before the closing body tag. And that code that I copied there, I'm just going to paste that in here. And we're going to see that this is coming from cdn.js, deliver.net/npm, yada, yada, yada. And so what a content delivery network is basically a series of servers across the world. And when you try to download this particular file, it's going to go to the closest server to you. So it's going to be fast to download. The nice thing about this is they can also provide a layer of caching. And when there's caching, that means if someone has already downloaded this from a particular website somewhere else on the internet, and you're now accessing the same file, it's already been downloaded to your computer. And so you don't have to download it again, which is really, really nice. And that's actually the reason we're using a content delivery network, a CDN, is because we want that extra layer of caching just to make our website super fast. It also means we don't have to maintain an extra file. Now, when we're writing this, we need to have a script tag and a closing script tag. And inside of here, we are going to be waiting for jQuery to properly load. So even though this file could technically be downloaded on your computer, your browser might not have fully recognized that the whole file is there and evaluated or executed the code yet. So it might not fully know. And so we do this thing where we wait for it to load. And we do that with this weird little syntax here. And we'll talk about syntax in its own lesson. But for now, we just need to get this up and running. So we can do document ready function console.log jQuery is loaded. And so what we're doing here is and again, we'll talk about syntax in a little bit, but we're using this as a selector. We're selecting the entire document, the entire page. And when it's ready, when the document object model is loaded, when our JavaScript is done loading, execute this function. And that's called a callback function. We'll talk about those as well. And then once that's all done, just console log jQuery is loaded. And so if we go to our browser, open up a new tab, and at the top, I'm just going to File. That's just outside of my recording area, but I just went to File, and then we can go to Open File. Select our index.html file, and we're going to see absolutely nothing happens. But if we right-click and go to Inspect, and go to Console, and let's not preserve the log there. It's just a setting from a project I was working on. Let's make this larger. It says jQuery is loaded. So every time I refresh, it says jQuery is loaded. And it should be almost instant. So you wouldn't actually notice that it is or isn't evaluating your JavaScript or your jQuery library. It's supposed to be super fast, but this is a good little method just to make sure that we can continue to use jQuery in our code. So before anything, what I would like you to do is make sure you go and get jQuery from a content delivery network, create a brand new index file like this, and then just write this weird little script here. And again, we will dissect this over and over again, so you'll be super familiar with what this actually is, but you just need to write this out to begin with, and then we will move on to the next lesson. So once you've done that and you're ready, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk properly about jQuery syntax. All right, when we're talking about jQuery syntax, it's a lot like JavaScript syntax. It is actually, it's just all written in JavaScript. It's just a certain way to write our JavaScript. And so in our last lesson, we wrote this weird document.ready function thing. So let's break this down a little bit. So that's where we're going to be putting all of our code in every lesson moving forward when we're talking about jQuery. But the syntax here, the style in which it's written, looks a lot like this. So we've got a $sign with parentheses, and this is our selector. And so if you come from JavaScript, this is a lot like the document.querySelector method. The only difference is we don't have to write this anymore. We can simply write a .div in here, and that's going to select it for us. So that's a nice little shortcut. So in here we have a selector. Then we have some sort of function or event or method or something happens with this selector. And so we see up here, we see ready. So we've selected document, and we're going to say when it's ready. Or when we have a button, we can say on click, or we can do something. So there's some sort of event that happens here. And this by itself is just a method or a function. And then it takes this thing called a callback function. And most things in jQuery take a callback function. So it's going to do a thing. So it's going to select something in your page. It's going to then execute or register some sort of event. And then when that event is happening, what do we do? And this is where we wrap it in a function. So this is just an anonymous function. And this just makes sure that everything stays scoped in here. So it's a nice way to make sure that your variables don't leak out of this particular area. Now in our body up here, let's say we have h1 dot custom class name with an ID of custom ID. And so you can actually see how I wrote that. If I just undo that, you can see I wrote h1 dot custom class name ID custom ID. And this is exactly like writing CSS. So if you know CSS already, this is going to be incredibly easy for you. This is regular CSS. And it just happens to be that VS Code has this thing called an emit abbreviation. So you can write your CSS and just simply hit tab and it will create your element for you. So we can say in here, hello world. And now with our selector, and let's go ahead and create a new example here. In the last lesson, we did the document.ready function, yada, yada. We can use semicolons. We don't have to use semicolons. It's regular JavaScript, so regular JavaScript rules still apply. And we can use a selector in here. So we can select this H1 like this, and we can do a thing here. And that's going to select this H1. We can also say dot custom class name, and that's going to select this H1 along with any other element that has this class name. Or if we wanted to get something completely unique, we could do ID custom ID. And again, this is just regular CSS. And so when we're writing CSS, this is exactly how we write it anyways. This is how we create a custom declaration using a CSS selector. And so in jQuery, we do the exact same thing. And in modern JavaScript, we do the exact same thing. So we have several different ways. We could even get really specific and say, grab all H1s with a custom class name. And let's say text is going to be change me. And we're jumping the gun here a little bit. And we're going to learn about text down the road, but I want to show you that this is an example. So what this is going to do is select this element up here. And then it's going to take that text and change it from hello world, which we know it's going to render hello world in big letters. And it's going to say, change me. Or let's change it to, this was changed via jQuery. Let's save that. Refresh our page. And it says this was changed via jQuery. But if I refresh fast enough, you can see that it flickers. And so if I right click and view my source, let's make that just a wee bit bigger. We can see that it actually says hello world. So when the page renders, it's saying hello world in here. But once jQuery is loaded, it changes it to this was changed via jQuery. Now that is pretty much all the syntax we need to know right now. There's a little bit more when it comes to event listeners, but we'll tackle that when we get to event listeners so that I don't overwhelm you with a lot of information at this moment. But the thing you need to know right now is this and that. Now what I would like you to do is this exact example. Go ahead, create an H1, select that H1 somehow using either a class ID or an element selector, and then change the text with .text and put some sort of new text in there. View it on your page. If it changes properly, voila, you have now written some jQuery. It is as easy as that. When you're done, let's head on over to the next lesson. We'll talk a little bit more about selectors specifically. Okay, welcome back. Let's talk about selectors. So a selector is largely what jQuery is built around. And the reason for that is because when you're working with JavaScript, you're usually working with your document object model, which is all of your HTML in here and the way that it's structured. That's your document object model in a nutshell. And so we can have an H1 in here, and this could be our custom title. And let's just set up an example here. We could have a button in here, and this says, this is a custom button. Let's go ahead and select paragraph. And let's go ahead and put some lorem in there. Let's change that from a Django template to a standard HTML template. So if I type lorem, hit tab, I get lorem ipsum. P, hit tab, I get a paragraph. Lorem, hit tab, I get another lorem ipsum paragraph. And let's just add some unique things in here. So we've got a paragraph, and let's go ahead and make sure the paragraph and the button, and all I did there was I selected one area, and then on a Mac, I hit Command click. On Windows, it's likely to be Alt or Control click, so I can type in two places at once. Class, custom, class. And so let's go ahead and work with some of these selectors now. And I'll just make that a touch smaller here so we can see it all on one screen. So let's go ahead and select our H1 and change this. And actually, in fact, before we do that, this is what our page looks like. We've got 2 paragraphs, and I'll make this a little smaller there. We've got a title, we've got a button that does absolutely nothing, and we've got 2 paragraphs. This paragraph and this button share a class name, and the H1 and the paragraph are by themselves. In fact, let's do one extra one. I'm just going to throw this in here. This wasn't planned, but let's throw it in here anyways. Let's add an ID to this paragraph. Let's call it custom ID. And let's select each of these. Let's select our H1. So we could say selector, and maybe I will make that bigger. Selector H1 dot text changed via jQuery. Now that's only going to select this one H1, but if there's multiple H1s, it's going to change them both. So let's do this. Our custom title 1, our custom title 2. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. And it says, you can actually see that it flickers there when I refresh over and over and over again. And when I view the source code here, we see our custom title 1, our custom title 2. And we change them both to change via jQuery with a single line of code. How nice is that? So we selected all the H1s on the page and we changed it to change via jQuery. Now in regular JavaScript and vanilla JavaScript, we have to loop through all of those and change them one by one. jQuery does that automatically for us. Now let's go ahead and select all of our paragraphs. We can do $, parentheses, paragraph, dot HTML instead of text. And let's do a bold tag in here. This is bolded and replaced. And so we know what this is going to do. We just saw this example with an H1. It's going to select this paragraph and this paragraph. It doesn't care about the class name or the ID at the moment. We're not selecting those. We're just going to select both paragraphs. And let's go ahead. And when we refresh our page, you can see that it flickers again quickly if I refresh fast enough and over and over and over again. And it says this is bolded and replaced. It selected both of them. Now what's nice is you can select multiple things. So let's say we didn't want to do that. We wanted to select all the H1s and all the paragraphs, but we did not want to select our button. And we wanted to change the inner text to changed via jQuery. Let's go ahead and execute this. So it's going to select this one, this one, this one, and this one, and it's going to change that text to change via jQuery. Let's just make sure that it's working. Let's say number 2. And it selected all of them. And all we did there was another regular CSS selector. We said H1, comma, P. So select the H1, also select all paragraphs. Now, because this is still JavaScript under the hood, we can select a paragraph. Let's select a paragraph by its custom ID, and not ID, it's class. Let's do dot custom class. And where I'm getting that from is right here, dot custom class and dot custom class. But this time I'm selecting just a paragraph with dot custom class on it. I'm not selecting the button yet. If I wanted to select both of them, I would get rid of the P, but I want just P with a custom class. And then I can say dot text changed again. And let's add a number 3 here. And when I go back to my browser here and refresh, what this is actually doing, believe it or not, is it's selecting this, 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 and this, and changing it to changed via jQuery number 2, which we see here. And then because, again, it's JavaScript under the hood, it's going to execute one line at a time. So it executes that line, then it's going to execute this line. And so it selects our paragraph and changes it to change via jQuery number 2, but then it also selects p.custom class, that's this one. Let's take a look at how we can dynamically add HTML to a page. And so for this, we need an example. Let's give our page a div with a custom ID of custom ID. And there's not going to be anything in here, so it's going to be completely empty. And we know that if we go back to our browser and we refresh our page, there's going to be nothing in there. And if we look at our source code, it just says custom ID. There's nothing in there. Let's go ahead and add some custom HTML in there. So in the last couple of lessons, you saw that we would select this ID with custom ID, and I'm using the ID selector here, dot text in here. And so we were using text, and that's all well and good, but that's not actually going to add any HTML. So if we wanted to add an H1 in here, we could say H1, hello world. And unfortunately, this is not going to do what we expect it to do. And so let's go back to our code here. it's actually going to print out h1 hello world /h1. That's maybe not what we want. Maybe we want to actually add some proper HTML in here. So if we inspect this, we go into our elements and I scroll that up, make that a touch smaller. We can actually see that there is no h1 element. It's just plain text. And so that's not always what we want. Instead, what we want is to use HTML. And so how this works is you have a selector, you do .html, opening parentheses, and then you put your HTML in there, whatever that HTML is. It can be a string like this, or it could be a variable. And then you just close it with your closing parentheses. And the semicolon is optional. So I'll sometimes use it, I'll sometimes not use it. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. And now we see we actually have a proper hello world h1. And in our document object model, in our source code here, what our browser sees it as, we have a proper h1. So what's cool about this is we can now go in here and let's write a span with a class of custom class span text /span. So this is getting a little bit hard to read just because it's getting to be wrapped on multiple lines here and because I'm pretty zoomed in with my editor. But if we refresh, we're going to see there's a span. Now we can go ahead and select that span once it's created. We can go ahead and select that span, text, changed. And we're going to see that it goes from span text to changed, just like that. Now, spacing's a little bit off, and this is kind of an ugly example, but it is a very functional example. And jQuery isn't about making pages look beautiful. That's what CSS is for. jQuery is meant to be a shorter way of writing JavaScript. So there's a difference between HTML and text. We learned about HTML. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and learn about .text. What I would like you to do for this particular lesson is go ahead and select an ID or an element rather. It doesn't have to be by ID. It could be by class name. Could be just select all the divs on the page. Do .html and then write some actual HTML in there and take note. You can always right click, inspect, go to Elements tab, and you can see that there are actual HTML elements in here. Once you've done that, let's head on over to the next lesson. Let's take a formal look at change text. And we've actually worked with this a lot so far, a lot, in pretty much every lesson so far, maybe even every lesson so far. But let's take a formal look at it. And so in the last lesson, we looked at .html. In this one, we're going to be looking at .text. And so what we can do here is, let's not do a div or an h1. Let's do a section element. And let's say, put some HTML code in here. And so we can select this selection or section element with $, parentheses, section, dot, and then we can either change the HTML or the text. Now, if we wanted to actually put HTML code in here, we can't use HTML. So if I put a bold versus bold tag, so this is old way of doing bold, this is the new way of doing bold. If I just save this and refresh my page, it tries to render itself. So if I go into the section here, it fixed up my B and strong elements. And that's because we're actually injecting HTML onto the page. We don't need to do that though. If we actually wanted to see this code, we could just do .text. And that's the difference between .text and .html, is when I refresh the page, it actually shows up. So I can write HTML in here now, which is really great for coding websites, coding blogs, things like that, whenever you need to actually display some sort of code. Now your task for this particular lesson is to select an element. It doesn't have to be a section, it could be any element. And then inside of that element, with jQuery, I want you to use .text and .html and write some HTML inside of it and see what the difference actually is. Now you've seen what the difference is on my screen, but it's not quite the same as actually getting some hands-on experience. So go ahead and get some hands-on experience. And when you're done that, in the next lesson, let's go ahead and talk about getting form values, because form values aren't quite the same. Let's talk about how we can get form values now. So in the last couple of lessons, we did this cool thing where we did .html. We also did .text. Now, that's cool, and that works with elements like a section that has content inside of it. Content inside of it. And that's fine. But what if we're working with an element that doesn't have content inside of it? What if we're working with an input element? Now, an input element doesn't have a closing tag. There's no text inside of it. How do we deal with this? So first of all, let's save this. And this is what our page looks like. It's just an input element. It's a very boring input element. But what we can do here is we can now go ahead and get the text in there. So let's give this a default value. Hello world, just the de facto sort of text that every programmer tends to use. It says hello world. What if we wanted to be able to pull this value out? Well, let's start by first selecting it. We're going to select it by an input. It's the only thing on our page, so we can just select it by its only input value. And then we can do .val. Now there's two things we can do here, and I'm actually going to talk about .text and .html as well in just a moment. But we can do this. Const value is equal to console.log set value. And all we're doing here is, again, we're selecting that input, dot, and then we use .val, not .value, .val. And we aren't putting anything inside the parentheses here. It's just empty. And so when I refresh the page and go over to my console, it says hello world. And that's pulling that value out of here. So we can change that value to hello world 123, and when I refresh the page, it says hello 123, or hello world 123 inside of the console. Now, what if we wanted to change this? Well, that's really easy too. We could change this. We could say, this is changed. And all we simply do is add a value. Now, we don't want to necessarily work with this anymore. Let's get rid of that. So we're going to select that input, say that value, this one up here, needs to be this is changed. So let's go ahead and check this out, and it says this is changed. But in our source code, it says hello world 123 still. It just happens to be that JavaScript and jQuery together are overwriting that value. And so you can actually see when I refresh fast enough, it flickers a little bit. Now that cool little trick with .val when it's empty, we can do the same thing with .html and .text. So let's go ahead and give that a quick little example as well. Section, let's just throw some lorem in here, some lorem ipsum. I type LOREM, hit tab on VS Code, and it automatically fills it with lorem ipsum for me. So I don't have to think about some sort of dummy text, because sometimes it's hard to come up with examples like that. So what we can do here is now we can select this section, and we can grab that text, and we can put that in a variable as well. So const text is equal to console.log text. And when I refresh this page, we have all this text in here, and we also have all this text in here. Now notice that it actually also has the white space, and that white space, if I refresh the source code, comes from right here all the way up to that new line in there. And there's also extra white space at the end to the end of the section. We can do the same thing with .html, and let's make this bolded. So we're just going to bold the word REM. We can see that it's bolded in here, and it's bolded in here. Now, here's the difference. When we do .text, notice that this one is bolded up here, but REM over here in our console, it has the HTML stripped out of it. So just be careful there. So that's a fun little 3-in-1 lesson. What I want you to do though, is just ignore this for now. Just tuck that in your back pocket. And I want you to create an input element and use .val to set the value of the input element. When you're done that, let's go ahead and talk about how we can dynamically add HTML to a certain part of a page, like inside of an element to the front or the back of it. Okay, let's talk about appending and prepending HTML. And so what we're going to do is we're going to select an element, and then we're going to add some more element or some more text at the back of it and the front of it inside of that particular element. So what we've seen before is we could have like an H1 with some text in here, and we've been able to select that H1 and then use .html to put more HTML in there. But let's say we wanted to add a span at the end. or we wanted to add a span at the beginning. Well, we would have to pull all of this out, store it in a variable, overwrite that variable with HTML inside of it. There's actually a better way to do this. So first things first, let's go ahead and do document.ready function. And that just allows us to put our jQuery code in here safely. Let's go ahead and select that H1. Okay, H1 is selected. Now I can use append, A-P-P-E-N-D, or prepend. Append goes to the back, prepend goes to the front. So let's do append, and let's add some HTML in here. Let's add strong. This is bold. And that's, again, that's going to select this H1, and it's just going to append some stuff in here. So let's go ahead and save our page and refresh, and you can actually see that when we inspect here, H1, at the end of it, we have HTML. We have strong, this is bold. And in fact, that was a bad example because it's hard to see. Let's do underline. There we go. This is bold and this is underline. Let's make sure that's consistent. Consistent copywriting there. So this says some text in here. This is underlined. We could also select that same H1 and we could do prepend, and let's do italics. This is italics. And what this is going to do is put some code at the very beginning. Code in here. And that's exactly what it does. It says this is italics. In our H1, we've got I, some text, U. But in our source code, we don't have any of that. And so now we are dynamically marking up our page just using JavaScript and jQuery. Now, a fun little thing here is if we wanted to, we could chain these together. So let's go ahead and put this on a new line because JavaScript doesn't care about new lines. And let's go ahead and get rid of this one. And so we're going to select this H1, then we're going to append, then we're going to prepend. And what this looks like, essentially, is just this. We're chaining it together. But we can put these on new lines, so it just looks a little nicer. And this will apply both of them together. So let's write in here and in here, number 2, so that we know this is actually working, that this isn't just executing the same code from the last example. So let's refresh our source code, and we see that nothing has changed in here. Our jQuery has changed, but the actual DOM hasn't changed, the document object model. Let's go ahead and refresh the document object model. We're going to see this is italics number 2, and this is underline number 2, and that worked. And all we did was, instead of selecting both of them, we just selected one, we used one selector, and we reused it. So we appended and we prepended. Now, what's cool about chaining here is we could also do .text. This is changed text. Then append, then prepend. And so some text in here is going to say, this is changed text, and it changed all of it for me. So this H1 no longer has any of the contents that were original to my page. jQuery has now overwritten all of it, and it has prepended and appended some HTML as well. What I would like you to do, as a little fun task, is go ahead and give this a shot. You don't have to worry about the text part, but go ahead and append some HTML, prepend some HTML to any selector of your choice. And then when you're done that, chain them together like what I've done. When you're done that, we're going to look at selecting an element and then adding some HTML outside of it, but before and after. So some here and some here. Because right now, prepend and append only work on the inside. We want to now work on the outside. In our last lesson, we appended and prepended some HTML to our page. In this lesson, let's go ahead and add some HTML before and after an element. So let's give this a div with an ID of target. And there's not going to be anything in here. No, I lied. Let's put something in here. Add HTML before and after this. And so let's go ahead and because everything in jQuery is basically selector based, let's select that target. We can even do div ID target. Then we can do dot before, and that's just literally dot before. And let's put an h3 in here. Hello world, this is a title. And let's do it again. Let's select the div, select it by its ID, and then let's do after. And let's do a paragraph in here. This is a paragraph. And so what our page is now going to do is it's going to select this element. And before this element, just before it, right in here, if I could spell any words correctly, right in here it's going to say, hello world, this is a title. And afterwards, it's going to say, with some sort of paragraph in here, this is a paragraph. And this one is actually going to be an h3. So it's going to look something like this. Now let's go ahead and get rid of that so we don't have that in here. And delete, delete, delete. Save. Let's view our source code first. Make sure that it's not actually adding anything in there. And let's go ahead, refresh this. Hello world, this is a title. Add HTML before and after this. This is a paragraph. And if you don't have your console open or your dev tools, you could right click, you could go to inspect, open up the elements tab, and you can see there's now an h3. There's the same div that we originally targeted, and there's a paragraph after it. Now, just like in the last lesson, we can, if we wanted to, chain these together. And so we only need to select this once, and then we could say before and after do these things. Let's go ahead and save this. Actually, let's go ahead and make sure that caching isn't happening. We'll just put a number 2 in there so we know that this is working the way we expect it to work. Let's go ahead and refresh. Hello world, this is a title number 2. This is a paragraph number 2. And that is how we add HTML before and after an element. Now, what I would like you to do is the same thing. Just mimic what I've been doing in these videos just to get some hands-on experience. And again, and I can't say this enough, is when you're learning to code, you can watch as many videos as you like, but nothing is going to compare to actually getting some hands-on experience and being able to write it and to be able to create muscle memory. So go ahead and give this a shot. When you are done that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we actually select an element from the page and completely delete it. Let's take a look at how we can delete an element from a page. So for this, let's create a more complex example. Let's create a div, and it's going to have a paragraph in here, and it's going to have lorem in here. Then it's going to have another paragraph in here, some more lorem, and another paragraph in here with some more lorem. So we have 3 paragraphs in here. And let's say we wanted to select this middle one, class, middle, paragraph. And when we view our page, yeah, it's boring, but this is going to be a good example. So we have 3 paragraphs in here inside of a div, and one has a class. So let's go ahead and create an interesting selector here. But before we do that, let's make sure our jQuery can be loaded. Document.ready function. Spell it right for the 3rd time, function. And then we can put our jQuery in here. Let's go ahead and select this. Now there's a few different ways we can select this particular paragraph, but let's go ahead and select one in an interesting way, a way we haven't really seen yet. So let's select all divs on the page. Then let's select all paragraphs inside of the div. And then let's make sure that we're only selecting the paragraphs that have the class middle paragraph. Middle paragraph. So now we're getting into an interesting selector here. And to delete this, all we have to do is type .remove parentheses. And that will literally delete it from our document object model. So if we view our source code here, we have 3 paragraphs. This still shows up. But if I refresh the page, you can see that it doesn't show up. And if I go into my elements here, we only have 2 paragraphs. Neither of them have the class middle paragraph. Now what's cool about this is because this is a class selector, we can say middle paragraph. It's no longer the middle paragraph, but let's just pretend it is. We can select both of these at the same time and delete them at the exact same time. So now It's going to select our div, select all paragraphs with a class of middle paragraph. Well, look, 2 of them are highlighted there. That's 2 of them. And we're going to delete both. So if we view our source code again, it still shows up as normal. There's still 3 paragraphs in there, but JavaScript is overwriting our page and it's getting rid of the other 2. And in here we have a div and a single paragraph. We don't have 3 paragraphs anymore. Now this is completely safe to do. This isn't going to ever delete or remove anything off of your computer. It's only ever going to work with code inside of your page based on the selector that you give it. Now, if you wanted to, you could also just say, hey, select every paragraph, remove it. But because all of our paragraphs are in a div, we could select that div, we can remove that too. And we can see in our document object model, that div doesn't exist. Our source code hasn't changed, but JavaScript is overwriting it. So what I would like you to do, as a fun little task, go ahead and create any sort of example with HTML, select a particular element, just one of them, and then remove it. Verify that it's been removed in here, verify it's been removed in here. And once you're done that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we select an element and then get rid of all of its children elements. So we're going to empty it out. There will be a time when you need to select an element and all of its children elements need to be removed. And so we could write some fancy selector to select pretty much everything. So we could say, for example, select a div and then select everything inside that div, .remove. But there's a better way to do this. And so let's go ahead and set up an example here. We can say div, and this is going to be our parent element. So parent element, and this is an HTML comment here, right there. Let's write a strong bolded word here, italicized word here. And let's also select, or not select, but create a paragraph with some lorem ipsum in there. And so if we view our page, okay, no big deal. We still have this div. What if we wanted to select this div? And let's give this an ID of parent. What if we wanted to select this parent ID div and get rid of all this stuff in here? That's really, really easy to do. And let's actually make this a little bit more complicated. So first of all, let's start off with div, select the parent ID, and then we could just do .empty. And what this is going to do is select that ID, select that div, and just get rid of everything inside of it. Now we can chain together .html, and we could say something like, hello world. And that got rid of all of the elements inside of this div and replaced it with hello world. Now, if we look at our source code, all of our regular source code is still there. This is not going to change throughout this course. All of our source code is going to be exactly as we write it. JavaScript will continue to overwrite it. So this is going to be exactly what we write, and JavaScript is going to change it. So from here on out, I'm probably not going to show you the source code too often anymore, just because, well, it's going to work the same way over and over and over again. Now, let's go ahead and sort of change this into proper JavaScript. So we can do const parent is equal to, and when you're writing jQuery and you see a $sign in front of a variable name, that usually means there's some sort of selector. So we could go ahead and select this. And then if we wanted to, we could say parent.empty or parent.html stuff in here. And we're going to see it says stuff in here. Now, what's sort of interesting about this is sometimes you just need to empty out an element just for something else to load a little bit later. But if you need it to happen right away, we actually don't need to use empty whatsoever. We can select this entire parent element and we can overwrite the entire HTML with a sentence that says stuff in here. Stuff in here, and there are no child elements. Now, if you're just coming into the world of document object models and you're like, what's a parent? What's a child? That's a good question. A parent element holds child elements. A child element is inside of a parent element. That's all it is. So let's go ahead and give this example a shot here, a little preview. And we're going to see in here, we have actually overwritten all of it. So we didn't have to use .empty. Where .empty really comes in is if you have some processing to do, or if you need to fetch data from like an API, you could parent.empty. Let's delete that. Parent.empty. And then do a thing so you could like fetch some information from an API somewhere. And maybe that takes 3 seconds. And then you could say parent.html and put some new HTML in there. In the next lesson, let's start talking about event listeners, event listener syntax, and how we can make something trigger when we click it. Welcome to the world of event listeners. Event listeners are very, very interesting things. So the first thing we need to do is look at syntax. Okay, so actually the first thing we need to do is talk about what an event listener is. An event listener is when you have a button on the page, let's say it says click me inside of it, and you click that button, what is supposed to happen? That is an event listener. Or if you have an input element and you start typing in it, every one of those letters that you press on your keyboard is an event. Anytime you move your mouse, anytime you resize your screen, anytime you focus into an input element or blur out of an input element or like leave the input element, these are all events, and we're going to be tackling a bunch of these in this course. So first things first, let's take a look at some of the syntax here. So there's 2 ways to do this. There's the right way, which you're going to see in the jQuery docs. And then there's arguably an even better way to do it, which is going to be future-proof to AJAX and document object model calls. So let's take a look at both. So first we have some sort of selector. And so we could like select the button. And then we can say .click. And this is going to take a function. And so without the function, this is what it looks like. That's an event listener. Now this function that we're passing in here is merely what we want to do. So we could say console.log, I am clicked. And because we have this button on here, on this page that says click me, let's go ahead and give this a shot. It says click me, and in the console here, every time I click it, it says I am clicked. That's it. That's all there is to event listeners with jQuery. It is super, super easy. Now there's another way to do this, and I'm going to comment this out. And arguably this way is better. You can have a selector, .button, and then you say .on. What do you want it to do? What do you want it to listen for? You want it to listen for a click event. And then you pass in a function. Console.log. This is clickable too. Refresh our page, and it says this is clickable too. Now, just to really make life crazy difficult and hard to learn jQuery, let's learn a third way. And this is actually the best way, but we're not going to do the best way. We're going to do the middle way moving forward throughout this course. But the best way is document.on, click, and then your button, and then your function, console.log, and let's just log 33333. And this works too. And so there's actually a reason we do it differently here. And so we're going to be using this method going forward just because it's the easiest to sort of write, to understand. And this one is a little more complex, but there is a reason that we do the complex way. The complex way is because what if we AJAXed or dynamically created a button? And let's go ahead and do this. And I'll show you an example here. Div ID. Put a button here. Let's go ahead and select this. So we could do const. Let's call it parent is equal to that selector. Nope, that's that ID selector. Then we can do parent.html. We can put a button in here. Click me /button. Button. Now let's go ahead and get rid of the click me one. Say click me dynamic button. That's what this is going to be. Click me dynamic button. It shows up. There's no event listeners yet. Let's go ahead. And let's say this event listener was created first. So how JavaScript and jQuery is going to work is from the top to the bottom. It's going to select all the buttons on the page, and it's going to register a click function. But currently, at this point in time, there just aren't any buttons on the page. There's nothing to click. Then we selected that parent and put a button on the page. And when we save this and refresh, we see that nothing works. Now, that's fine if we can move this code below here, because this button is now going to exist on the page, and then we can register the event listener. And this is going to work. Now, that's not always going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of times where an event listener is registered, but then your page is going to dynamically change. And this is very, very, very common in modern websites. So what do? Can we use this option? Let's move this up and let's comment this out so we know that it's not going to work. So we're now going to select a button and then on click, and we're going to say, when that button is clicked, console log, this is clickable too. Now the same problem is going to happen here. It's going to look for all the buttons on the page. It's going to try to register an on click event. It's not going to work for us. Let's refresh the page and see that this button, every time I click it, doesn't work. Okay, so that's no good. This is nice, clean syntax. This is nice to write. It's not good enough for dynamic content. Dynamic content comes in here. And let's move this up. And so what this is saying is, select the entire document. When you click the document and you click the button, so it could be this particular button in here or whatever you want to give it an ID or a class or anything like that, this is your selector. Then do a function. And this is going to make your website dynamic proof, Ajax proof. So when things dynamically load on your page using other JavaScript, this is still going to work. And so let's go ahead and refresh the page. We see this now works. We registered a click event on all buttons, but we attached it to the document. So even if there is something dynamic happening, we can still execute this. So this is really good to know. Tuck this in your back pocket for now, but we're going to be writing this way moving forward just because it's a little bit cleaner. Now, what I would like you to do is create an event listener, something like this. Select a button, .on. Your first parameter is going to be, what are we looking for? We're looking for a click event. When you click the button, what happens? Then you write a function. This is called a callback function. And anytime you click this button, what is it going to do? Go ahead and give that a shot. Once you are done with that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk about moving our mouse over an element and off of an element. So we're going to hover. There is a way to register an event when you put your mouse over something and when you move it off of something. And for this, let's go ahead and write a little bit of CSS. So let's add some style in here and let's create a box, and it's going to have a width of 200 pixels, height 200 pixels, background color is going to be black. And let's put it in the middle of our page. Let's do margin 50% or 50 pixels top and bottom and right in the middle of the page. And so now we need to go and create a box, and look at this. CSS, this is an ID for a box selector. Box. I can Emmet abbreviate that, so I'm not going to put any text in there. And then to select that box, all I have to do is write the exact same thing. And so now we're writing the same thing across basically 3 different scripting languages. We've got HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So now we can say .box on mouse enter. And what do we do when we put the mouse inside of this box? That's console.log. You entered. All right, let's say your mouse is hovering over this box. And so when we refresh the page, we have this black box, and every time I put my mouse over it, it says your mouse is hovering over this box. And so it only does it once while I'm on top of this box. And when I move out, nothing happens. When I move in, it happens again. Now to register when you move your mouse out, very, very simple. We can now chain these together, and we can say on mouse enter. We can also say .on mouse leave. Let's write a function here. And we can say console.warn you left the box area. And so all we're doing here is mouse enter and mouse leave. Now, as a quick little recap from the last lesson, because the last lesson was pretty intense, all we're doing here is some sort of selector dot on the event name and then a function, and that function will do whatever we want it to do in here. This is the event listener syntax. That's all it is. So just as a quick recap, we have a selector, because everything's based on selectors in jQuery, well, almost everything. On to register an event, whatever that event name is. In this lesson, we're using mouse enter and mouse leave. And then do a function whenever that event is triggered. Okay, let's save that and refresh the page. Okay, nothing is happening. I move my mouse in. Your mouse is hovering over the box. It says you left the box area. Every time we go in and out, in and out, in and out. Now, I'm going to be completely honest here. This was super popular a number of years ago, but people don't really use hover events anymore. We try to use hover events in pure CSS if possible. Sometimes that just isn't possible, so we can use jQuery or we can use vanilla JavaScript as well to make this happen. But typically we try to stick with CSS to make any sort of event happen when you move your mouse over something or move your mouse off of something. And in CSS, it's as simple as saying box, hover, and then it does a thing. And when you move your box or when you move your mouse off of this box and it's no longer hovering, it goes back to its default. So that's all it is. And that's why we prefer CSS. But again, sometimes that's not possible. And sometimes we need to write a little bit of JavaScript, a little bit of jQuery to make that possible. Go ahead and give this a shot. I want you to do two things here. I want you to select some sort of element and register a mouse enter event and just console log it. We don't have to do anything fancy yet. We'll get into the fanciness a little bit later, but just console log something. And then when you mouse leave, console log or console warn something else. And then part two is I want you to chain these together. So currently we know that it can look like this. I'm just going to select that. Bump that inwards. So this works. This will work perfectly fine. But I want you to chain them together to make little nicer jQuery code. It's also a little bit more performant. It means your browser doesn't need to look up this particular element or this particular selector more than once. It can do it just once and use it over and over again. Once you're done that, in the next lesson, we are going to be talking about the Keyup event listener. So what happens when you type in some sort of input element, you type something in there, how do we get that value out of there? What happens every time you press a key on your keyboard? We're going to talk about that in the next lesson. Let's talk about the Keyup event. In the Keyup event, we have like an input, and let's give this a class of select me and a default value of thing here. No. Hello world. I like that better. And so we need to select this by its class, or, we could select it by its attribute, we could select it by its element type, we could select it by all sorts of things, but let's go ahead and select it by its class. Then we can say .on Keyup function console.log you pressed a key. And so let's go ahead and refresh our page. And when we go in here, every time I press a key, it logs something in my console. You can see I'm spamming it down here. And that's all there is to it. And so at this point, if you're thinking, wow, Caleb, this is just like the same thing over and over again, you're absolutely right. It's the nice thing about jQuery is once you learn one thing, it's very similar to all the other things. And so it makes learning jQuery really easy. It also makes writing JavaScript really easy. Now, let's say you wanted to get the value out of this. This is going to get very interesting. So let's actually delete that. And how do we get this value? We have two ways we can get this value. We can say const, let's do input is equal to the select me. And then we could do console.log, and we can log that input.val. Now we already know about val, so this is going to work for us. Let's go ahead and refresh this. And so it works for us the way we expect it to work. The problem here is you now have one selector here, and every time you press a key on your keyboard, it's going to traverse your DOM. It's going to look through, let's say, 10,000 lines of HTML and try to find this. And believe it or not, even though it is pretty fast, browsers aren't really that fast. There's a lot of information to go through, and you want to be performant with your code, especially if you're trying to get a job as a web developer. So instead, what we do is we can, because we're using function, and if you're coming from JavaScript, whenever you use function, you have access to the this keyword, we can use selector this.val. And this val simply refers to whatever is being selected here. And so let's go ahead and console log this. Console.log this.val. And when I refresh, hello world, and this is working better, and it's technically faster, it's technically more performant. Now what happens if we have another input element with the same class name, and this one just has different text? Is it going to select both of these, and then when you do a key up on either one of them, is it going to get the value of both of them together, or is it going to get the value of just the one you're typing in? These are questions we need to ask ourselves. Let's go ahead and refresh, and hello world, 1, 2, 3. And let's go into the type in here, 1, 2, 3. So it is completely siloed from the other ones, which is really nice. Now behind the scenes, all it's doing is selecting all of these as nodes. So this is a node and this is a node, and it's registering the key up event on each of them. And so even though the selector is being fancy and selecting two things, our event listener behind the scene is actually registering a different event listener for each of these. And so they are completely separate from each other. Now, as a quick little recap, we have our selector. So we selected an input element here. We said .on Keyup, that is our event listener. Then we have a function, and in that function, we just console log this.val. Now this is the key takeaway here. This, we're not using this.val because .val doesn't exist on the this keyword. We're going to throw in this into another jQuery selector and then use .val, because .val exists on the selector in jQuery, not in vanilla JavaScript. This is a jQuery thing. And so we need to wrap this in a jQuery selector. I would like you to give this a shot, and I want you to tinker around with the this property, the this keyword. It only works when you use a function. So if you're writing modern JavaScript and you use an arrow function, this may or may not work. I implore you to try this out, see what happens. But typically you want this element, and I'm saying this specifically, so this element is registered into this function, and then we use this keyword to tie it all together. Go ahead and give that a shot. Try creating a key up event listener. When you are done, let's talk about what happens when you click into an event, not into an event, into a particular input. So when I click into it, or when I click out of it, what happens? Let's register an event listener whenever we click into an input element. And instead of using an input element, let's use a text area. And let's use a different type of selector. So this is going to have a name of my text area. And when I view the page, it's just a text area. Nothing happens. Now this is going to work with an input area, an input element, just like it's going to work for a text area element. So first things first, let's go ahead and select this. Now we can select this by a text area, but we can also select this by an attribute. And we can say the attribute, and it starts like this, bracket, name is equal to my text area. And this is a different type of selector. This works in CSS as well. .on focus function console.log you focused into this text area. And so when we refresh the page, as soon as I click into it to type something, it says you focus into this text area. It's not a hover. Notice how it doesn't trigger when I put my mouse over it, only when I click into it. And so that is basically all there is to focusing. This is also going to work for an input. So we could do an input, and input doesn't have a closing tag, and it doesn't also have rows ID, or it could have an ID, but it's not going to have rows or columns. Let's select both of those and call it my input. And so now we're selecting an input by its name attribute. We're saying on focus, you focused into this input area. Let's go ahead and give this a shot, and when I put my mouse over it, nothing happens. When I click into it, it gets triggered. But when I type, it's not triggered. And so the only thing that's happening here is when I put my mouse over it and click into it, so I'm ready to type. Now, if you're wondering, where on earth would I possibly use this? Great question. You know when you're on an app and it asks you for like your email address or something and your keyboard is hidden? Well, you click into that section, or you put your thumb into that section, you tap it, and then your keyboard slides up. That is a very good example of an on-focus event. Please go ahead and give this a shot. Create a focus event. This is very, very similar to mouse enter, mouse leave, click, and so on. So this should start to feel a little more familiar to you. In the next lesson, when you're ready, let's talk about what happens when you leave an element. So we talked about when you focus in, what happens when you focus out. In the last lesson, we looked at what happens when you have an input and you put your mouse inside of it, and then you click, and then it's called focusing. You focus on that text area and you're able to type. What happens when you want to unfocus? So value is going to be unfocus on me. And what we're going to do here is just select this using a regular selector, .on, and it's not called unfocus, it's called blur. And we give it a function, console.log, you blurred away from this input area. Okay, unfocus one me. That is a fun typo. Let's also change that. We now know that it's not called unfocus. Blur off of me. There we go. Blur off of me. When I click in, nothing happens because that's the focus event. When I click out of it, not when I move my mouse out of it, but when I click out of it, you can see that this outline goes away. When I click out of it, it says, you blurred away from this input area. And every time I do it, it's going to trigger over and over and over. Now, if you're thinking, hey, when is this going to be useful to me? This is a really good example of whenever you're typing in your address or someone types in a website URL and you want to work with that information. We could get the value here. We could say console.log this.val. Blur off of me, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And when I blur out, it says blur off of me, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And so now we can work with that information, not on every Keyup, not when you focus on it, just when you're done typing, you can do something with it. And so as an example, we could do something like let website URL is equal to this.val. And then we can say if website URL.substring 04 does not equal HTTP, and we want to make sure that this is a website. So this is going to be some sort of website URL, so like www.facebook.com. But every website actually comes with HTTP. That's the HTTP protocol. And so we can now say the website URL is equal to, and we can use a template literal here, so we're using JavaScript ES6. We can do HTTPS : website URL. And we're using backticks for the template literal. And then we can say this.val is equal to the website URL. And so what we're doing here is whenever you blur off of this, if you have any sort of text in there that doesn't start with HTTP, it's going to automatically add HTTP. And then it's going to change that value to that website URL. Now that website URL might not possibly change, it might possibly change. Who knows? It depends on what the user types. So let's go ahead and write this as an example. Let's go to facebook.com. And when I blur out of here, it automatically adds http://facebook.com. And the nice thing about that is you can do user validation for them now. So when you sign up on a website and it's like, what is your website or what is your email address? And it's like, you put mywebsite.com and it's like, oh, actually you need that HTTP before you can submit this form, before you can actually sign up. It's like, yes, I get it. But also the developer can do that for us. And you as the developer can now do that for the user, making the user experience significantly better. And that all happens with the blur function or the blur event listener. Now, I talked about submitting a form just now. Let's go ahead in the next lesson and see how we can prevent a form from submitting. There's going to be a time in your life when you have a form and it's supposed to do something, but you actually have a button, type is equal to submit this form. And you have this button, and when someone submits the form, you want to do something. Maybe you want to disable the button. You can totally disable that button if you wanted to, so people can't click submit more than once. That's a very common thing. Or you can completely stop the form from submitting entirely. Let's do an input here, and let's do the value is equal. No, let's not do a value. Let's do a placeholder. Your name. And when we view the form, this is all it looks like. So it's going to ask for your name, and then you submit this form. Now, for this example, we're going to need to actually give this a name. Name is equal to name, and this is going to show up in our URL. So when I hit submit, we're going to see name is equal to. Let's put my name as Bob. And it says index.html, question mark, name is equal to Bob. It's whatever you put in there. It's going to be auto-filled in the URL. And it says be auto-filled in the URL. And so maybe we don't want that to happen. Maybe we want something else to happen. And what I'm going to do is zoom back in here. So what we can do is we can select this form, and then we can say on submit, and this is where it gets interesting. Function can take an event parameter, and we've actually been ignoring this the whole time, but every event listener has an event parameter. And we can say event.prevent default. And what this is going to do is say, hey, yes, a browser knows that a form is supposed to submit anytime you click the submit button. But when this form is submitted, it's going to execute this function first. And we're going to say, take that event, the submit event, and prevent it from doing its default thing, prevent it from being itself. And so now we can say console.log form was not submitted. And I'm going to clean up this URL because we know that whenever we submit this form, that it automatically adds stuff to the URL. And maybe we don't want that. So let's go ahead and type Kyle as the name. Submit this form. You notice how the URL didn't change? The page didn't flicker, the page didn't reload, and it says the form was not submitted. Now, honestly, at this point in time, this is completely useless to you, because why would you want to prevent a form from being submitted? Well, you wouldn't. Maybe you'd want to disable the button, which we'll talk about down the road. Maybe you'll want to add a different class to the button so it looks different, so it looks like the form is submitted. Possibly yes. We'll talk about that down the road as well. But the most common use case is when you have a form and you want to prevent it, what you want to do is you want to grab that form and you want to serialize the data. And then maybe you want to do some sort of AJAX request. So the form should not actually submit to index.html or wherever you tell it to point to. JavaScript can overwrite that and tell it to make an AJAX request to some other place. Now, we don't know about jQuery AJAX yet, so we can't talk about that just yet. We're going to talk about that near the end of the course. But for now, just tuck this in your back pocket because you're going to need it. Whenever you submit a form and you want to prevent some default action, you're going to need to then grab the values from the input or the text areas or the select fields. You're going to want to grab that information and do something with it. And that's what event.prevent default does. Now, while we're on the subject of event.prevent default, what we can do is, let's go ahead and select this button. We know that whenever we press this button, whenever we click submit this form button, that is going to submit that form. It worked for us before. Surely it's going to work again once we disable this JavaScript here. We can do the same thing with submit. So let's go ahead and select that button, button dot on. When we click that button, we're going to register a function. And because every function secretly has an event parameter, we can do event.prevent default. And just as a heads up, you will often see event as E. So whenever you see function E, chances are in JavaScript, we're talking about event. And we could console.log button is rendered useless. And let's refresh the page and submit this button. And it just says button is rendered useless. The form is not submitting. I can do this. And when I submit the form, if it actually submits, this should be refreshed, or it should be wiped clean. There should be nothing in here. But it's preventing the form from submitting. And why is it doing that? And it's because we said, take that button, whenever you click it, take that event, that click event, and prevent it from doing its normal thing. Prevent it from being a normal function in button. So in this lesson, what I would like you to do is write an HTML form. When you submit it, prevent it from doing anything, and then comment that out like I did. And when you have a submit button, and remember that type of button cannot be button, it cannot be reset, it has to be submit. So when you submit this form by clicking the button, prevent it from doing its normal thing as well. There's two ways to prevent a form from being submitted. And also remember, when you submit your form here, when you prevent it from being submitted, typically what we do is we grab this information from like an input, text field, anywhere else, and we work with that information first, and then maybe we actually submit it using JavaScript, or maybe we don't. Maybe we send that information off to an AJAX or an API endpoint. Regardless, this is good to know. This is good to tuck in your back pocket, and event.prevent default is very, very popular. You're going to see this everywhere. And this is actually, honestly, this is just JavaScript. This isn't even jQuery. So go ahead and give that a shot when you are done. Let's talk about hiding elements. Okay, let's talk about hiding elements. So first things first, I'm going to need to show you what I have on my page. I have this box on my page, and it's just a 100 by 100 black box. And this is the CSS for it. Width 100, height 100, background color is black. That's it. And then I've got a button, it says click me, and then I'm actually just applying the box using CSS here. And whenever we click this button, let's make this box hide. And so we need an event listener for this. So let's go ahead and select that button by its ID. It's called click me dot on click function. We can pass an E or event, do e.prevent default if we wanted to. If this was in a form, this would be useful. Currently, this is not useful because it's not inside of a form, but if it was, this is a good measure to take. And then we can select that box. We can select that box. And you can see, because this is jQuery, VS Code is adding all sorts of things. And we're not going to go through all of this. There's a lot in here, but what we want to do is select this box, and we want to hide this box. And that's all we're going to do. So when I refresh this page, boom, hides it. Gonna refresh again, and let's see what happens in our elements here. This box right in here, this is important to pay attention to at the bottom here. It simply does display none. That's all it does. So if you want to hide certain things, you can do that with selector.hide. Now we simply wrap this in an event listener, in a click event listener. So we said, whenever you click that button, then select the box and hide it. We don't have to do that. We can do it right when the page loads as well. So when we load the page, you can see that it flashes because in our source code, it shows up, and we know it's going to show up in our source code. It's going to flash, and then jQuery is going to kick in, and it's going to say, oh, actually, let's get rid of it. Let's hide it. we're not deleting it from the DOM. We're making sure that we can still access it later. So it's not being removed, it's not being deleted, it's simply being hidden. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and give that a shot, but I want you to write an event listener with it. Let's get used to writing event listeners because that's what jQuery is all about. It's all about event listeners. So write an event listener on a button. Whenever you click that button, hide the box. When you are done that, in the next lesson, we are going to go and make that box visible again. All right, so this is just taking off from the last lesson. This is the exact example from the last lesson. So we have a button and a box, and when we save and refresh the page, this is what we have here. Now, I'm going to make sure that this box is actually hidden by default. I'm going to use display, not block, but display none. That box doesn't show up. It's there, it's in the DOM, but it's just invisible. So what we can do is when we click this button, instead of .hide, we can do .show. And this is really important too. Let's keep an eye on this down here. Let's refresh this page. And down here, we're going to see display block. And so it automatically assumed it was a block element and went for display block. And so it just showed the element. And actually, I shouldn't say hide up here. I should say show element. Show that element. There we go. That's all there is to it. Nice and sweet. It's a lot like hide and show. So we have hide to hide something, and then show to show something. Now, as the full example, we could select ID, click me. That's going to select this button. Let's write the old way. We could do function. And this is just different syntax. We're using the .on syntax usually, but we can do a .click event here. Then we could select that box and not hide it, but we could show it. And it works for us every single time. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you are done, we are going to get into something a little more fun. We're going to start adding CSS classes to our elements. So when you click a button, we can add a class to the element to make it look a little bit different. Let's take a look at how we can dynamically add a class to an existing element. So I have some CSS up here, and let's get rid of that. I just have a box, width 100, height 100, background color black. Let's go ahead and change that class, or add a class rather, to change that background color to be, let's say, blue. So we could say there's a class called blue, and it's simply going to have a background color of blue. Now, I need this box element to actually exist. And in my jQuery here, I can simply say .box.add class blue. And before I do that, actually, let's go ahead and let's just work with classes for a little bit. Let's work with, instead of IDs, let's work with classes. So we've got class box, box, and let's change that to .box. So now when I refresh my page, my black box turns blue. Now you can kind of see that it flashes real quickly. But it's changing my box to be blue. And we can actually see this as a real example here is we can delete this in our DOM. And this is what it looks like by default. And all we're simply doing is adding blue to it. Now let's go ahead and wrap this in some sort of timeout. So let's do set timeout. And we could give this a function. And let's make it timeout 2 seconds. And then select the box and add the class blue. So when I refresh the page here, it's going to wait just 2 seconds, and then it's going to turn it blue. Now, if we want to write modern JavaScript, we don't need to use a function there. We can simply use an arrow function. That's going to do the exact same thing. Refresh, wait 2 seconds, it turns blue. We can also wrap this in any sort of event listener that we want. So we could say something like the button, when it's clicked, function, or because we don't need the this keyword, we can do an arrow function. And let's get rid of that and move that up. And because we have a button event listener, we need a button on the page. So let's go ahead and add that button. Button, click me. And when we click this button, it's going to select that box and add a class of blue. Let's go ahead and refresh, click, and something is not right here. And that's because I typed clicked. It's supposed to be click. So refresh, click, there we go. Refresh, click, it changes. Refresh, click, it changes. We could do all sorts of things here. We could change the width as well. So let's say width 100, and this is simply going to change the width to be 100%. And so we can add class blue. We can also add class width 100. And refresh, and it changes it to be width of 100%. I want you to give this a shot. Try this. This is going to be very, very important. You're going to be using this a lot in vanilla JavaScript as well as regular jQuery. So you're going to want to be able to add a class. You can add multiple classes by simply adding a space in there, and jQuery will figure it out and add those classes for you. Wrap that in an event listener. If you do not need the this keyword, I'm saying this like this. If you don't need that inside of your function, you can simply write an arrow function as well. It's just a little more performant, a little more modern JavaScript. And then you can select your box or your element, and then you can add a class of whatever your classes are. So you are going to need to know a little bit of CSS for this. If you don't really know CSS, that's okay. You can just pause the video here and copy what I have on my screen. I simply have a box class. I've got a blue class and a width-100 class. And all that's doing is going to be adding these classes. And again, when we inspect, we now have class box, blue, and width 100. Go ahead and give that a shot. And when we are ready, when we're nice and ready, let's go ahead and take this exact example and do the exact opposite where we remove a class. Okay, in this example, let's go ahead and remove the blue class and remove the width class. And so what I have here is an element with 3 classes on it, box, blue, and width 100%. This is just taking off from that last lesson where we were adding a class. And this is my box, blue, and width CSS that we have right here. So now what I want to do is register 2 different click events. When you click remove blue from here. And when you remove the width 100 class. And so we can get a little bit fancy with this. So instead of selecting box multiple times, we can select it once. So we can say const box is equal to, and we're just going to get the box itself as a class. And this is just a simple selector. We can also do const remove blue is equal to dot remove blue. That's going to select that button. And remove width is going to remove the width. And so these are just selectors. So I've selected the box, remove blue, and remove width. Now here what I want to do is when you click remove blue, select that box and remove this class. And we can do that quite easily. We can say remove blue dot on click function box.remove class. That's all it is. Just the word remove class. And we want to remove blue. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. And when we remove blue, and as a better example here, down here we've got box blue width 100. We could do remove blue and it gets rid of it for us. Then we can click another button and remove the width. And so what I'm doing with these consts here is instead of selecting box numerous times, so instead of having to select that and put it in there, I can select it just once because I really only need to select it once. And then in a second event listener, we can do the exact same thing. So we can say remove width dot on click. And because we don't need the this keyword whatsoever, we can do an arrow function and we can say box.remove class width. And that's not going to be right. It's going to be width 100. We want to remove this class. Let's go ahead and refresh. When we remove the width, this is going to be a perfect box. When we remove blue, it is now black. And so that's really all there is. The only thing we really need to take away from this particular lesson is remove class. So go ahead, give that a shot, remove a class. and just try to make it work for you. Should only take you about a minute or two, and when you're ready, let's head on over to the next lesson where we actually toggle classes on and off, because right now we can't really easily detect if a class has a blue class or a width 100. We can't really detect if an element has those classes, rather. So what we can do is we can toggle them on and off with a very simple jQuery feature. In the last lesson, we created some sort of box and we gave it a width of 100%. In this one, we just have a perfect square, and what we want to do is toggle blue. So we want to, every time we click this button, get rid of the blue, and then click it again, and turn it blue, and click it again, and just toggle it on and off. And so we can do that by, first of all, creating a click event. So we want to select the toggle blue class, and that's just right up here. We want to select that button. Dot on, click, function, and because we actually don't need the this keyword, we can do arrow function. Then we can simply say the box, which we've selected up here, toggle class blue, and that's it. And so if jQuery recognizes that there's already a blue class, it's going to take it off. And if it recognizes that there is not a blue class, it's going to add it. And so let's go ahead and give this a shot, refresh our page, and watch this down here where it says blue box. Every time I click this button, on and off, on and off, on and off, just like that. And that's all there really is. That's how we toggle a class on and off. Now, where is this applicable? Well, if you need to hide and show something, or if you want to make something act because of a certain other thing. And actually, as a better example, let's go ahead and get rid of this and let's create an input. We've got an input, and whenever we have this input, let's just select that. When we have this input and we key up, let's go ahead and check this value. And then if that value is a particular name, let's change the toggle, the class to blue. Otherwise, let's change it to not blue. So let's go ahead and get this value. So const value is equal to this dot val. Now you realize that I'm using the this keyword here. So now we need to write function. We can say if value is equal to Caleb. We could say add class, else box.remove class blue. Now we're not really using toggle here in the sense that we're not using toggle function, but we are toggling classes by removing and adding them. And one thing we need to do is functions don't have arrow functions. It's just the function keyword. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here. And if I type Jacob, doesn't work. If I type Gully, doesn't work. If I type Caleb, boom, turns blue. And now I can toggle it just like this by typing really anything else. So that's two ways in which we can toggle based on different event listeners. Now what I'd like you to do is go ahead and try toggle class. You don't have to do this whole example here. This example is pretty big and not super relevant to this class, but make sure you go ahead and use the toggle class function here with a selector. So you could do box.toggle class blue. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you're done, let's go ahead and add custom CSS, not a class, but let's add custom CSS to an element. Let's go ahead and add custom CSS to a particular element. So in this lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to grab this box and we're going to add CSS to it. We're not going to add a class. We're not going to remove a class. We're going to add dynamic CSS. So we can actually basically write style is equal to width 100%, for example. We can make that happen with JavaScript and jQuery. So first things first, we need to grab our box element. So let's do dot box. And all we have to do is type dot CSS. And this is really cool because we could do background color blue. And this syntax is a little interesting. So what we're doing here is we're saying dot CSS, the first value in this function is going to be what do we want to change? What CSS property do we want to change? And then we want to change that actual value. So we can change that to blue, but let's go ahead and change this to orange. And you can see that it actually loads black and then changes to orange. And you can see here, style background color is equal to orange. Now, if we check our source code, where are we? There is no style attribute on there. jQuery dynamically added that for us. Now, if we wanted to, we could do multiples. We could do .css, border, comma, 10 pixels, solid black. And that dynamically changed it for us. We could do another one. We could do .css, border radius, comma, 50%. And now it turns it into an orange circle with a black border instead of being just a regular black square. And this sort of leads us into animations a little bit, which we'll talk more about down the road. Now, there's a better way to do this. We could comment that out, and we could do .css, and we can give this an object. Now, when we give this an object, we don't type background color because objects aren't supposed to have dashes in their names. We do background, and then we camel case it, color. So look at the difference between this and this one. Background dash color versus background color with a capital C. And let's go ahead and change this to yellow. Let's change the border to 10 pixels solid blue. And let's change the border radius. Notice the capitalization there, and there's no dashes. Border radius to be 10 pixels. And so this is just a regular JavaScript object. Let's go ahead and save that and refresh. And look at that. We can change them all in one shot, or we can chain them together if we wanted to. Now, what I'd like you to do is try out both methods. Try chaining them together. So you've got the first one, and then you've got a second one, and then you've got a third one, and then comment those out. And basically, don't chain them together, just change them all at the exact same time. Because right now, jQuery has to go here, change that, read the styling, go here, change that, read the styling, go here, read that, change the styling. Versus going into this method, where we're just giving it all of it, we can just say, hey, jQuery, deal with all of it all at once. Instead of doing 3 different tasks, do one big task. Next up, we're going to learn about how to fade things in and fade things out. Let's take a look at how we can fade an element in and fade an element out. So in this lesson, I'm going to use my console, and this is a cool little thing because in my code here, I'm using a CDN. I have access to that little $sign. That means jQuery, that little $sign. And so I can select this box. I can say const. Yeah, let's do const box is equal to, and give it a selector. And when I type $box, it gives me this box. That's the entire element. It's actually a list of nodes technically, but there's only one in there, so we can work with just the one. It's totally fine. Now to fade something in and out, all we have to do is box fade in. Actually, it's already faded in. Let's fade out, and it fades out. We could also do box fade in, and it fades in. We can also give it a timeout, or not a timeout, but a timer. How long should this take to fade out? Let's say this is going to take 4.5 seconds. So we do 4,500, that's milliseconds, that's 4.5 seconds, fade out, and it's going to slowly fade out. We can do the same thing with fade in. Fade in, slowly fades in. And there's actually another cool thing we can do, is we can give this a callback function. We'll talk about callback functions a little bit later, but we can tell it to do something when it is done fading in, when it is done fading out. So what I want you to do is don't write your code necessarily in your editor this time. Go ahead and just open up your console. You can always right click, inspect, click the console tab, select your box like what we did. We've got const box is equal to that box. And then we did box.fade out, box.fade in. Give that a shot. Once that is working for you, let's head on over to the next lesson where we learn how to toggle a fade and toggle a display. Let's go ahead and toggle a fade effect and a display effect. So we need to do two different things here. Before anything, we need some sort of event listener. Click me. And it's just a simple button. So let's go ahead and register this button as a click event. Button dot on click function. And that's how we register the click event listener. Then we need to select that box, and we can do toggle, and we can do fade toggle. And this is either going to fade in or fade out depending on how visible it is. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. When we click this, fades in, fades out, just like that. And we can see here, there's a style attribute, and watch it. When I click this, it's going to fade out. It changes the opacity down to 0, and then it changes the display to none. And when it fades back in, it changes the opacity, it scrolls it back up to 1 or 100%, and makes it display block, or actually just gets rid of the display property altogether. We can see it's display none, and it's going to be whatever I told it to be before. So if it's inline block, it's going to be inline block. If it's display block or flex box, it's going to be flex box. It's going to be whatever we set it to be in CSS. So we can fade toggle. The other thing we can do is simply toggle. This is going to toggle it to display or to not display. So simply, just like that. That's all we're doing. We're clicking it, and every time we click it, it either makes it visible or makes it invisible. That's all it's doing. Just as a recap, toggle is going to basically use hide and show, whereas fade toggle is going to use fade in and fade out. Go ahead and give that a shot. Try fade toggle and try regular toggle. These are going to be useful when you create interactive websites for people. When someone clicks something, does it become visible? If they click out of it, does it become not visible? Like a menu system, like a drop-down menu system. When you click the little icon that suggests that you could have a menu and it drops down, then maybe you want to toggle. So there are a lot of different ways in which we would use this. Now, honestly, fade in and fade out is not used too often anymore, just because it looks a little bit cheesy. But you know what? Maybe a couple years from now, the whole web, the whole internet decides fading in and fading out is a thing that we want to do again. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and talk about sliding up and sliding down as another form of animation. Okay, let's talk about sliding up and sliding down. Real easy here. This is a lot like fade in and fade out. So I have a button here. It's registered as a click event, and I want to slide this box up and slide it down. So like an FAQ question, a frequently asked question section on a website, an FAQ. So we could select this box whenever the button is clicked, and we could say slide down, or we can say slide up. So let's first of all slide up. Slide up is going to hide it. Refresh, it slides it up. Pretty neat, right? We could also do slide down, which is just going to slide it down and make it visible. Or we can slide toggle, and that's going to toggle it to slide up and slide down. So let's go ahead and refresh. Up, down, up, down. So this is a nice short lesson. Honestly, at this point, you probably don't need to practice this anymore. Just keep this tucked away in your back pocket. Slide toggle. You can slide up and you can slide down. You're going to use this one more than a fade in and fade out for sure. So if you want a little bit of experience, yeah, definitely go and create an example like this. You can even just steal my example here. Otherwise, let's head on over to that next lesson where we talk about callback functions. All right, let's talk about callback functions. In a callback function, really all a callback function is a function, a little piece of code that should run after something is done running. So for instance, we have a selector here, and we said, register a click event listener, and anytime that's supposed to run, execute this function. That's a callback function. So once a click happens, do a thing. We can also select our box from our previous lesson, and we could say something like fade out And we could give this a parameter. Let's say it's going to take 1.5 seconds. And then we could give this a function as well. And this is a callback function. And so we gave it a parameter, how long it should take, comma, function, and then just a regular function here. And then we can say console.log fadeout is complete. Let's go ahead and give this a shot, and let's go to our console here. It's going to fade out. Fadeout is complete. And we can do this with a lot of different things. We could do fade out. We could do slide up. It says fade out is complete. That should have said slide out is complete, but regardless, the callback function still works. And so really all we're doing here is if we simplify this a little bit, we're saying select the box, slide up, take 1.5 seconds. When you're done that, console log fadeout is complete, or slide up is complete. We can do this with a lot of different animations. So we've got slide, we could do fade. We could use it with toggles as well. So let's do toggle fade. It's going to take 1.5 seconds to fade in or fade out, and fade effect is complete. And so let's go ahead and click this. Oh, something is not right here. It's not toggle fade, it is fade toggle. I get that backwards every now and then. And so all that did was automatically fade out because it was already visible. Now let's wrap this in a click event listener. Select that button, dot on, click function. And you see I'm going pretty fast here. It gets a lot easier over time. And you can see this starting to be a pattern in jQuery. We have a selector, do a thing, a function, selector, do a thing right there, a function, a selector, do a thing, a function. And let's go ahead and get rid of this 1500 milliseconds or the 1.5 second fade in, fade out. And let's just give this a shot. Click it, fades out, fade effect is complete. You can see it right down there. Perfect. Look at that. That is working exactly the way we want it to work. Now, a callback function is really useful. If something is faded out, maybe you want to then remove it. So let's do this. Let's do fade out, and we can do this dot remove. And so once this is faded out, because right now you can see that if we click this, it's going to fade out. It's still actually in our DOM. Maybe we want it to be completely removed for whatever reason. We could click this, and you notice that it actually completely removed itself from the document object model. So see this down here? Watch that. It disappears. It becomes completely removed. And now we can't click this. It's rendered useless. So if you need a one-time event, that is a good way to do it. Now, you actually don't need to practice anything with callback functions. We have been writing callback functions this entire time. So a little bit of a surprise there, callback functions. You are pretty much a grandmaster wizard at callback functions at this point in time. In the next lesson, let's talk about adding our own animations. All right, let's talk about animations. In jQuery, we can animate certain things and we can not animate certain things. So anything that has a number value, we can animate. So a width of 500, for example, is a number value. And we can animate that down to 400, 300, 1000 if we wanted to. A color is not necessarily a number. It is a mix of numbers and letters. It's like black is 000000 or FFF, FFF, and that's white. We could do an off-white, F5, F5, F5. And a computer simply just doesn't really know, natively how to scroll this up to FFF, FFF, or down to 000000. But if you have a width of 500, well, that's just simply decrementing. You could change it from 500 to 400 by going to 499, then 498, 497, 496, 495, etc., etc., etc. There is a linear order of operations here. So let's go ahead and animate our box. So when we click this button, we've got a button up here that says click me, registered click event. Let's select that box and animate it. So we could do something like .box animate. And this is going to take an object. And so in here, we could say the opacity is currently it's 1. We could change that to like 0.5. The width is currently set to 100 pixels. And just because it says pixels doesn't mean it doesn't know how to work with a number. It knows how to split this and say, okay, the width is currently 100. And it's also pixels. So let's change that to like 500. 500 pixels because we need the measurement in there. Let's go ahead and refresh. Look at that. And it animates nicely. It's nice and smooth. It works perfectly for us. Now, if we wanted to, we could slow this down as well. We could say animate this over 4 seconds or 4,000 milliseconds. And it takes its time, just like that. Now, what's not going to work is if we wanted to change that background color. If we wanted to change that background color to blue, it simply doesn't know how to go from black to blue. Like, what is the definition, or what is the function, or what is the linear logic behind changing one color to another color and making it look animated? Like, does it go from black to red to blue, or from black to purple to blue, or from black to white to blue? Like, a computer just doesn't know that. But a computer knows how to work with hard numbers quite easily. So we're going to see that changing the background color here to blue is simply not going to work. It's going to fade out. It's going to be a gray. That's absolutely not blue, though. Your task for this lesson is to select an element and animate it. We can get rid of that. You can give it an object with what you want to change to its value. So width, height, opacity, anything like that. Even your font size if you wanted to. And then give it some sort of duration. How long should this take? For me, I said it should take 4 seconds. For you, maybe you want it to take 1 second or 20 seconds. Or maybe you want it to change to be completely see-through by the time it gets to 100%. And this should take 5 seconds. We could do something like that too. This is one of those times where it's good to have some fun. Just tinker around with it. And you don't have to do anything in particular. You just need to make sure that it changes something with a numeric value. And again, we're using CSS here. JavaScript, CSS, and HTML all work very well together. They're all designed to work with each other. And also, keep in mind, you can only work with actual hard numbers. 100% is a number. Blue is not a number. Go ahead, have some fun with that. In the next couple of lessons, let's talk about width dimensions and height dimensions. Let's talk about height dimensions. So we have this thing called a document object model. And when we right click on that box and, we select it over here, we come on down, we can see that we've got margin, border, padding, and the actual size of the element itself. We can check to see what that sizing is. So we can select that box. Let's do const box is equal to dot box. And then we can do box dot. We've got a few different things. We've got outer width and width. So if we take a look at the width here, which is actually a function. So whenever you see this little curly F here, that usually means it's a function. That typically means that you simply forgot your parentheses. So my box width is currently 100. And let's go ahead and see if I can pop this out. There we go. We can also do the box height is also 100. We can do the box outer width is 100. We can also do the box inner width is 100. And we're going to see that all three of these things are the same, but they're actually different. And this depends on the box model. And so if we go back here, and what I want to do is add some padding. 100 pixels. No, let's not do 100. That's a lot. Let's do 20. And let's do a margin of 20 pixels as well. And we're going to see that this bumps the element. And actually made the element look a little bigger. So now if I go back up, select my box, I could do box dot width. It's now 100. That's the inside. The inside is 100. And we're going to see if we go over to elements. That inside here is 100. Now let's do box.inner width. It's 140. Well, where did we get 140 from? If we go back to elements, we can see that there's a padding here. This is the entire box itself, the inner width of the box. So we've got 100, and then we've got 20 on either side. So 100, 120, 140. That's where we got 140 from. Now we can do the outer width as well. Box.outer width. Now we're looking at the outer width here, and that outer width has two options here. So we've got regular outer width, and this is the outside here. Or we can do outer width true, and what that's going to do is take all of it, including the margin. So we've got 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, and that's where we're getting 180 from. Now, what I would like you to do for this particular lesson is don't worry about the width, inner width, or outer width. What I want you to do is do the same thing with height. So grab your box element and then do inner height, or just height, or outer height, and try it with true in there. Give that a shot and try it with different sizes. Make your box a different size. It doesn't have to be a perfect square either. And then what I want you to do is I want you to select your entire window. That is your entire viewport. And then do width and height. Now, just as a heads up, my height is very low just because I am super zoomed in here. If I wasn't zoomed in, this would be significantly higher than 289. Go ahead, give those a shot. These are important when you're working with positioning things on your page using JavaScript, so you are going to need to know how these work. When you're done that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk about a new event listener where it checks to see if we're resizing our page at all. Let's talk about resizing the window. At this point in time, we've always had some sort of selector in a set of quotations, like our box. But we can also set a selector to be your window or your document. And so for this, we want to see the viewport changing. Now that viewport is this entire white area. How big is that exactly? And we sort of looked into this in the last lesson when we did box.outer width, box.inner width, and then window.height, window.width, things like that. So what happens when we resize our page? Well, we can take different actions based on different window sizes. So let's go ahead and do window.on resize function console.log, and then we want to console.log the window width. This is why I got you to do this in the last lesson. Window.width by window.height. And so let's open up our tools here and let's redock this. And refresh the page. And anytime I move this, you can see that those numbers are changing. And so the height isn't changing, but the width is changing. The width is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so now we can do something based on this. We can say if the page width is less than, let's say, 230, change the background color to black. Now, this isn't a very ugly example, but this is a good practice example. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can say if the window width is less than or equal to 230, we now know that we can change the body.css background color to be black. Otherwise, we can do the same thing and change the background color to white. All right, so this is going to stay black, or white rather, until it gets down to 230. 230, there we go. And it's going to toggle, just like that. Now we can do the same thing based on height as well. And I'm just going to put that console log back in here, where we're going to log the width and the height. And I'm going to change where this is docked. Change that to the bottom here and refresh the page. Refresh. And now when I resize, we're going to see the width isn't changing, but the height is changing. And we could take some sort of action if someone's page is, for example, only 87 pixels tall, do something else. You could give them a warning. You could literally delete everything from your document object model and just say, hey, your browser is way too small for this website. In fact, your browser, if it's 87 pixels tall, is way too small for any website. And that is how we resize the window. Now, it's not actually super useful at this point in time, and I haven't used this in a number of, probably a number of years, but it is good to know because sometimes I run into old code that's doing this, and then I just convert it over to CSS media query to make it responsive. And this is sort of where CSS starts to take over for JavaScript, but sometimes you need to know this in JavaScript as well. Especially if you're going to be creating a game of some kind. If you're going to create a game, you're going to want to know what the dimensions are of the game, the viewport, the game portal here, this whole white section. You're going to want to know what that size is and work with it. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about looping through elements. And so when we have a selector of some kind, some sort of element, this could be one element or this could be multiple elements. And a good example of that is if we have like an unordered list with an li in here, first item, second item, third item, and we select all of these li's. What if we want to do something different with all of these li's, but we still want to select all of them? We want to select each of these three list item elements. Well, if we did li.text, this is going to change it on all three of them. And sure enough, it did. That's not what we're looking for whatsoever. Maybe we want to do something different for each of them, but we want to use one selector. So we could either do li, grab the first one. We can do a selector like this. We could do first, we could do last, or we could loop through all of these and do something different based on one selector. And sometimes looping through is the right way to do things. It's just a faster way to do things. So we can say dot each, and this is going to take a function, index, and the element. And that element itself is going to be this whole element in here. And that index is going to be, is it the first iteration, second iteration, third iteration? So we can now say the element itself, which is a lot like saying this, which we've used before, but this is just referring to this particular element in this loop. Dot text is going to be index new item here. And so when I refresh the page, you can see it says 0 new item here, 1 new item here, 2 new item here. Now, if you're somewhat new to JavaScript and you're like, well, why does it say 0? It's because computers technically start counting at the number 0 instead of the number 1. We could always do index plus 1 just to offset that. There we go. New item here, new item here, new item here, 1, 2, 3. If we view our source, it's just the old stuff that we had. It's not the new stuff. Now we could say something like, if the index is equal to 2, select this element, change that CSS to have a background color of black, and then we can chain these together. We've done this before. Change the color to be white. So we'll just invert the colors. And it selects this one here. Remember, 0, 1, 2. Now we don't have to do it with just li's either. We can do it with divs. Let's go ahead and change these to divs. It's going to grab every div on the page. It's going to loop through them. It says first item, second item, third item. Something went wrong there. Because I didn't change my selector. There we go. 1 new item here, 2 new item here, 3 new item here. We could even get fancier with this, and we could keep its original text. So we could say something like const original text is equal to this element dot text, and we'll throw that in here as a variable, original text. And so now we have it numbered, first item, second item, third item, with a dynamic number in there. Now, if we wanted to, we could do anything ridiculous with this. We could multiply this by 3. Oop, 3, there we go. So we get 0, 3, 6. We can do anything we want. That's just working with the index. The element itself, you can do anything with that element, and it's just a regular selector. So just remember, when you're using .each, it takes 2 elements, or not elements, but parameters. Your first one's going to be the index. Where in the loop iteration is this? Is it the first iteration, second iteration, third iteration, etc., etc.? And the second parameter is your element. And your element, you can then use the selector, which is a lot like saying this, but we're not really inside of the function. We don't want that to be part of the function. We want the element itself. So we select that element, and then we can work with it. And it's going to do it for every single div that it can get its hands on, or every li, or every class selector, anything. What I would like you to do here is go ahead and give this a shot. I want you to select an element that has multiple elements on the page. Do .each, function index element, and then I want you to either change the text or work with the index or select that element at least and change some of the CSS so that you know that it's working. Let's talk about changing element attributes. And I have a really good example lined up here. So let's say we have an input element and we want to change this from text to password. And so the idea here is we can write something like this, but what if we wanted it to actually look more like this, like password, password, password and stuff? We can do that quite easily. So let's go ahead and select this input. Let's do const input is equal to, and then just the input. It's the only one on the page, so I don't have to worry about getting specific with it, with the selector. Then I can say the input dot attr, that stands for attribute, attr, text, not text, type. And so let's console log this, console.log this type. And this should say, if we do it right, text. And let's bring that up. There it is, text. Or if we did 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep, same thing. Cool, 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 cool. But what if we wanted to change it? So this is a lot like val or text or .html. And what I'm saying here is .val, .text, .html. It does one of two things. Either you give it a parameter or you set a parameter. And so we're saying simply get the type attribute. This is our parameter. It's just getting the type here. That matches that. Now, if we wanted to change that, we could. We could say attr type and then change it to password. And this is going to happen so fast, and it sort of looks like it's going to happen behind the scenes. But when I type like this, after I refresh the page, it's going to look like a password field, like this. Now, what's kind of cool is if you want to see my password, I can simply select input.attr type, and let's change that from a password field to a text field. And you can see my password is in plain text now. My password is awesome. So that's how we get an attribute, and that's how we set an attribute. And just as a quick little reminder, to get an attribute just takes one parameter, just like that. And if it has a second parameter, it's going to try to set that attribute. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and start working with some Ajax stuff. Ajax is really, really fun. It's working with APIs. We're getting into some good JavaScript here, some real fun stuff, more production level stuff, more professional kind of JavaScript that you're going to be writing using jQuery. All right, let's look at Ajaxing some data with a little bit of a callback. Now, we need a place to get data from. And one of my personal favorites is swappy.dev. This is a Star Wars API. And if you go to swappy.dev/API/people/1, you're going to see this information about Luke Skywalker. And so we can actually go there, swappy.dev/API/people/1. And we see all this information about Luke Skywalker. Now, this is the URL we want. This is an API endpoint. We want to be able to get this information, this JSON information, and access it quite easily. So what we can do here is if I just move this up, actually no, let's undock this. is we have access to jQuery in here with a $sign. You can see that. We can use .get and then that URL. Now, if we do just that, we're going to see that it's just a regular AJAX request. But if I clear that out and give it a callback function, we know about callbacks, we know about functions. Let's do console.log the data. And we're going to see that this is the AJAX request here, and this is our data. And so we're doing a get request here. We're simply asking for data. And so by using $.get, there's no selector here because we're not selecting anything. And because there's no selector, we don't have a selector. It's just $.get. And so now we have all this information loaded on our page, or in our console at least, that was available over here. Name Luke Skywalker, height 172, mass 77. Height 172, mass 77, name Luke Skywalker. It's all the same information. And so that's how we do a simple AJAX request in jQuery. Now, what's wild about that is this is so incredibly simple. We could do .get, and I just pasted that URL in there, the data, and then we can console.log data name. That was what we're looking for, right? Name. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's just refresh this page, and it goes and gets it. It says Luke Skywalker. We could get his height. We could get his weight if we wanted to. Luke Skywalker, 172. Weight wasn't in there. It's called mass, that's why. His mass is 77. And so now we don't have to worry about like a fetch API request. We don't have to worry about taking that data and basically parsing the JSON and turning it into a JSON or a JavaScript object. We don't have to worry about any of that because jQuery is doing all of that behind the scenes, and it does it with a single line of code with the .get function. Now you're going to need to know this for your final project, so I highly recommend that you give this a shot. Try it out. All right, in the last lesson, we looked at a jQuery GET request. And in this lesson, we're going to look at a jQuery POST request. And this is how we send data to a server and ask it to update data or create some new data. And so this is really, really simple too. It's just .post, and then some URL in here, some data in here, and a callback function with the data that's going to be returned. That's literally all it is. So your data should be an object of some kind. So we could say, hello world. And that URL, we need somewhere to post to. And it's really, really hard to find a place to safely post to, but I found one called http bin. So we do this as the URL, https://http bin.org/post. And if we want to, we can put these on separate lines just to make this look a little nicer. And then we can say console.log post was complete with this data. Console.log data. Post was complete with this data, and let's take a look. This is all the data that we got back, and http bin.org tends to give us all of our data back in the form property here. So it says hello world. We can put anything in there though. We could say Instagram is equal to @coding.for.everybody, which if you want free coding tips and tricks, definitely come check this out. And form, Instagram, coding for everybody. And so we know that that is actually working. Now, if we want to make sure that it's not working, we can always just try get. We'll do .get, and we'll do it, we'll create a GET request to the /post URL. And you can see 405, that means not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. It has to be a POST request. So go ahead and give this a shot. Use http bin.org. Don't forget you need HTTPS. You might run into that error if it's coming from an unsecure location to a secure location. Just make sure you have that S in there. This is called your payload. This is the data that you're going to be sending them. And then you've got a callback function. When it's done, what are you doing with that data? All we're doing here is we're doing console.log data. Now, this is really, really useful when you're creating a single page application or a progressive web app where you need someone to register or log in and you don't want to take them to another page, or you have an API endpoint, or they have to log in through a different website, something like that. You can send that data somewhere else for processing, and that data can come back usually in the form of JSON, and then jQuery can handle it very gracefully. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and create a random Star Wars character generator based on pretty much everything we have done in this course. Okay, welcome to your final project. We are going to be creating a random Star Wars character generator using jQuery and JavaScript. So, what I want you to do here is go to this URL here. I'll zoom in so you can see this. I want you to go to this URL here, and we can see all sorts of stuff. We don't want roots all. We want an ID. So let's go to ID, and we can go to, for example, /Star Wars API /API /ID1.json. We get Luke Skywalker. We also get an image and a wiki and all sorts of other stuff in there. We could go to character. I think there's only 83 in here. Yeah, this one doesn't have as much information, but at least he's got a name and an image, which is really all we want at this point. Let's go to 84. Oh, there is one. There's a bunch of new information in here, I think. But there's not 100 characters. There's not 100. Let's see if there's 90. Let's see if there's 87, 88, 89. This is important that we do this. Okay, there's 88 characters. So we need to randomly get a number between 0 and 88 and go to this URL and replace 88 with a random number. And then on our page, I want you to be able to show the name of the person and their image. And so we're going to need to work with some inner text. We're going to need to work with changing an attribute. We're going to need to work with a GET request and some random numbers. Now, I want you to, if you can, if you know enough JavaScript, try to do all of this on your own at this point in time without watching me do my solution. Now, if you get really, really stuck, first of all, definitely go and Google. Half of web development is Googling stuff. But if you get stuck on Google and you don't know where to go, you can always come to the Learning to Code Facebook group, or simply resume this video once I fade out and fade to black, and then you can watch me do my solution. So I want you to go ahead and give this a shot. It can look like anything you want, by the way. This is completely up to you. Make it look amazing if you want. Make it look terrible if you want. That is 1000% up to you. Go ahead and create a random Star Wars character generator based on the very little information that I have given you. And I've purposely given you very little information here because this is going to be very good practice as a professional web developer. People are going to give you very little information and you're going to need to work with it somehow. So I'm going to fade out and then I'm going to fade in, and you can watch my solution later. So just make sure you pause when the screen goes black. Okay, let's go ahead and create a random Star Wars character generator. So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm looking at my API endpoints and I'm reading through it. This is very important to read through it. Don't just take someone else's word like my word from earlier. Actually read through it if you can. So we have a base URL or a cached CDN URL. Let's go ahead and use this cached CDN URL. We have two routes. So we can use this URL /all.json or /ID. So let's go ahead and do /1. Is this going to work for me? Nope, that's not going to work for me. It's got to be /1.json probably, right? Nope, that's not going to work either. Okay, so that wasn't working. So we read through this and we see that this says ID, but it should actually say ID and then the number.json. So documentation could be slightly better here, but we see an example of it here. So let's go ahead and put that URL in here and do /ID /1.json. We get Luke Skywalker. Now, how many characters are there? What's our maximum number? Our maximum number is going to be 89. Nope, that's not going to be right. It's going to be /ID /88.json. There we go. Captain Phasma is the last character we have. So we have numbers 1 through 88, which we can work with. So let's go to our code here and let's create a button. And it says generate character. And we need to, when this button is clicked, dot on, click, do a thing, function. So that's just registering a regular click event. Now we need to do some sort of get request. We can do dot get, and then that URL. And so I have this URL in here, and I'll make that just a touch smaller, as just 88.json. Whatever that's going to be, just return that. That's fine. We can change that later. And then we want to get that data and console.log the data. We just want to make sure that this is going to work for us on our browser. So let's go back to our browser and refresh our page, generate character. And it did. It got Captain Phasma. It got our information in here. That's perfect. But now we need to randomize it, because if we click it again, it's just going to keep getting Captain Phasma. So let's go ahead and randomize that number. Now we need to create a random number, and this is not jQuery, this is just JavaScript. So we can do const random number is equal to math.random, and this is going to give us a number between 0 and 1 times 88. And that's going to give us a number between 1 and 88. And then we want to do math.ceil. And so what random is going to do is going to actually give us a weird number. It's going to be like 0.01234556. It's going to have a bunch of decimals. We don't want that. What we want instead is whatever that number is, multiplied by 88, and then bump it up to the closest highest number. So if it's like 74.1, it's going to now be 75. And let's go ahead and change this to a template literal. This is just regular, plain old JavaScript at this point. And we're going to put random number in here. Let's go ahead and save that and refresh our page, generate a character. Oh, random number is not. I had a typo somewhere right there. Okay, let's try this again. Who are we getting? Chewbacca, ID 13. ID 19. ID 21. These are all low numbers, strangely. ID 64, there we go. So now we need to get their name and their image. So we've got all sorts of stuff. We've got like when they're born location, yada, yada. We want their name, like Palpatine, and an image. So let's just scoot this down just a wee bit. And let's go ahead and put a name in here. So let's do h1, name. Let's just leave it empty. And let's select an image. SRC is going to be nothing as well. Let's give this a class of character, img. And let's go ahead and work with some of this. So now we know we can fill name with data name. Data name. And that's accessible when I click in here. This is all the data in an object. I can scroll on down to name. So now I can select that name. I can do h1.name.text is going to be data name. And so we see nothing. Boom. 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 Look at that. It is working so nicely right now. Let's go ahead and add an image as well. And let's zoom out because we are at like 250%. That's getting just to be too much. Now we can select that image. We can select the character, img. We can select that attribute of src and set it as what? We have what in here? If we look at it, it is just called image. So we do data img. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, I have no idea who that is, but cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So basically, we have this working now. Now we can make this a little bit nicer if we wanted to by adding a little bit of styling. So we could do something like style. We could select our H1, text align center, text decoration, underline, font family. Let's do a sans serif font. Doesn't really matter what the font is, just a sans serif font. And let's generate character name underneath that. Let's do button. Display is going to be block. Margin is going to be auto. This should be centered. There we go. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Let's go ahead and style that image a little bit. We can do IMG. Width is going to be, let's say, 200 pixels. The height is going to be auto. Box shadow. 10 pixels, 10 pixels. Let's give it a little bit of a blur. And let's make it black. Now let's see what this looks like. Oh, that image didn't show up. It probably doesn't have an image. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's go ahead and center that as well. Let's do display, block, margin, auto. Character generator, Greedo, character generator, Dudbolt, character generator, all sorts of people in here. Look at these. And so that is our random character generator. That is a terrifying photo. And we did that technically in about 7 lines of code. Yeah, somewhere around there. So we got, oh, am I mathing wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines of code. So we have our event listener. Whenever you click the button, randomly get a character. Randomly create a character, or a number rather, randomly create a number. Get, and then just the URL, that's that API URL. And instead of getting like 88.json or 1.json, we just said, every time you click that button, create a new random number and put it in here. Then when it's done, we have a callback function, and we're simply getting the name and the image, and we're setting that H1 name and the character image attribute, the src. That's all there is to it. Now, mine is pretty ugly. If you want to take my code and make it significantly nicer looking, please be my guest. I would love if you could do that. Don't forget to share your project. It is really important that you share your project with the rest of the class. It is both inspiring and helpful to other people to see your code and to see what you've been working on. One last thing, if you are like, whoa, what is math.ceil or math.random? These were covered in JavaScript 101 and JavaScript 201 as well, where we actually made a very, very similar project using just plain vanilla JavaScript. This way is just a little less code using just straight jQuery rather than just straight JavaScript. Before we get started, let's take a quick peek at what React.js is. So if you head on over to reactjs.org, you can actually see they have tutorials and they have all sorts of stuff on here. It's actually a really, really good site, and I suggest and I highly recommend that you get a little bit familiar with it over your time learning React. But what is React? React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Okay, that's somewhat helpful. That's a pretty good statement about what React is, but what React actually is, you know how a website is made out of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then usually some backend language for data processing. React allows you to build interactive websites. So HTML and CSS can't do that. It can't be super interactive, but React can make it reactive, can make it fun and engaging, and that's what React does. Now, React comes with an interesting syntax called JSX. It's not just JavaScript. It looks like JavaScript mixed with some crazy version of HTML, and we're going to get into that in just a little bit. But basically, what you need to know in this particular lesson is React simply allows you to create very dynamic pages. Like if I were to click this, it's instant, it snaps. It's faster than using jQuery, it's faster than using other libraries, and it looks a lot like this. Again, we'll talk about the syntax of it in a little bit, just because it looks a little bit bizarre at the moment, but we'll get into that in a little bit. So there's no task for you for this particular lesson. Up next, we're going to install Node and make sure that it is installed on your computer. All right, let's go ahead and download and install Node. We need this thing called Node.js. So let's type into Google, download Node.js. And this is going to bring us to nodejs.org/download. So if it brings you to the home page, you can just click on the download icon here, or I guess it's not an icon, it's a button. Go with LTS, that's long-term support. That means they're not trying new things. That means that Node 14 or Node 16 is going to be supported for a long period of time. The odd numbers usually are not supported, and Ubuntu works the same way too. So whenever you can, go with LTS, long-term support. It's going to do what you expect it to do. For me, I already have Node 15 installed on my computer, so I'm going to be using 15, but Node 14 is going to work just the same for you. So let's go to 14, and it's going to download this. If it doesn't, you can always just go to Downloads up here and pick either the Windows installer, the Mac OS installer, or the source code, which you can download and install manually using Linux. Typically, you just click one of these though. So if you're on Mac, click the Mac OS installer. If you're on Windows, click the Windows installer. Go ahead and install that. Run through the installation steps, and when you're done, come on back, and I'm going to show you how you can make sure that Node is installed properly on your computer. All right, so hopefully you have Node.js installed on your computer. What we need to do now is we need to make sure that we're running the right version of Node and that it is installed, and the right version of NPM, which is Node Package Manager. And we'll talk more about all this stuff, and we'll get some hands-on experience with it very, very soon. So I'm on Mac, and I open up a program called Terminal. If you're on Windows, you can open up CMD. If you're on Linux, you probably have a program called Bash, or you're already familiar with a command line program that you like better than Bash. So for me, I'm on Mac, so I'm going to open up Terminal, which is this program here. And I'm simply going to type node-v, node-v, and this says node-version. And this gives me version 10. So that's not right. I have Node Version Manager installed, so I'm just going to quickly switch that to Node version 15. There we go, I switched that over to Node 15, and if I do node-v, here we go, I'm using Node 15. So I want to make sure that I'm using Node 15, or for you, use Node 14 or the long-term support. So if you're watching this a couple years from recording date, and we're on Node 16 or Node 18 and it's LTS, make sure you download and install the LTS version. Next up, we need to type npm-v, and this is going to show me my Node version, my Node Package Manager version. And this one doesn't matter as much. We just need to make sure that it is actually installed and that it doesn't give you some error saying that command doesn't exist. If node-v works for you and npm-v works for you, you are ready to move on to the next lesson. So your task for this lesson is to go to nodejs.org and download either from the Windows installer, the Mac installer, or the source code if you're on Linux. Install it. Open up your command line program, whether that's bash, command, terminal, any other command line program. Type node-v or npm-v, or not or, but type both of them. Type node-v and npm-v. If you see that there is a version in there and the Node version looks like a right version to you, for me this is Node 15, yours should say Node 14 or 16 or some LTS version, long-term support version. If that's working for you, you have successfully completed your task, and let's head on over to that next lesson. All right, let's go ahead and start a new project. So I'm using VS Code, and this comes with a terminal that I can use inside of it. So if I go to View and then go to, where is Terminal? Terminal. It shows this little terminal for me. And so I'm in a folder called React 101. I'm just gonna make this a touch bigger. All right, so I'm just in a folder here called React 101. And what we want to do is we want to make sure React is installed. So you can type in npm install -g, that's global, create React app. And what this is going to do is go ahead and install create React app globally on your computer. And so you can see that that was very fast for me. It might take a little bit longer for you. Now what we can do is type npx create-react-app and then give it a name. I'm going to give it a name of my -app. And you're going to see as this is building, as this is starting to create the project, it creates a folder called my-app on the left. So I'm just going to give this a little bit of time to do its thing. It's simply downloading and installing all the things that React needs. It's going to get all the JavaScript libraries it needs. It's going to install all of them. It's going to apparently install Yarn so that it can download things using Yarn instead of NPM. It's just a little bit faster. It's another package manager. Really, we don't need to worry about that. I'm pretty sure this is going to remove Yarn. Yeah, it did. It removed Yarn. And then it says all sorts of things that we can pretty much ignore at this point. We can either work with this or we can ignore it. So it says created git commit. Cool, cool. Success. Created my app at, and then my app folder location. Inside the directory, you can run several commands. We suggest that you begin by typing cd my app. And what this is going to do is change my working directory in my terminal. Or if you're on Windows, you can type dir. If you're on a Unix-like system, Mac OS or Linux, for example, you can type pwd. You should be inside of the my app folder in your terminal. Just because you open it over here doesn't mean it's opened in your terminal. So just to clarify. Now, if we open up my app on the left, we have a bunch of stuff in here. We have node modules, public, src, git ignore, package.json, readme.md, yarn.lock. We're going to not touch a lot of those things because that gets into several different subjects outside of the world of React. But for this course, we're going to be working mostly in the src directory. So let's go ahead and just get this up and running. So now that I've cd'd into my app in my terminal, and I can do ls-la, and that shows me all my files in here, or I can type dir if I were on Windows, and you should see all these files in here. Once you see these files, especially the node modules folder in here, you can type npm start. And what this is going to do is build the React app and launch it in your browser automatically. And so this is going to ask me for permission. It's going to say, hey, can I access Google Chrome? I'm going to say, yep, it can. And just wait for this to load. It's just going to take a quick second. And here we go. We have a React app up and running on our computer. Now, if your browser does not open for you automatically, you can always go to http://localhost:3000. And that goes to localhost port 3000. Now, if for some reason that doesn't work for you, you can always go to 127.0.0.1:3000. It's the exact same thing, just some computers are configured slightly differently. So there's two different ways to do that there. Next, let's go ahead and talk about some React syntax. But for the time being, your task is going to be basically getting this up and running. Make sure you have run certain commands here. So you have run npm install -g for global, create React app, then type npx create React app, my-app, and that's going to create all these folders and all this structure for you. And then you cd into that particular folder. So mine was called my-app, so I just cd'd into that folder. I changed my directory into that folder. And then you type npm start. It should launch your browser for you. Go to localhost port 3000. It tells you right up here. Localhost port 3000, and it will show you your React app. But you have to make sure that npm start is running in order for that to work. Once you're done that, let's head on over to the next lesson. Okay, let's take a look at React syntax. So what I'm going to do is just make this a touch smaller, just move that down. I'm going to go into my src, my source folder, and go into app.js. And this looks really, really, really bizarre. I'm going to make this even just a touch smaller there because we don't need the terminal for this lesson. And this looks really bizarre. So if you're used to just writing vanilla JavaScript, you might have never even seen an import command before. This might be brand new to you. And if that is brand new to you, that's okay. We will talk about that. We'll get a little bit of experience with that as well. We see a function, which looks just like a regular function in JavaScript, and a return statement with an opening parentheses. And if we go down here, there's a closing parentheses that matches it. You can see this line highlights up here. And then we have a div. Now this looks weird because we're not using a string. We're not using a template literal in JavaScript. We are using straight HTML. And in fact, this actually gets a little bit weirder just because we're not just using HTML. We're using this thing called JSX, which is basically XHTML. So it's HTML similar to normal HTML5. But it's written inside of our JavaScript, which is pretty nuts to see. So if this is your first time looking at this and you're like, whoa, I either don't like this or I have no idea what's going on. Bear with me for a little bit. It gets a lot easier and it gets pretty nice to work with down the road. So let's just read through this line by line. We have a div, and notice that it's not class. Class is an actual name in JavaScript. It's a keyword. We can't use that. So we use class name is equal to app. We see the same thing here and here. We have an image. Its src is, well, this looks a little bit bizarre. So instead of a file like logo.svg, we've imported logo.svg. So let's go and open this file. It's just a regular SVG file. We've imported that as a variable called logo. Whenever we use one of these in React, we say the attribute name or the property name is equal to, and instead of having quotation marks on either side, like we usually do in HTML, we have curly brackets, an opening curly bracket and a closing curly bracket. And then we put that variable name inside of it. And what that's going to do is inject this logo directly into this image source. Again, we have class name, not class name. It's a JSX attribute, and we can see that here. As soon as I hover over this, it says it's a JSX attribute. And regular alt tags and class names, yada yada. Paragraph with some code, standard HTML. We have a link in here, class name, but the href is the same, the target is the same, the rel is the same, and it says learn React. One thing to note though is in your return statement, notice that we're using a bracket or a parentheses at the beginning and the end here. We also wrap everything inside of a div. So you can't just type regular text. You actually need to have an HTML element with more code inside of it. And so that is one little quirk with React. But if I just make sure that my server is running here, looks like it is, it's on localhost 3000, this is what we're going to see. Now to change this, let's say I wanted to change this line here, all I have to do is change this text. And then when I save it, and this is a really nice thing, it automatically reloads my browser for me. So by the time I get back to Chrome or Firefox or Safari, it has changed for me. It's live updated. I don't have to hit refresh, which is really nice because sometimes that gets pretty annoying if you do that enough in a day. All I have to do is type. And you see that it live changed right in front of me. And it's almost instant. So I'm going to hit save, and then I'm going to move over to Chrome real fast, and you're going to be able to see it actually change. So it was very, very quick, but we did see it change. So what I'm going to do is just do that. You can see that every time I save my app.js, that node is updating as well. So it says it's compiling every time I hit save. Compiling, compiling, compiling. So your task for this lesson is I want you to open up your app.js, make sure your server is running, and just change a little bit of text. Don't worry about the logo or anything advanced. Just worry about changing the text, and in your browser, it should change the text for you. Once you have that up and running, let's head on over to the next lesson. All right, let's take a look at importing components. And we can import all sorts of things. They don't just necessarily have to be a component. We'll talk more about components in a little bit. But if we take a look at our app.js, which lives in our source folder, we're saying import logo, that's the name that we're using, from /logo. So this is saying the same folder that we're currently in, same folder that app.js is in, logo.svg. Let's go ahead and open this file, logo.svg. And we can see that it is a standard SVG. It just imports it for us. It makes it available to us to use in this particular file. Likewise, we can say import, and we don't have to give it a name necessarily. In a string, we can say /, so this exact folder, app.css. Let's open this up. This is app.css, and this just makes the CSS available to us in our app.js file. So we can use class name is equal to app, and let's take a look over here. We have an app in here, text align center. Let's go ahead and change this, text align left. You can see it recompiled quickly at the bottom there. And did this do anything? It didn't look like it did anything. Do I have to resave app.js? Nope. It's just funky CSS. So that looks like it's actually not really all that useful. Let's go ahead and change the text color to black. And let's slap an important on there because I don't know what else is in here. I haven't actually read through it, and I don't want to waste your time reading through just the default CSS either. So let's go ahead and save that. And that didn't work, likely due to specificity. So let's take a look at the app header. We want to change the app header paragraph text. So this is just some front end work that we're doing here. So we've got app, we have app header somewhere, app header. And the color there is white. So let's go ahead and change this to black. Let's see if that does the trick here. There we go, changed it to black. And it automatically compiled our CSS for us. So we could change this to blue for it. For this text, automatically changes it for us as well, which is really, really nice. So that is how we import commands. Simply the import keyword, an optional variable name. Either we want to import a particular component, which we'll get into in just a little bit. Please bear with me. We're getting there, I promise. From, and then a file name. And that file name is going to be in a string. So in other languages like Python, we don't put this in a string. In JavaScript, we put this in a string. And then we end it with a semicolon. Now, what I would like you to do for this lesson is open up your app.css and make some changes in there. Nothing major. So I just changed the text color to blue. I'm going to change it back to, I'm going to change it to yellow so that it's bright and visible. If I change it to black, it's hard to read. Blue is hard to read. Yellow is nice and bright. Go ahead and change a little bit of CSS. Make sure it shows up in your browser the way you expect it to show up. And when you're done with that, let's head on over to that next lesson. Let's go ahead and explore index.js. So this is where our app actually gets rendered. And we can see, I just closed my terminal there, just let that run. I can always open it up with view, terminal, and you can see it's still running. So I just collapsed it. It now says import React from React as a string. That's a package. We installed React when we wrote npm install -g create React app. It created a package in there for us called React. Now, if I go into my node module folders, you're going to see there's a lot of stuff in here. But if we scroll all the way down, A, C, D, E, F, H, I, all the way down. Where are you? P, Q, R, S, where are you? React, there you are, React. So that's what we're importing from. Import React from React. And we can look at all the source code for React in here as well if we wanted to. We're going to import React DOM from React DOM. So if we go back in here and take a look for React DOM, there's React DOM. It's also going to import a relevant, not a relevant, but a relative. I guess it's also relevant, but a relative file called index.css. So in our index.js file, we're importing, I'll close this one. We're importing index.css. And so this is just going to add some margin and some code in there. Not margin, but some body. It includes a margin and some code in here. And so that's all that's doing. We're going to import app. This is basically our component. So if we go to app, we have a function called app. And at the very bottom, we see export default app. And what this is going to do is say, take this app function and export it. And that allows it to be importable. So we're going to import app from the same folder app. Then we're going to import report web vitals, and that comes from a relative URL, report web vitals, which is just going to report a bunch of stuff for us. We're not going to get into that in this particular module. And then we get to the nitty-gritty, the actual code. So we have React DOM, that's our document object model, .render. In React strict mode, we're going to put our app inside of it. And so this is JSS. This looks really, really bizarre, but basically our app in JavaScript was a function. We can now write it as if it were standard HTML or XHTML. And the nice thing about this is React is just going to go behind the scenes and say, oh, I know exactly what this is, and I'm just going to work with it. I'm just going to magically make it work. And so we can actually get really, really complicated with this, and we can add things like variables dynamically to each component. We'll talk about that in the future. Last but not least, we have two options in here. So this is our first argument for the render command. This is the second argument for our render command. What this is saying is it's saying in strict mode, render our app, end strict mode, and put it in our elements that has an ID of root. So if we go into our public folder and go to index.html, we're going to see somewhere in here, where are you? Div ID of root. This is where our app is going to live. So if we get rid of this, this is no longer going to work for us. So we want to make sure that that always exists. Now it doesn't need to be called root. You could call this anything else. You'll often see it called app as well. So it's just an ID of app. And if you ever change that, you have to change it in here as well. So just make sure that that's always matching. Last but not least, we are running Web Vitals. And this is really, really useful for, it tells us right here, to start measuring performance in your app, pass a function to log results. For example, report web vitals console.log. So that is some of the bizarre syntax that we're going to see with React, and that's called JSX. The main thing that I want you to take away from here, and there's no task for this lesson, is I just want you to take a look at this. Just read through it. Understand that this is being imported. This is a class. This is a method on that class. So we're getting into object-oriented JavaScript programming. It takes one parameter. We can tell it's a parameter because there's a comma here. And the second parameter is where that app is supposed to be rendered. And then React is going to compile a bunch of stuff. It's going to say, oh, React strict mode. Okay, I know how to use that. Your app is going to understand what your app is, and it's going to render it in here as well. What's nice about this is we're starting to get into components. So if we had a secondary app, we could have another app in here. Import that. Let's just pretend we imported it. We could call it app, or we could call it shop. And it's going to render our app and our shop in our document root. So once again, there is no task for this lesson. I just want you to take no, scratch that. The task is actually open up your index.js and just read through these lines here. Just sort of get an idea of how this looks, because this is really bizarre at first. This is nothing like anything else on the web. This is completely new. This is called JSX. And so basically you have a component, an ending component, and inside of it, and it looks just like HTML, we have something inside. So this is like in HTML, we could have a div/div, and then we could have an h1 inside of it. It's very, very similar. So the learning curve for this particular part is fairly low. Once you're done reading through that, let's head on over to the next lesson, and let's maybe get started with creating our first component. All right, let's go ahead and create our first component. So what we're going to do is, first and foremost, we're going to say import React from React package. And that just allows us to use React. And then what we can do is create a new component in here. And it looks like this. Class, my component name, so let's call it an item, extends React.component. And in here, it takes a render method. It looks a lot like a function. And in here, it takes a return statement. So it returns something. We're going to open and close with parentheses and just put an h1 in here. Hello world. Now that's nice, but you can see that this kind of isn't the right color. It kind of looks, it looks dim. And so that's basically saying it's not actually being used. So let's go ahead and use this. Now we have this React component, and the nice thing about this is we can write it just like we saw in our index.js, just like this. So let's go ahead and create a new item inside of our code. So let's remove this paragraph, and first things first, let's remove the paragraph. Let's go back to our browser and just make sure that paragraph doesn't exist. This is what it looked like before. It said change this text. I got rid of it. It's gone. Okay. Cool. So now that that's deleted, I can type item, and this is just standard XHTML, save, and it says hello world. So now I actually haven't said anything in here. I've written it in here, and I can write anything I want here. I can say hello world, and then in small letters, this is a test. And what's nice about this is we don't actually have to change it in our app once we set that item. We can do a lot of our logic, a lot of our processing in a component. Now let's go ahead and split this component out into its own, well, component file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut this, cut that, and I'm going to say import item from, and I'm going to create a new file here called my item. And we can get rid of this line as well because it's not going to be used in this file. And I'm going to create a new file in here called myitem.js. So notice that I called it myitem.js, but it's just called myitem here. When React compiles your code, it knows, it understands that this is going to be most likely a JavaScript file. Now, for instance, we specified app.css because we had to tell it, hey, by the way, don't import app.js, don't import logo.js, import logo.svg. But by default, it's going to assume JavaScript. So I created a file called myitem.js. I'm just going to paste that first line in there. And I'm going to paste this code in here as well. And let's go ahead and fix up that indentation there. That looks good. And now you can see that item is also dimmed again. It's not being used. What we need to say here is export this item so that it's importable later. Export, by default, this item. And if I go back to app.js, we're going to import item from my item. Now let's open up our terminal, and there are no errors in here. What if we typoed this? We said item 2. It says failed to compile. Item is not defined. Let's put it back to the way it's supposed to, and we don't get any sort of compile error in our terminal. Now let's go back to our browser, and it works. We have now created a component and split it into its own component file. And we can change this at any point in time. And just as an example, hello from Caleb Tallien, that's me. And it says hello from Caleb Tallien. And so now we can split out components, not just from large amounts of logic, because your app.js could get quite large. You can now split that component out into its own file, so it's more maintainable in the future. And all your logic and all your processing for this particular item in here, for this H1 that we're rendering, can go inside of your item component. So your task for this lesson is, step number 1, what I want you to do is add this, the text that I just highlighted, to your app.js. And then I want you to actually instantiate, I want you to use that component that you created. And you can copy my code. I'm not going to give you the source code necessarily, just because this is very, very simple. And it's really, really good practice to write this out so that you know that, for example, classes have curly braces, but return uses a parentheses. So go ahead and give that a try. That's step 1. Step 2 is then to take that code from your app.js and split it into your own component like I did. Once you're done with that, let's head on over to that next lesson. All right, let's talk about this thing called props. So where's a good example? A good example would be, a clean example would be, in our index.js, we have a component called app. And we could have this thing, just like in HTML, where we have an attribute is equal to some sort of value. In React, we call it a prop. So a prop is equal to some sort of value, and we can pass that in. Now, when we pass in a prop or an attribute into our component, we can access that as a JavaScript variable. So let's go ahead and I just undid that. I'm going to close that file. Open up app.js, and where I have item in here, I'm going to give this item a name. And so this name is simply going to be Gully. So I save that, and we're going to see that absolutely nothing happens. And in my item here, where I have this item, I can't just simply type Gully, because A, that's not a variable. I can't type Gully, and I certainly can't type name. You'd think that we would be able to, but we simply can't. So if I save this, we're going to say that, or we're going to see that it says failed to compile, unexpected use of name. So let's go ahead and undo this, and let's put placeholder in here and save that. Now what we can do is we can access props using the this keyword. So in React, when we have any sort of reference to other React or other JavaScript, we always open and close with mustache syntax with an opening and closing curly brace. Then we say this dot props dot, and then what was that prop name? That prop name was just name. So we can say this dot props dot name. Let's save that. And it says I can now open this in the browser. And there it is, hello from Gully. Now this is really nice because we can use this item in multiple places now. So we can create an item here, we can copy and paste this to a new line. Rhubarb, those are the two cats that I live with. I love them very, very much. They are super cute, and I want them to be in this video. So I go back and it says hello from Gully, hello from Rhubarb. I put another one, me, hello from Caleb. Hello from Gully, hello from Rhubarb, hello from Caleb. And so by writing a very minimal amount of code, simply using a component, a reusable component called an item that we named here, we can pass in a variable called name. And that name can be accessed through this .props.name. And the reason we use this is because we are inside of a class here. So this refers to this entire class, just this one, not any other class. This is simply referring to this class as a component. Then we namespace it with props so that it's not just this.name, because that can get very confusing when you have a larger project. We say this.props as in properties, and then the property name. Now what happens if we type the wrong one in here? Let's say we do this.props.name with a capital N. It compiled, it worked fine, but it doesn't actually work for us. And the reason for that is because this is looking for a prop called name with a capital N. And so this is very, very case sensitive. So just make sure that your name casing always works. I said name with a lowercase n, there, and there. And I want to make sure it works here. Now, what I would like you to do as your task is for your component that you created, I want you to give it a property. I want you to give it a prop. And you can use my example as well if you like. It can be a name is equal to something. And then in your component, I want you to access that property. I want you to be able to show it on your page. So say hello from this.props and then your property name. Make sure it shows up in your browser the way you expect it to show up. And when you're done that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk about adding click events. Let's take a look at adding a click event. So I have a component in here called item. I have 3 of them actually with different names. So it's using the same logic. We're simply replacing the name. And in here, we're using that prop. This is from our last lesson. Now, what happens if you click on, let's say this H1? Now that's sort of a terrible example, but this is going to really drive home the idea that there can be a click event. And so how click events work, or how most events work, is it actually uses old school HTML, which we haven't seen in a long time. So one way of writing a function is onClick is equal to, and then you can put some JavaScript or JavaScript function in here. Now, a lot of places don't teach us anymore because it's really, really old school, but React leverages this very, very heavily. So to create an onClick event, we say onClick, and then we give it some sort of value. We're just going to delete that for now, and I'm going to come back to that in just a second. We need to give it some sort of method, some sort of action. So let's create a new function in here called clickMe. And all this is going to say is console log I was clicked. And then back to the onClick here. We put this in mustache syntax or curly braces, and we can say arrow function run this dot click me as a function. Now this looks a little bit weird at first, but you'll get used to it, I promise. So we have this opening curly brace, is this weird curly syntax here. And this is saying everything between here is going to be JavaScript. It's going to be React. The rest of this looks a lot like HTML. But hey, React, when you go to compile this, this is going to be JavaScript, just so you know. So when you click something, there's going to be some sort of event, and it's going to then execute this.clickMe. And this is object-oriented programming. And every time we click this, it's going to console log I was clicked. So let's go ahead, save that. It looked like it compiled fine. And if I go in here, right click, inspect, go into my console, and let's just make this significantly bigger. If I click on Gully, it says I was clicked, Rhubarb says I was clicked, and Caleb says I was clicked. Now what's cool about this is because every component is its own piece of code, basically. So Gully is going to get his own click event, Rhubarb gets his own click event, and I get my own click event. So what we can say now is I was clicked, and let's put this, let's put a second parameter in here that says this.props.name. And it's going to say I clicked, and then just the name. So let's go ahead and take a look. It says that it refreshed. Let's just clear our console there. And let's click this. I clicked Gully, I clicked Rhubarb, I clicked Caleb. So now we can perform some sort of logic based on that. We can say, hey, if you clicked on Rhubarb, print this was an orange cat. Or if you click on Gully, console log something else. Or if you click on Caleb, say that this is not a cat. We can perform some sort of logic based on that property name and a click event. So what I would like you to do as your task is I want you to add an onClick event with a click function and simply console log the property that is being passed into your property from the last lesson. So now we're getting a little more advanced here. And to break this down just once more, we're saying onClick is equal to curly brace. That's how we know it's going to be JavaScript and React inside of this. Function is going to then execute this, which is this entire component, .clickMe with parentheses, because that matches here. That's then going to be executed, and you can console log anything you like in there. It can be just a regular string, or you can console log your props.name. You can console log anything. You can create an API request if you wanted to, which we'll get to down the road. You can really do anything at this point in time because this is just regular JavaScript. So now you've combined your HTML with an onClick event connecting to your JavaScript in React. Go ahead and give this a shot. Spend a few good minutes on this. And remember, if you ever run into a problem, so let's say there was a typo in here, we could save this, it's going to compile perfectly fine. But when we test this, let's refresh the page, we test this, it simply doesn't work. So you want to make sure that your code is always working. And if you wanted to see this break, this will give you some sort of error. Watch this. Type error cannot read property props of undefined. So it's telling you there's some sort of problem in here. And that's because this is a property, not a method. This is acting like a variable, not a function. So anytime you run into an issue, you can always just read through, oh, it went away, but you can read through the error and it will likely give you an idea of what's going on. It's not perfect, but it'll give you a good idea of what's going on and how to fix it. All right, let's go ahead and add some state to our component. And what state is it's a lot like props. Props is a value that you're passing in to your component. So it's a property, it's a custom property you're passing into your component. State is like a variable that's being internally tracked inside of your component. So every time you create a new item, it gets a new state. And this is kind of tricky to explain. And for me, at least when I was learning this a long time ago, the best way to learn this was to simply do it. So let's go ahead and create some state. For this, we're going to need to use a magic method called constructor. And I need to be able to spell that right, constructor. And this can take in props if we wanted to. And we could write super props. So we're just dealing with props there. If this were to extend from a different component, one that we wrote, this would make sure that all the other components from, let's say, not item, but maybe a list that we would write would be available to us here. That's all that's saying. Then we can say this dot state is equal to, and this is an object. And let's count the number of clicks. So we can say clicks is going to be 0. That's the number of times that this was clicked. Now in our clickMe state, not our state, but our clickMe method, what we can say is every time this is clicked, this dot set state as a function takes an object and it basically matches this object here. So we're going to put the key of clicks, and it's going to be this dot state dot clicks plus 1. Now that's cool and totally useless. It's not doing anything. At least we can't see that it's doing anything. So let's go ahead and make sure that when you click one of these, it actually does something. So in our H1, every time this is clicked, it's going to do something. So let's put the number of clicks below it. Let's write a new span in here. And this is just going to show the number of clicks. So we can say this dot state dot clicks is the number of clicks. And this is going to do 2 things, 3 things actually. So the first one here is we need to wrap all of this in some sort of HTML element. Let's go ahead and just move that up. And you notice that it was giving me a big problem there. It was giving me all those squiggly underlines. That's because the return statement is always expecting at least one element to be wrapped around all of your other code. So that's number 1. I save, I go here. Number 2 is, you can see it says 0 is the number of clicks, 0 is the number of clicks, 0 is the number of clicks. I wrote this in one spot, but because I have this component being used 3 times, it automatically updated in 3 different places. That's awesome. That means you have to do a lot less typing and your job gets a lot more easy, or gets easier. That was a funny way of saying that. Okay, so the third thing it's going to do is it's going to update the number of clicks. You can see that by default it says 0. If I click on Gully, every time I click this, I mean, I probably should have made this a button instead of an H1, but every time I click this, that number goes up. Same with Rhubarb, same with Caleb. And the really nice thing about this is that the number of clicks is local to this particular component. The number of clicks for Rhubarb is local to this component, and Gully is local to this component. What that means is this one is an item, this is a different item, and this is a different item. But we've written the logic just once, so we have constructor, state is equal to, an object with clicks is by default 0. Then when you click it, it updates the number of clicks by 1. And all that's going to do is update it for its one component. So when I click on Rhubarb, 3 turns into 4. 12 doesn't change, 4 doesn't change, only 3 does. And only this component is being updated. That is the power behind state. Now, the syntax for this is a little bit weird and it looks a little magical, but we can basically say when you have a constructor, this dot state is equal to, and I don't know why that moved, but this dot state is equal to an object, key, value. We can have numerous values in here too. We can say total remaining is equal to 100. And if we wanted to update total remaining, we would just add a comma in here and say the total remaining, we're going to update this all at once, remaining, make sure that's spelled the same, yep, is equal to this dot state dot total remaining minus 1. And not a semicolon because this is an object, not a regular line of JavaScript. And then we could say in here, the total remaining is going to be this dot state dot total remaining. And remember, we use that syntax, that curly brace syntax. That's how it knows that this is going to be JavaScript and not just HTML. So now every time I click this, this is going to go down. You can see that it's going down from 90 down to 80. Same with this one, same with this one, and the numbers are going up. So now we have 2 different states working at the same time for each particular item or each component. Now, what I would like you to do for your task is I want you to, first of all, add some state. You need to write your constructor method. It doesn't hurt to pass in props and super your props in there. Create your state in your constructor. Then in your click function from the last lesson, I want you to write this.setState. It takes an object which looks basically identical to this object and just change that value. You could change it to a name, you could change it to number of clicks, you could change it to anything you like. Last but not least, you need to be able to actually put that state in your document object model, in your HTML. And so all we do there is we say curly brace, this dot state dot property name from our object, that is, and then closing curly brace. Normal HTML, more JavaScript. That's all we have to do. Go ahead, try that out, and when you are ready, let's head on over to the next lesson. All right, let's create a brand new component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of, well, I'm going to comment this out so I can show you what a comment looks like, and I'm going to delete these other two. So a comment in JSX or in React looks like this. Curly brace, so we know that this is going to be JavaScript, ends with curly brace, so we know everything between here is going to be JavaScript. Then a JavaScript comment, and an ending JavaScript comment. So that's what that looks like. If you're on VS Code, you can hit Command, I'll type that out actually, CMD plus this, that slash. If you're on Windows, I can't remember if it is Control slash or Alt slash, but either way, you can simply go to your line and Command slash for me, and it just comments it out for me. So I can go ahead, save that, and we're going to take a look, and it says compile with warnings. Item is defined but never used right up here. So we can go ahead, we can comment that out as well. This uses a regular JavaScript comment because it's not inside of JSX. Save. And let's go ahead and create a brand new component in here, and then we'll split it out. So let's create a new component called Star Wars. So class Star Wars extends React. That was a strange autocomplete. React dot component. And because we're using React.component, we need to import React. So we can say import React from, and then the string React because it's a package. Then in here, we need some sort of render function. So render, and it's going to return on multiple lines. So we use parentheses. Let's just put an H1 in here. This is Star Wars. That's all we're going to do for now. In this particular component, at least. Let's go ahead and grab Star Wars, and because it's not being used, let's make it used. So let's go ahead and get rid of our header. We don't need that. And let's just clean this up a little bit. So let's say this is a test. Let's make sure this works the way we expect. This is a test. We actually want that header in there because that is coming with some nice styling. So let's keep that header. I just undid Control Z or Command Z. This is a test. There we go. This is what we want. So what I can do here is, now that I have basically gutted the inside of my default React app, I can go ahead and put Star Wars in here. Let's go ahead and write Star Wars. And this is a React component, so we write it like JSX. It says logo is not being used. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And we don't have any more complaints or warnings. And it says this is Star Wars. So in just a couple of minutes, we are now creating a React component on the fly, very, very quickly. Now, over the next number of lessons, what we're going to do is we're going to create an API. We're not going to create an API. We're going to consume an API. We're going to use an API that allows us to randomly generate Star Wars characters every time you click a button. So what I need you to do for this lesson is I need you to create a new class, a new component. It extends from react.component. Just render a thing. We can change what it renders a little bit later, and then use that in your JSX. Once that's actually working in your browser, feel free to move on to that next lesson. All right, let's do some pseudocoding here. First of all, we're going to be creating a random Star Wars generator using an API. So let's go ahead and find an API. So let's do Star Wars API. Not data GitHub. And we can go to swappy.dev. Swappy.co doesn't exist anymore. There's also swappy.tech if you want to. This is the Star Wars API, Swappy. And anytime you go to https swappy.dev/API/people/1, for instance, it's going to give you information on Luke Skywalker. So let's go ahead and type this into our URL just to make sure that this works. /API/people/1. And here we can see this is what it's going to end up returning for us. Now the styling's a little weird because there's like white text on a light gray background, but this is the JSON that we're going to get back. And so let's go ahead and add a name, height. Let's add a home world URL and the films that this character is in. So we're going to do a little bit of pseudo coding here. We're just going to set ourselves up for success. So we're going to create a div, which is going to be our container for all of our code. Then in here, we're going to have a name. And then what did I say we were going to add? A height. Let's maybe add that height in centimeters. Home world is some sort of home world. We don't know yet. So that's going to be a URL. That's going to be a link. And then P, maybe let's not do a P. Let's do UL, an unordered list, with an LI, just as an example, not an LU, but an LI. Films in here. And this is going to look pretty terrible, but this is going to work for us at least. So it says name, height. This is all text aligned left. Let's go ahead and change that. I changed that at the very beginning. Index.css. Nope. It was in app.css. Text align. Let's get rid of that because it's not doing anything. Text align center. You can see that it recompiled down here. There we go. It's centered. Oh, last but not least, we also need some sort of button in here, because how are we going to randomly generate a character without a button? So let's go ahead and add a big old button in there. So we type button, and this is just HTML. Type is going to be a regular button. Class is going to have some sort of class name. We can add a class just called btn, button, I guess. And this is going to say randomize character. Okay, we have a little button in there. Let's go ahead and make that button bigger by opening our app.css. And I'm just going to scroll to the bottom and type in .btn, because that matches the class name. This is just CSS here, so not that file, but the class name here. So this is regular CSS, and I actually made a mistake. It's not class, it's class name is equal to btn. And we have a class in here called btn. Let's change the background color to black, border 1 pixel solid, black. No, let's do yellow. Text color is going to be yellow as well. Padding is going to be 20 pixels all over the place, and the font size is going to be much larger. Let's make this 25 pixels and save, wait for it to compile. Randomize character. So this is a button that's actually doable. We have an error in here though. Class, did you mean class name? Let's go ahead and refresh. And that was just an error from the last compile. So I just refreshed and got rid of that error. So now we need to randomize this character, but we've pseudo-coded a little bit in here. And all we did was we said, hey, there's going to be a name, there's going to be a height in centimeters, there's going to be a home world as URL, and there's going to be films in here. So we're not actually doing any real JavaScript coding at the moment. We're just hashing this out. We're roughing out our code so that we know what to work with in the next lesson. What I'd like you to do is mirror me. I want you to do some pseudo coding. So if you don't want to use the Swappy API, this one here, if you don't want to use Star Wars, there's another one called a Pokemon API. You just have to Google it. It'll give you basically a very similar looking site with very similar data structures. But I'm going to be using the Star Wars one, and I want to get the name of a character, the height, homeworld, and the films. And that's what we're going to start doing from the next lesson forward. So go ahead, mimic me, and when you're ready, let's head on over to that next lesson. All right, we now need to add a click feature, so an on-click feature. So we have this Star Wars component here, and it's rendering HTML with a bunch of H1, P, P, UL, LI, and a button. And every time you click that button, it needs to do something. So we went over this once. Let's go ahead and go over it once more. So we're going to say onClick is equal to, and then instead of your regular quotations like we usually do in HTML or XHTML, we're going to say this is going to be JavaScript. So we use curly braces. Then in here we can say get new character is going to be a function, and this is simply going to get a new character. But let's just make sure this actually works by console logging something. Get new character from a button. And we didn't fill out on click, So on click, this is going to be an arrow function. This dot get new character. This is a method, so we use parentheses. And what we can do here, and you'll see this a lot, is we can put this all on new lines as well, so it's a little more readable. Like this. And yeah, you're gonna see this quite a bit down the road as well when you're writing a lot of React. So we have an on-click function here. Let's go ahead and save this. And refresh our page. It just clears that console out for me at the bottom here. And when I click it, it says, get new character from a button. So it's working. Our click event is actually working. Now that's all we're going to do for this particular lesson, and I would like you to do the same. Make sure you have an on-click event. It has to actually trigger something. Don't worry about making an API request yet. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But make sure that you have a click event that actually works. And I just write console log as a test. We're going to end up deleting this code in a little bit. But it's a good test. It tells me that it's actually working. So go ahead, get that set up, and when you're ready, let's head on over to the next lesson where we start working with a little bit of state. All right, let's go ahead and add some state to our Star Wars random character generator using an API. So first things first, we need to add a constructor. We can pass in the props if we wanted to. There's no props, so we're just going to skip that. And we're going to say this.state is equal to, and then it takes an object. Or if you come from Python, it takes a dictionary. And we need to store, what do we need to store? The name, the height, the homeworld, and the films they're in. So let's go ahead and store the name as null. We don't know what that name is going to be yet. The height is going to be null. We don't know what that height is going to be yet. That homeworld is also going to be null. We don't know what that is going to be yet. And the films, that's going to be an empty array. And the way I got this, and we'll come back to this in just a second with the super, but the way I got null everywhere is because we don't know what the name, height, or homeworld is, but films, we know that that's going to be at least a list or an array. And if we go back here, we're going to see films. See right here? This is an array. And so we want to store that data just as it is inside of our application. Now let's go ahead and run this. And this is saying that super needs to come before. So let's run super. Cool. That seems to work. Good enough. Now, every time we click get new character, we need to update this state. And we do that with this.setState. And I'm literally just going to copy and paste this over. And we're going to hard code some of these just for the time being. So the name is going to be Luke. The height is going to be 172 if I remember. Tatooine. Please don't judge me if I spelt that wrong. And I'm going to leave the films as one item in here, just item 1. Actually, I'm going to put item 2 in here as well, just so we can see what this looks like. So we're just going to hard code these values, and then we can change it in here. So we can say this.state.name. Height in centimeters, I think it's in centimeters. This.state.height. The homeworld is going to be a URL. So this.state.homeworld. And again, we're setting that state. We originally set that state, and when you click, we're going to reset that state, or we're going to update that state. And lastly, films is going to go in here. This is going to be an interesting one. We're going to work with this a little bit later. But we could say this.state.films. And we hard-coded this. This is not using an API request yet. You can see it kind of looks a little bit ugly, a little bit broken at the moment. When we click it, it automatically fills those things in for us. Check that out. That's pretty nice. Now let's go ahead and make sure that this doesn't show up. We're going to do that in the next lesson. So every time you load the page, there's just a button, and none of this stuff is going to show up until that button is clicked. We'll do that in the next lesson. But for the time being, make sure you have this hard-coded. Don't worry about the API request. We just need to make sure you have a constructor. Make sure you run super first. This.state, you're going to want name, height, homeworld, films, or any other data you want to use from Swappy from the Swappy API. Make sure when you click, you're going to be setting that state. So you want to set the name, the height, the homeworld, the films, or whatever properties you set in your object, in your state object. And then simply print that out to the page in your render function. Go ahead, try that out. And when you're ready, let's head on over to the next lesson where we hide all this stuff until it's actually available to see. Let's take a look at hiding this stuff. So if we go back here and we refresh our page, it says centimeters, homeworld, and there's a list. And we just don't want that to show up. What we need is some sort of if statement inside of our render method. So what we can do, and there's a couple of different ways we can do this, but I'm going to show you the JSX way. So we can say, open up our curly braces. This just means there's going to be some JavaScript logic in here. We're going to say, if something is true and, then we can give this a div. So we're going to go back into JSX and let's move all of this stuff in here except the button. So up, up, in, and something needs to be true. So what we can do is we can work with a state here. So by default, we can say something is false. When that button is clicked, something is true. So we can say this dot has character, or let's say loaded character. And this is going to be a state. So this dot state. And we need to set that up here in our constructor. So we want to say loaded character. This is going to be false by default. And when you get a new character, we're going to update that to be true. And what this is going to do is it's not going to show anything until we click this, which is really, really nice because we didn't want that CM or that homeworld or just that little bullet there. We didn't want any of that to show up until there was actually some data. So to recap what we did here was we opened up our JavaScript syntax, so JavaScript inside of JSX. We said, if the state of the loaded character is true, and this is a shortcut from JavaScript, then we say and we put some text in here or some JSX. That then says if that character was loaded, we have all this other state. And basically, by default, we said character's not loaded. The button wasn't clicked yet. When the button is clicked, we're going to say that character is loaded. When that character is loaded, all this other stuff is going to be set at the same time, and we can show it in here. Lastly, we closed our syntax with a closing curly brace, and that just simply says everything in here is going to be some form of JavaScript logic. It's not just XHTML. Go ahead, try that out, make sure it's working for you. When you're ready, we're going to head on over to that next lesson together. I'll see you over there. All right, let's go ahead and make our first API request. So what we need to do is in our get new character, not only do we need to set the state, but we need to make an API request over to swappy.dev to get some information. So let's work with this in a very, very simple manner to begin with. Let's go over to swappy.dev, and I'm going to get this API/people/one URL. And I'm going to put this in here as const URL is equal to just that URL. Then we're going to create a fetch API request. So we're going to say fetch that URL using a get request by default. Then we're going to take that response and we're going to JSONify it or decode it from JSON because we know that response is going to be coming from JSON. This is JSON format here. So we want to make sure that response, whatever it is going to be JSON. Then once that is done, we're going to take that data, all that JSON, and we're going to work with it. And we're going to say console.log data. And let's get rid of our first console.log so we don't clutter up our console. Everything looks like it's in order. It compiled perfectly fine. Let's go back to our React app and refresh. And you can see that our stuff loaded first. That's just because it's hard-coded. That's fine. We're not going to worry about that for now. We're going to replace that in just a second. What we wanted to make sure worked was this. In our console, it got all the information, got our birth year, got, who is this? This is Luke Skywalker, got his name, his height, his mass, his hair color, skin color, films, gender, height, homeworld, mass, yada, 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 all sorts of stuff in there. So we now have this data to work with in a object or in an object in JavaScript. I almost called it a dictionary because I write a lot of Python. Basically same thing. So what we want to do now is we want to take this code, this set state, and we want to move it up into the data here. And we want to set that data to be relevant. So the data name is going to be Luke Skywalker. We get data from here. So this whole object here is going to be called data. That's what we assigned it to here. And then we said the name is going to be right there. We got the name. So data.name. Height is going to be, height is 172. Oh, I guessed right. Let's do data.height. Home world. This is going to be a URL. So it's going to be a home world. And you can work with this a little bit later. Once you have this project up and running, you can then say, oh, there's a home world URL. Let's go ahead and also fetch that data as well. But for now, we're going to keep it simple and say data.homeworld, and it's just going to be a URL. That's fine. And the films, is it called films in here? Yep, films, there's 4 of them. Luke is in film 1, 2, 3, and 6. These are the IDs, not the film order, by the way. So we do data.films. And let's go ahead and test this out. So what this is now going to do is, when I refresh, oh, you don't have to refresh. I like to refresh just as a habit to sort of clean out my console quickly. What this is going to do is I'm going to click this button. It's going to then make a request to swappy.dev, and I'll show you. It's going to show up in our console here. And once that request is done, assuming I don't have any typos, it's going to load the data up here. And it's always going to show Luke Skywalker. There we go. Luke Skywalker, 172 centimeters. Homeworld is planet/1, and he's in films 1, ID of 2, film ID of 3, film ID of 4. These are not the episodes, by the way. This is just a different way of ordering data. So we have that working now. I want you to make sure you have this working the same way I have this working. And in the next lesson, we're going to actually randomize this, because right now, every time I click this, it just loads Luke. And, you know, as great as Luke is, maybe we want to be exposed to someone else, some other characters out there that come from swappy.dev. All right, let's generate a random Star Wars character. So you can see here that we have swappy.dev/API/people/1. And that's just going to get the first character in their database. ID number 1 is the first character in swappy.dev's database. What if we go over to their website and we look at people/4? Who is number 4? Darth Vader. Nice. Another common character, so that's a good one to use. What if we wanted to get, who's number, I don't know, I'm going to guess number 11. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm on a roll here. Anakin Skywalker. Nice. So, you know, keeping it in the family. Okay, so that's random-ish. Let's see what happens when we go to number 100. There isn't a 100. And so with a lot of APIs, what we can do is, because this is a detail URL, we can simply go to /people, and this will show us all of the people. It says there's a count of 82. So we know there's at least 82 characters in there with an ID. So now we need a random number between 0, or not 0, but a random number between 1 and 82. So we're going to create a random number, const random number is equal to, and this is just plain JavaScript here, so we're going to round whatever this number is, math.random, and this is going to give us a number between 0 and 1, and then we're going to multiply that by 82, and make sure that that's rounded. So if it's like 0.41523, it's going to multiply that by 82 and then round that to a whole number. Then we can take that number and we can turn this into a template literal instead of a regular string. And we can throw this variable in here. Again, this is just regular JavaScript at this point. And what this is going to do is get a random number between 1 and 82. And so every time we click this function, this click event is going to create a new random number, create a new random URL, and it's going to fetch that URL and then set that data for us. And every time that data is set, our page updates automatically. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's refresh. Random character 1 is Ben. And every time I click this, it gets a new character. So now we actually have this up and running. Now we still have a few things to work with, such as the films. Okay, if there's multiple films, let's find one that has multiple films. Here's a good one. C3PO is in every film that they have in their database. This is one long string. What we want to do is actually show this as maybe a link and turn this into a link as well. So let's go ahead and first of all, in the next lesson, let's create a link here. I'll show you how to do that. And then in the lesson after that, let's go ahead and turn this into multiple bullet points. All right, let's go ahead and linkify our home world. So our home world is data.homeworld, and that's a URL. And when it shows up in here, it says homeworld and then just a URL in here. So let's go ahead and actually cut this. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a link. This is going to be a really, really short video. So I just pasted that in there. This is a regular link. And would you look at that? It compiled fine. The only weird thing here is that href doesn't have apostrophes around it. We're using JavaScript inside of it. So we're saying, hey, React, when you compile this, curly brace, this is going to be JavaScript in here, so make sure you know what to do. Oh, by the way, we're closing that JavaScript. The rest is going to be HTML. And behind the scenes, it works a lot of logic and understands what it needs to do. So when I refresh here, we're going to see that this is now it's a hard to read link, but it actually is a link. And if I click this, this brings me to Planet 42, Haroon Kal, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry if you're a big Star Wars fan. I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan, but I don't know how to say all the names. So I'm sorry if I butchered that. But it brought me to Mace Windu's home world. And again, all we did there was we said href is equal to open and close those curly braces, then put your JavaScript inside of it. That's all we had to do. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and work on sort of linkifying these films, but we have to learn how to loop through some of these first, and this is going to be a larger lesson. So make sure you have this up and working, and when you are ready, let's head on over to the next lesson where we learn how to loop through things in our HTML, or our JSX rather. Okay, let's loop through all the films. We know that the films are going to be an array, so we can loop through those. And how do we loop through those in React? Well, React uses a different way of looping. So you're probably familiar with a for loop or for each loop at this point. And I want to get rid of that as well, because we want every li to be in every film. But we're going to be using a new way. Instead of using a for loop or for each loop, we're going to be using map. So we open up our logic here, and we say this.state.films.map, and this is a function, and this is going to take a film, so it's going to loop through every item, and we're going to call it film. And we could return li with the film in there. Let's go ahead and see what this does. Let's create a new one in here, and look at that. That's working for us. Now that's really, really cool, but what if we wanted to throw this into a new component? We could do that very, very easily. And so what I'm going to do here is, because there's a lot of code, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller here. And we're going to get rid of this. And we're simply going to call this movies. And up here, in our render function, above our return statement, because nothing below a return statement is ever executed, it needs to be above our return statement, we can say const movies is equal to this.state.films.map. And what can we map in here? First of all, we can map the film name itself, or the film URL. So let's call this URL. And we can also give it an index. We're going to need this in just a second, and I'll show you why. And then instead of saying like li something rather, which that didn't do what I wanted it to do, instead of saying li something rather like that and writing JSX in here, or HTML rather, we could write JSX. So we could return film item row, which does not exist yet, but we could make it exist. And this is giving me funny syntax highlighting because I was missing that arrow in there. So now we have this new component. We haven't created this component yet. We need to go and create this component. Now this is going to be a rather simple component. So let's go ahead and say class film item row extends react.component render. And we return, let's return multiple lines. We use opening and closing parentheses. We're going to return an li every single time. There's going to be a link that goes somewhere. We don't know what that is yet. And there's going to be some text. And in just a second, we're going to pass in some properties so that we can dynamically put some data inside of our film item row. So let's go down and find our film item row. Film item row. And all this is going to do is throw every movie into a const called movies, which we can then put inside of here. Let's go ahead and try this out. And did we get an error? The href attribute requires a valid value. Oh, okay. That was my mistake. Valid value. So let's just say go nowhere. .html. There we go. No more complaints. Okay, let's refresh. And you can see in here, it says some text, and that URL, if you look at the bottom left, says go nowhere. Now, what's interesting about this is if I make this console just a bit smaller here, we can read this error. It says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. If you ever see this, what you need to do is pass in a prop. And what we do here, because every component in React needs to be, for more or less, it needs to be unique. And so we pass in a key to make it unique. And we're going to pass in that I. Let's go ahead and save that. Refresh. We don't get that error anymore. Now let's go ahead and replace this text with the URL and that URL with the URL. So we're going to pass in another prop in here called URL is equal to URL. And that's just coming from here. So what this is doing essentially is it's looping through all of our films. For every film, it's going to map that URL and then the index in this basically a for loop. For every film, it's going to then return a new component that has a unique key in there. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., with a URL prop as well. Now, what's nice about that is we don't have to write multiple components. We can simply put the prop in here. We can say this .props.url. And I'm getting that from, I'm getting that from, where am I? Let's close some of this up. I'm getting that URL from here. So that's a prop. So this .props.url does not belong in parentheses because that is a string. We want this to execute some actual logic behind the scenes. And let's put that same one in here. This .props.url. Save. Our compiler said there were no problems. We're going to refresh our page. I like to refresh. You usually don't have to refresh unless you see an error and it doesn't automatically update for you. I like to refresh just as an old habit. And check this out. It says swappy.dev API films 4, API films 5, API films 6. Let's go ahead and click this link. API films 6. That matches up here, so that's a proper looking link. It is Revenge of the Sith. Episode ID is 3. And it has all these characters in here, all these planets, all these starships, all these vehicles, all these species. Has all sorts of stuff in there. So that is working for us. Essentially, what we did was, we took a longer way of doing this. This is a very, very simple component. So we probably didn't need to put this into a component, but we did. We put it into a new component that renders an li for every single movie that a character is in. Then we said, pass that URL in as a prop. And as a prop looks like this. We pass that URL in. So for every film, we called it URL. We could just as easily call this film, and this is going to work the exact same way. This is not going to give us any errors. If there's 4 movies, there's 4 movies. It's going to store it in a constant variable called movies. And then we access movies down here. Now, I want you to give this a shot. Go the hard way. Don't do the easy way that I showed you in like the first minute or 90 seconds or so. Try this the hard way, because this is what React is like in production. As a professional developer, you're going to see components split out into tiny, tiny components like this, or larger components that use lots of other components. So you need to be really familiar with how to use a component. Last but not least, every item in a list, where are you, needs a key. And that key, I just said this key is going to be I. So if this is the first iteration, I is going to be 0. Second iteration, 1. Third iteration is going to be the number 2. And that's just going to say that every one of these is going to have a different key value. And that just makes it unique so that React is nice and happy with that, and so that it knows how to handle that component down the road instead of saying every component is the exact same. Go ahead, try that out. If you get stuck, leave your question down below or feel free to ask your question in the Facebook group Learning to Code. When you're done that, head on over to the next lesson and I'm going to give you a project. All right, welcome to your final project. I want you to do something different. So I have this URL here and I went to the wrong one. Whoops. github.com/akabab/Star Wars-API. And in here, if you go into API, you can go into ID. And if you go into ID number 1, it says it's Luke Skywalker, just like swappy.dev has. The difference is there's an image and you can load that image into your application. So when you randomly get a character, instead of just saying Sandhill, show a picture of Sandhill or show a picture of anyone else that shows up in here. Now you're going to need to change the URL. So you can't use swappy.dev because it doesn't support images. But if you use this URL right here, if you just click on like id1.json, it's going to give you this particular character. Or if your random number was, and there are 88 characters, let's see who number 88 is, Captain Phasma. If your number turned out to be random number 88, it should look for this URL. So you're going to want to make sure that 88 is a dynamic number. It is a random number. Fetch that URL. Get the name, the height, maybe the homeworld. Oh, I like this. This isn't actually a URL. This is a name. I like that. That's a little bit better. Get that image. And maybe get their species or affiliations or something and put that in your app as well. So basically, I want you to recreate what we created in this course or in this module. And I want you to put an image up here. You're going to need to use state a little bit. You might want to use props. You're going to want to change your API URL, and you're going to want to change the random number that we're generating because we're only generating up to 82, I believe it was. This supports up to number 88. Don't forget, if you ever get stuck, you can ask questions in the Learning to Code Facebook group. Come join us. It is a completely free group. You can ask any question about anything web development related. You can see there's over 65,000 members in here already. Feel free to come and join, ask questions, get feedback, and help other people out if you want. You can usually get an answer within a few minutes of your post being approved, which is really, really nice. It's very, very quick. There's a lot of helpful people in here. Last but not least, my name is Caleb Tallien. I have been your teacher throughout React 101. I hope you enjoyed this course. I hope this was fun and a fun introduction into React.js. If you want to follow me, you can always follow me on, well, all sorts of different places, but Twitter is a good one. You can always follow me on Instagram, or if you want to, you can get coding tips and tricks by going to instagram.com/codingforeverybody, and you get nice little tips and tricks like how to work with Django, how to work with Python decorators, how to work with React, etc., etc. Thank you so much for taking this course. I really appreciate your time, and I hope to see you in another one of my courses, or if you're in one of my larger courses, I hope to see you in the next module. Thanks again, and I'll see you around. Bye. Hello and welcome to Understanding APIs. This is a course where we're going to learn all about APIs. So the first thing we need to know is, what is an API? Well, an API is an application programming interface. It's not actually a visual interface like what you see in front of you. No, it's nothing like that. It is a programming interface. So it is I mean, it's sort of visual. If you were a computer, it would seem visual, but we're not, so we can't see it, and it just looks like a wall of code. But essentially, all it is one computer talking to another. That's it. It's very, very simple, and it doesn't matter what programming language you're using. You can use JavaScript, Python, PHP, Java, Ruby, any variation of C. Basically, any language that supports internet communication will support APIs and RESTful APIs, and there is a difference. We'll talk about those in just a little bit. So there are many different forms of API, but RESTful APIs are the most common API these days, and that's the API that we are going to be talking about primarily, because RESTful APIs are so popular, and I mean, there's a reason they're so popular. It's so simple, and that's what we're going to be learning about in this course. So I'm going to be using an analogy. I'm going to be using the analogy of a restaurant. And you're going to have you're going to have a waiter, and you're going to have a chef in your kitchen. So you're going to have 3 primary people in this scenario, and this is going to span the entire course. So it's good to be familiar with a restaurant analogy. So you can think of your API as sort of like your waiter. Your waiter is your messenger. So your waiter comes up to you and says, "Good evening, sir. What can I get for you?" And you say, "I would like your finest pizza." I don't know why I sound like Marvin the Martian, but I guess that's my voice as a pizza orderer. And then basically your waiter says, "Yeah, okay, I will get you that pizza, and I will just basically go and tell that guy just over there, he's the guy who's gonna make you your pizza. He's the chef. I'm gonna take your request and I'm gonna give it to him. He's gonna do really all the magic behind the scenes, and I'm just going to be the person who helps you out with the different requests." So you order a pizza, and your messenger, your waiter, goes to the kitchen and says, "Hey Tony, we have a customer at table number 1 who wants a pizza." And the chef starts making you a pizza. And when it's done, your waiter then brings food to you in the form of pizza, and you get to consume that pizza in any way, shape, or form. You want to use your hands, you want to use utensils, maybe you just want to like poof, put your head right into the pizza and just smear your face around in it. Doesn't matter, it's up to you. You got the pizza, you paid for it, it's yours. And it's really that simple. So when people talk about APIs, don't get overwhelmed. Don't think that it's this huge thing on the internet that's really, really hard to understand, because really all an API is the ability for one computer or one software to talk to another computer. Because really all it is the ability for one software over here to talk to another software over here, or maybe it's 2 different computers over an Ethernet connection, maybe it's 2 computers over a cable connection, internet connection, who knows? It's 2 systems of some variety talking to each other. That's all it is. It's no different than me picking up the phone, calling you, you picking up your phone, and us having a conversation. It's it. That's it. That's all it is. Now, RESTful APIs are a type of API, and they're meant to be incredibly simple. So let's take a real life example of what an API looks like. So this is a site that uses an API to collect flight prices from different websites. So we're going to be using a service called Skyscanner. This is a real service. Unfortunately, no, they did not pay me to use their name. Skyscanner is one website. You go there, you type in your destination, your departure time, your arrival time. It will take all of your data, bundle it up, and it will say, "Go out, my minions, and find all this different data." And basically it's going to take your data, send it off in 30 different directions, and it's going to ask airline websites for their data. Now, Skyscanner does not hold all of this data internally. It would be pretty impossible for them to constantly update all of their systems. Well, maybe not impossible, but definitely not worth their effort. All they want to do is create a nice single list for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your top 5 choices for flights based on convenience, maybe based on price. Maybe you want the cheapest possible flight. Who knows? But Skyscanner is going to get all these different connections and put them all in one place for you. So basically, Skyscanner sends out a request to all these different computers, and you can see here they are, these different computers outside of our Skyscanner website. And basically, this is an API request. Skyscanner is going to every single one and says, I need a response from here. I want the data from here. I want flight prices from here and here and here and here and here, and so on and so on. So once it makes that request to all these different servers, it waits a little bit, waits for all these different servers to basically say, yep, here's my data, and here's my data, and here's my data, and here's my data. And it just waits for all of them to come back and then gives you a nice list. And in that list, it looks like Skyscanner is doing all the work, but really Skyscanner just sent off data to all these different services, and these services came back with data, and Skyscanner simply presented it to you. That's all it did. That's the power of an API. Now that's a fairly extreme example because that is a one-to-many. That is one service using many different APIs and bringing them all together under one house. Or a lot of APIs or the other way, where, for example, you may have one of these computer nodes, maybe this is Air Canada, and you have Skyscanner and Kayak and all these other different services accessing their data. So now all of a sudden you have this massive network of computers all talking to each other. So computers use APIs to talk to each other over the internet. Now that's somewhat factually incorrect. It doesn't have to be over the internet. They can talk to each other over different services, different softwares. It can be basically you plug your MacBook into your Windows computer, and if there's a software in the middle that can join them, that might be considered an API. It's not considered a RESTful API, but that would be considered some sort of API integration or interface. So let's take a look at what programming languages we can use. So we see this image here and it says PHP, C++, JavaScript, Ruby, Python. You can put in, Java if you wanted to. You put in all sorts of different languages. There's one bad guy in here who doesn't belong. That guy right there. HTML does not belong. Now, HTML does not belong because it is a markup. It is not a proper language. All it does is make your website look nice. It does nothing else. So just as a quick little list, here are some of the languages, most popular languages in the world that we can use for APIs. Basically, any sort of language you can use to make a website, you can use for APIs. Python, JavaScript, PHP, Java, C, Ruby, etc., etc. If you're making a website with it, maybe it's .NET, you can use APIs. So let's take a look at what a RESTful API is. REST is a type of API, and it stands for Representational State Transfer, which sounds overly complicated because that's what us people in computer engineering, computer science do. We make things sound harder than they actually are. But simply put is a client computer. So I should explain this one. A client computer is any computer that is making a request to the server. So if you're sitting at your restaurant table and your waiter is way over there, you are the client, and your waiter and the chef would be, well, actually just the chef really. The chef would be your server or the computer that you're asking data from. Now, simply put, an API is a client computer asking another computer for data, or maybe to take a particular action to modify data, delete data, create data, something like that. So let's take a look at Swappy, the Star Wars API. So I just loaded up my browser here. I'm at swappy.co, and all this is a free Star Wars API where you can get all sorts of Star Wars data for free. Now, an API request, well, this is where we're going to learn the basics of an API request. So if I scroll down here, we have swappy.co/API, and it just says people/1 or planet/3 or starship/9. And on the surface, that makes no sense. But let's dig into this a little bit. So if I click, let's click planets/3, and it's going to make an API request to this particular service. So it's saying, hey, waiter, I would like to see planet number 3. The waiter is then going to say, okay, I will get you a menu of all the planets. Specifically, he opens it up for you and says, here is number 3. Turns out that number 3 is Yavin 4. Its climate is it's temperate, it's tropical. Diameter, I'm not even sure what 10,200 is, meters, kilometers, who knows. The date that it was created, its actual URL as well. We can do the same thing with Starship. Starship number 9, let's ask what that is. We say, hey, Mr. Waiter, in this case, it is swappy.co. We want to say, hey, Swappy, what is Starship number 9? So your waiter says, okay, let me get you the menu for all the different starships, brings it to you, opens it up, and says, number 9 is the Death Star. And so generally, an API will then spit out a bunch of data that looks like this. Now, if you're not familiar with this, that's okay. This is called JavaScript Object Notation, or JSON for short. Now, what JSON is a structured key value pair. So you have a key here. The name is the Death Star. The model of the Death Star is the DS-1 Orbital Battle Station. The Starship class is a Deep Space Mobile Battle Station. And basically, when you make a request to a service like this, it's just going to give you all of this data in here, and you can do whatever you like with it. Now let's take a look at a real example. So I'm going to inspect my element, hit the console. Let's make that just a wee bit bigger. And I already have this in my clipboard. This is just a JavaScript example of using the fetch API, where I'm going to simply go to swappy.co/API/people. This is then going to basically say this is a JSON response, so make sure it's JSON, and console log whatever the response is. Now, if you don't write JavaScript, that's okay. You can do this in basically any language. It's going to look a little bit different. Your syntax, your functions are going to be called different things, but basically this is it. This is the simplest form. So let's go ahead and hit enter. So it created a JavaScript promise and returned an object. Now this object has a count of 87. There's a next URL, so there's more than one page. That's pretty cool. And not all APIs will give you a next or previous or a count, but this particular one does. And in here, there are 10 results. So of these people, we have Luke Skywalker is number 1. Let's just close that. We have Luke Skywalker is number 1, C-3PO, R2-D2, Darth Vader, Leia, Owen, a bunch of other people in there. Okay, so we have a bunch of other people. Now, we said specifically to go to swappy.co/API/people. Well, we're not there. We're at starships/9. So let's go ahead and type in API/people. And because we didn't give it an exact person, and I'm just going to put that example back in there because that went away. Because we didn't say we want person number 1, we want person number 5, we just want all the people, it's going to give us a list of all the people. And so we can see here Luke Skywalker is number 1, C-3PO is number 2, and that's going to match our JavaScript object notation down here in our results. Where are you? Let me just make that a little bit bigger. Where is your name? Luke Skywalker. There you are. Key is name. Value is Luke Skywalker. And that's number 1. So if I scroll up here to number 1, key is name. Value is Luke Skywalker. And so this is the exact same as saying, excuse me, Mr. Waiter, can I get the menu? And if you're at a place that has a really large menu, and maybe you just want a particular menu, because they have different types of menus. So the waiter says, yeah, I can get you a menu, and you can see everything on it, but we also have a more specialized menu for just spaghettis. So maybe you want to see just spaghettis, or in this case, you just want to see a particular person. So let's go ahead and type swappy.co/API/people, and let's put in a random number. We know that there's 87 in there, the total count of 87. So let's see who number 83 is. Number 3 is Tion. I have no idea if I'm saying that right, but that's who this is. Eye color is black. He's in film number 6, whatever film that is. We could click this URL and we can see it. And the film is Revenge of the Sith. And so really this is just a GET request. Now we're going to talk more about GET requests and how these actually work, but basically what you need to know is the standard RESTful API will return a response that looks something like this JavaScript object notation. And this JavaScript object notation is pretty standard across most RESTful APIs, but it's also standard across pretty much every programming language. So hello JSON, welcome to our world. Again, you were called JavaScript object notation. Now, again, most languages have a data structure that looks something like JavaScript object notation, where you have objects and you have arrays, and it's a key value pair. They look very, very similar across most languages. So one day, some guy said, JavaScript object notation should be a standard. So he made a website, and the internet said, wow, this is good. Okay, we agree, and boom, just like that, JSON was born. Now let's talk about HTTP requests. We've already looked at a lot of GET requests, and that's the first one we're going to explore here. So let's take a look at how they work sort of behind the scenes using our restaurant metaphor. A GET request is You know when you go onto your laptop or your phone and you type in www.facebook.com, and your browser is basically saying, okay, well, I know you want to get data. You're not asking to send a request to change your profile data or anything like that. You're simply saying, I just want to see facebook.com. So your browser is your waiter, and you say, excuse me, Mr. Waiter, I would like to see facebook.com. The waiter, your browser, goes over there, talks to your chef in this case is Facebook, and your waiter says, excuse me, Mr. Chef, Facebook, this person over here at table number 1 would like to see whatever you have. And the chef in the basic GET request example basically says, yes, okay, I will make user at table number 1 the finest plate of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so it does a bunch of tinkering over there and comes back and then says, oh, waiter, browser, your response, your meal is done. And the waiter then brings it back to you. Over here, your browser, your waiter, will then make a nice sort of presentation out of all the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, a GET request really is you saying to another computer, hey, excuse me, I would like to make a request to see some more data. I just want to see data. I don't want to do anything to it. I just want to see it. Now, again, you're not asking a server to update or delete or create any sort of resources or update your profile or anything like that. You just simply want to load the page first. You want to load the website. And this is the most common request type. It's actually so common, there's probably trillions of GET requests per day. In fact, you actually probably made, I'm just guessing, but probably 15 or more GET requests just to watch this video. Now, if you're watching a video on YouTube with that adaptive bitrate where, sometimes your quality gets really good or really bad, like what Netflix does, you're making GET requests every 15 seconds or more. And so you have all these GET requests all the time. You don't even know they're happening. Now let's make a table. We have a table called HTTP methods for RESTful requests. And on the left, we have HTTP methods. And in the center, we have CRUD operations. That is your create, read, update, and delete operations. And on the right, we have example URLs. So on the left, we have our GET request. That's what we're talking about. And its CRUD operation is read. All it does is read. It's the exact same thing as saying, excuse me, waiter, can I see your menu? Waiter comes up to you and says, boom, here's your menu. Feel free to look at it. Now, an example URL is, for example, website.com/API/users. And if you go here, it's going to list you all the users. This is called a list view. And if you just want to see a particular user, maybe user number 1, because we're sitting at table number 1, you would type in /API/user/1, and that will tell the API, I want not just all the users, I want one particular user, and that's it. Okay, let's take a look at post requests. How do post requests work? What are they? Let's dive into this. And after this example, this is really going to start making a lot more sense to you, I think. So a post request does not go through the URL. It's not a standard URL, but it does take a URL as an endpoint. That in itself is confusing. Now, what I mean by that is you cannot go to post.facebook.com and just make a new post. It doesn't work that way. You still have to go to www.facebook.com, and then behind the scenes, you can make a post request. And a post request does not go through your URL bar, so you can't access it through a standard browser URL. You can't just type it in. You actually need some code to do this. But really, a post request, all it's doing is saying, hey, I would like to make a brand new resource. And ideally, it will return all of the sort of unique identifiers for that resource, so then you can perform a GET request. An example of this is when you want to create a brand new user, maybe you're signing up for Facebook. You want to create a new user, so you put in your first name, your last name, your email address, your date of birth, and your password. And you hit submit. And that goes off to Facebook. Facebook says, yes, that is a post request. I'm going to create a brand new user. And with that brand new user, boom, everything is good. I'm then going to give you a user ID. Now, when we add this to our table, the post request is the create method in our CRUD operation. And an example of this is using it on the entire resource itself. So you would not do a post request on website.com/API/user/1 because you would be trying to create a user on user 1. Users don't typically have sub users. In this example, you would be using just /users. That would be your endpoint, your resource URL, your URI, sometimes it's called. And you're going to create a new user and basically add it to the list of users. Now in our restaurant metaphor, the post request is basically, excuse me, waiter, I would like to see the menu. He brings you your menu, you take a look at it and you say, I want the pizza. And so you say, excuse me, waiter, hi, yep, could I order the pizza? And he says, absolutely, you can order the pizza. He takes your request, he sends it over to that guy over there, he's the chef. The chef then says, okay, I acknowledge that this person wants a pizza, I will make a pizza. 20 minutes later, there's a pizza made, and he sends it back to the messenger. The messenger then says, thank you, chef, for making me the pizza. I will deliver it to the user, to the person sitting at the table. Basically, the chef created something for you. You made a post request to the chef. That's a good way of thinking about it. Okie dokie, let's take a look at delete requests. You have an idea of what get and post requests are. Delete is that's a pretty well-named request. What else is it going to possibly do? So a delete request, again, does not go through the URL, so you can't type delete.facebook.com and assume Facebook is deleted. It doesn't work that way. You have to use some code and you have to give it a specific endpoint. And what this is doing is you're saying, computer over here, make a delete request to computer over here, and all I want to do is delete a resource. And that's all it does. So maybe you want to delete a particular user. Maybe you want to delete a credit card off of your Amazon account. Maybe you want to delete an image off of a Facebook gallery, or maybe you want to delete a tweet or an Instagram post. Who knows what you want to delete, but that is the request that you would use. The request method would be delete. Now, use with caution. When you're implementing an API, if you allow people to delete entire lists, that could be bad. So if someone said, yeah, I want to go to website.com/API/users with a delete request method, that could possibly delete all of your users and you might not get that back. So use delete with caution. Only ever implement it when you need to implement it. Now let's add delete to our table. At the bottom here, we have delete. Its CRUD method is delete. And to delete, you would give it a specific endpoint. So don't give it a listing URL such as /users. You want to give it a specific URL such as user number 1 if you wanted to delete user number 1. Now in our ongoing restaurant example, what this sort of translates into is when you're done eating, your waiter will then bring you the bill. And you look at your bill and you open it up and you say, yep, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine. All the prices look right. But then you get to this one down here and you say, oh, I was charged twice for the pizza. And I should only have been charged once. I only ordered the one pizza. Why am I being charged twice? So you say, excuse me, Mr. Waiter. Yeah, there's something wrong on my bill. I was only eating the one pizza, but I was charged twice. So the waiter then says, okay, I will put in a delete request to delete that one line so you're only charged the one pizza. All right, let's take a look at put and patch requests. How do these work? These are the last ones we're going to take a look at in this course, and they are somewhat similar and they're sort of bundled together for a reason. So a patch request, again, does not go through the URL, so patch.google.com is not going to give Google an eye patch or do anything. All a patch request does is it asks another computer or another piece of software to update a piece of a resource, not the entire thing. So don't update the entire user account, just update maybe the first name. Now, there's a caveat with this one. The caveat is that not all browsers support patch requests and not all frameworks support patch requests. For example, Internet Explorer 7 would not support patch requests. And Django Framework, a Python-based framework, does not support patch requests as far as I know, so instead you would use a put request, which is what we're going to talk about in just a moment. Now in our analogy, where we're sort of working with the bill at the end of our meal, this is sort of like getting your bill, you open it up, you look down, you say, you've got a drink, you got a salad, you got a pizza, and you were mischarged for your pizza. It's the right pizza, you got your whatever type of pizza you like to eat, but instead of being charged $14, you were charged $15.95. Don't know why, but you just want to update a little piece of that resource. You don't want to get rid of the pizza line in your receipt or in your bill at all. You want to just get rid of that one price and update it. So you would say, excuse me, Mr. Waiter, yeah, this price is not right. The pizza is right. That's exactly what I got, but the price just isn't quite right. Could you update that for me? And so that's like updating a small piece of your bill. Now your put request does not go through the standard URL, and you cannot go to put.facebook.com. It doesn't work like that. The only one that does work like that is your GET request, and you don't put get.facebook.com, you just type in your URL and your browser assumes it's a GET request. Now a put request is going to ask a computer to update an entire resource. Now going back to our bill analogy, we take a look at our bill at our check and we have our drink, we have a salad, and we have a steak on there. But we didn't order a steak, so something got messed up somewhere and we need to completely update that resource. That steak needs to actually be a pizza and that pizza needs to cost $14. So we say, excuse me, Mr. Waiter, can you go tell whoever you need to tell that this is actually wrong? We didn't order a steak, we ordered a pizza. And the waiter says, yep, okay, that makes total sense. I am going to update that for you. And then he comes back and you look at your bill and everything's right. There's a pizza on there for $14 and there's no steak. You've updated an entire resource. Now some APIs, and this is sort of a caveat, but some APIs, if a resource does not exist in a put request, it will make it exist. So it's sort of like sending a post request as well. It's sort of a 2-in-1 kind of deal here. Not all APIs do this, but some of them will. Now taking a look at our table here, we have put and we have patch. Now, put is basically your update and replace, and patch is like a partial update, partial replace. But because patch is often not supported in a lot of different areas, we sort of just rely on put instead. Although if you do see patch, don't be freaked out, it is okay. And to put a resource, or to update or to replace a resource, you give it a specific URL, not a listing URL, so not just /users. If you want to update, it would be /user/1 to update a user. And if you're using a patch, it might even be more specific. You might have an endpoint that looks like website.com/API/user/1/first name. And that's all you do is you just update the first name. Now I've got a note down here that says you can find more details at restfulapi.net/http-methods. I'll give you that link at the end of this course as well. Okay, let's take a look at consuming APIs. Now an API can be written in almost any server-side language. It doesn't really matter what the language is. It can be written in any language as long as that language can accept HTTP protocol requests. So get, put, post, patch, delete, anything like that. And APIs will generally return one of two data structures, either JSON or XML. Now we've already seen JSON and we can see it here on the left where we have key value pairs. So we've got a key on the left and a value on the right. And in the right side of this slide, we can see an XML example. And basically it'll give you the exact same stuff, it just looks different. XML is sort of the old way of doing it. It has a larger payload, not that it really matters with fast internet speeds these days. But JSON is a little bit more verbose. It looks a little more lightweight. The nice thing about XML though is it does come with a contract, and a contract generally means that nested second field, for example, should always be an integer. And in JSON, you don't really get that. In JSON, key val example, well, right now it's value, so that's a string in programming languages. But maybe it's supposed to be a number. Maybe it's supposed to be an integer. Maybe it's supposed to be true or false. Those are different things to programming languages. And there's no way to really make sure that it is what it is. And so XML comes with this idea of contracts and JSON does not. So JSON is a little more lightweight. Now an API can be consumed in just about any language, as long as it's a proper web language that's, somewhat web enabled. But largely you're going to be using JavaScript on the browser side for front-end requests, like what we did in our example with the swappy.co API. And servers can use pretty much any language that run on a computer because, well, it's like Python talking to a Python server, or Java talking to a Python server, or Python talking to, I don't know, a C server. It doesn't really matter as long as it can spit out some sort of language that's in the middle. And for us, that's JSON. JSON is that nice middle ground. So it doesn't matter if you're writing Python or JavaScript or Java or C or anything like that. All that matters is that whatever is returned to you is readable in your programming language. Okay, so let's take a look at some common API responses. What are they? Before we do that, let's take a look at requests and responses. I keep saying requests and responses, and by now, if you haven't decided to just go off and Google it on your own, I'll tell you exactly what they are. So a request is like when you say, hey, Mr. Waiter, sorry, can I have your attention real quick? I need something. That's a request. You're requesting something from him. And a response is like, hey, Mr. Waiter, I would like to order a pizza. The waiter goes to that guy over there, goes to the chef, and the chef says, yes, I will make you a pizza. Wait a couple minutes, and I will make it for you, and you can send it off to the customer. So the chef makes a pizza and says, ding, waiter, this is done. The waiter then comes and brings it to you. That is a response. The chef has responded to your request with a pizza. Now, all requests come in the form of either get, put, post, patch, or delete. There are a few other ones that we're not going to cover, but these are the main 5, almost main 4 really, if we don't really include patch because it's not totally supported. So those are the main ones you're generally going to run into. And the server response is going to give you some sort of HTTP status code. And that brings us to HTTP status codes. So this is basically what the server is going to tell you. It's a number, and this number is going to tell you if something is right or wrong and sort of give you an idea of what is right or what is wrong. So let's look at some common HTTP status codes. A healthy response is in the 200 range. So we typically have 3 of them that we deal with. We have a 200, okay, that basically means your request was good, everything looks fine, and you have data returned. A 201 is a created request. Now this generally comes back from a post request, and that's the server saying, yep, everything was good, and we also made the resource for you. So here's a 201. And a 202 means it was accepted, but the server's busy. So this is sort of like saying, excuse me, waiter, I would like to order. Your waiter then takes your order, goes to the kitchen. The chef says, oh, I'm really sorry. I'm really backed up. I have 3 meals I got to make before this one right now. This is number 4. So once I get through the first 3, you're number 4. But could you tell the customer that's going to be a couple minutes and maybe send my apologies? And so this is a 202, accepted. This is your waiter saying, yep, your request was accepted, but your food's going to take a little bit of time to get to you. Next, we have redirect responses. This is the 300 series. Again, there are a ton of these, but the most common 2 you will run into are 301 and 302. 301 is moved permanently. This is basically when you try to access an endpoint and it's gone. It's gone, it's moved to a different place. And maybe that redirect happens for you, or maybe you get a different error that basically says, there's a 301 in here and the text response is, the endpoint has moved to somewhere else. And a 302 is found. That means the endpoint that you're accessing is temporarily moved to somewhere else. So it does exist, but it's sort of like when you're driving somewhere and there's a lot of construction and the road is actually closed. So you sort of have to just go around. Next, we have a 400 response. Actually, we've got a whole series of these. Again, there's a lot more of these, but these are the most common 5. So the first one is a 400 request. Now, these are client responses. This means that something on your end is not right, and the server is telling you that something on your end is not right. So the server in a 400 response cannot or will not process your request. Maybe you have bad API keys. Maybe it thinks that something is wrong. Maybe for whatever reason, it just thinks that the text that you sent isn't right. Maybe you have a typo in there. Who knows? But it's saying that there's something wrong in there. A 401 is unauthorized. Now, this is basically saying, and this is the most common situation when you get a 401, it's basically saying you're not allowed to be here. So this is like you going directly into the kitchen and asking the chef to make you a pizza when you should be going through your waiter. You're not allowed to be there. You don't have the right credentials, so you have to go through the right channels. A 403, forbidden, basically means the server understands your request, but it's not going to execute it. Basically, your API keys probably don't have the right permissions associated with it, or in our restaurant analogy, that's like going directly to the kitchen again and the chef just being like, no, you can't be here. I can't talk to you. You're not allowed to be here. This area is forbidden to customers. Get out. You have to go through someone else. A 404 is basically there's nothing there. Nothing there at all. So you probably have a typo in an endpoint, or maybe they moved something and didn't tell you. 404 in our analogy is like going up to the kitchen and realizing that there's nothing there. It's just an empty room. There's no kitchen stuff in there at all. It's just a door that looks like there could be a kitchen in there, but there's nothing. And a 405 is method not allowed. Now this is a very common one as well, where maybe you're trying to do a post request. So let's say you want to get details about a particular user, and you copy and paste some code, and it was working before, but now it's not. And that's because you're using a post request, but you just actually want to get data. You're not sending data to the server. You're not asking it to update. All you're doing is saying, I just want to see some data, but you accidentally send a post request. A 405, method not allowed, is saying, oh, you have the right endpoint. Things look like they could be right, but you didn't send the right request type. So maybe change it from post to get, or change it from put to delete. I don't know what it's going to be. It depends on your endpoint. But basically it's saying your request method is incorrect. Lastly, we have server responses. These are your 500 statuses. And actually there's really only one that you'll generally run into, and this one is an internal server error. And this is the only one where if you ever get this, this is not on you. If you don't control the server, there's nothing you can do about it. So if you get a 500 status from Facebook or Google or Twitter or Instagram or anyone else, that means something on their end is wrong. You didn't do anything to break it. They did, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is probably the worst one because you are absolutely out of control. Now, just for fun, at the end of the status code lesson, I would like you at the end of this video to basically just hop onto Google and type in what is a 418 HTTP status response or a status code. I think you're going to like it. This one gives me a little bit of a chuckle. I don't know why it's there, to be honest, but the internet is full of fun little Easter eggs like this, and I think you're going to get a little bit of a chuckle from it as well. Once you're done that, head on over to that next lesson. I'll meet you over there. Okay, lastly, let's talk about API security. API keys are basically your passwords. It's like logging into a website with your username or your email address and your password. API keys are your authentication credentials. Basically, every website requires API keys, and Facebook's Graph API is a good example. So if you were to go to graph.facebook.com/coding for everybody, you will see something like this, where it says an access token is required to request this resource. Now, we haven't talked about access tokens, but an access token is generally created with an API key. So it's like an API key for an API key. Along with that, if we look at the bottom here, we can see that the status code is a 400. It's a bad request. It means there's something missing. Now, not all services will give you a 400. Facebook gives you a 400, but some other services might give you a 403 or a 405 status. If you don't remember what those are, quickly hop on the Google and just type in what is a 403 or what is a 405. Hello and welcome to the first lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about accessing the command line. So we are dealing with Mac OS and different Linux flavors. Now the tricky part here is the different Linux flavors. On Mac OS, it's pretty easy. You can hit Command space to get your Spotlight search and simply type in terminal and this, or terminal.app, and this will bring up this particular application that I'm going to be using. From this point forward, I'm going to be calling the command line the terminal. Think of them as interchangeable terms. Now, if you are on Linux, you are going to want to open a program called, and I'll type this out, bash. Likely, your flavor of Linux comes with a program called bash. Now, if it doesn't come with bash, you can install another program like ZSH or pretty much any other third-party command line program that you want, and you can use that instead. They all work the same. It's just really what kind of extra features you get. So I'm using the bare bones here, just something very, very basic. So what I would like you to do is go ahead and find your app called terminal.app or bash, or install a new one if you like. I would say if you're brand new, maybe don't install a new program right now and just stick with the basics. But go ahead and open up terminal.app or bash. And again, what I'm going to be calling this from this point forward is just terminal. Your first command. All right, let's take a look at your first command here. Now you should already have terminal open or bash open or some sort of command line program open. All you had to do was open it. Every computer comes with one, so you shouldn't have had to and go and look for one. You just need to figure out where it is on your computer, on your operating system. So in this one, we're going to use two different commands, actually. We're going to get started with, I'll just clear that. We're just going to get started with something really basic here. So if I type in the word date, it gives me the date. It's Wednesday, November 11th, 2020 right now. If I go ahead and type cal, I get the calendar. It shows me exactly where I am in the middle of the month. Now, this is all I want you to do to get started. Once you have your terminal open, go ahead and type date, that's D-A-T-E, or type cal. Or actually, you know what? Do both. You're not going to hurt anything doing this particular command. It's just going to show you the date and the calendar. So go ahead, give that a shot. Once you have typed in those two commands, head on over to that next lesson, where we figure out exactly what directory our terminal is in right now. Okay, let's take a look at printing your current working directory. How do you print your current location? So when you have your terminal open, there's something to know, is you are inside of a folder. You're always inside of a folder. Inside of an operating system, you're always inside of a folder. Now moving forward, I'm going to use the word directory. So I'll use directory and folder interchangeably, but whenever you hear me say directory, I'm also referencing a folder. It's the exact same thing. Now, to figure out where you currently are, you can type pwd, and that gives me the exact location. So I'm in the folder here, you can see this on the left, called users and Caleb Tulling, and that's all. That's all there is to it. Now, if you're on a partitioned hard drive, so you have a different user, you might have a sub-user, you might have Linux running on your system, so it's not going to say /users, it's just going to say something else. That's okay. Just know that this is a path to where you currently are. So I'm in the users folder and then the Caleb Tulling subfolder. You're going to be somewhere different. Now don't worry about creating any sort of directory at this point or moving into another directory. We're going to cover all of that in future lessons. And also, as a heads up, I've been using this command called figlet. This does not come with your computer by default. This just lets me print out this nice text nicely without having to figure out how to write it by hand. So that's going to save me about an hour on every lesson. So don't worry about this particular command yet. I might maybe touch on that a little bit later, but if not, just know that this is a third-party thing that I've installed. So don't worry too much about this. Opening directories from your terminal. All right, let's take a look at opening directories from your terminal. So at this point in time, we know that we are inside some form of a folder, some sort of directory. And I'm using the word dirs here, short for directories. You might also hear people call them dirs. I call them dirs because it's like directory, dir. So for this, all we really need to do is on our command line on Mac, you can type open dot, and this is going to open up this particular folder for me. Just like that. It shows me all of the different folders that I have inside of my Caleb Tulling user folder. Now, if you are on Ubuntu, that's going to be different. It's not going to be the open command. It's going to be, see if I can spell this right, Nautilus? I believe that's how I spell it. Nautilus dot should open it up, or you can hit Nautilus, and then ideally you should be able to hit tab and it'll show you all the folders you can open, and then you can just type one of those in. Now, if that doesn't work for you, there's another one called gnome. Gnome open, and then you can just open up that folder as well. It really depends on your flavor of Linux. There's so many different flavors of Linux out there, it's hard to keep track of all of them. So go ahead, give this a shot, open up your terminal, and then just type open dot. Or if you're on Mac, type in nautilus dot or gnome-open dot. See how you can open up your directory. Depending on your flavor of Linux, though, you might maybe need to go off and do a little bit of Googling on the proper command for your flavor of Linux, your type of operating system. How to display files and directories. Okay, so this is really, really important. This is probably one of the most useful commands and probably one of the most common commands you're going to see. So when we're in a folder here, we can see that we're in a folder by using print working directory, pwd. And I know that if I open this up, I see all of these different folders and files and things like that. Let's go ahead and just close that. And what I can type instead is ls. ls will show me all my folders, all my directories, and a bunch of my files. Now here's the thing, is it's not going to show you any of the hidden files. And that's really important because we need to see some of these hidden files. If you ever use Git or GitHub, there are often hidden files like a .gitignore. And what I'm saying there is .gitignore. That's a very, very common file, or .git keep, .vimrc. There's lots of different hidden files, and ls just simply is not going to show it to you. But what will show it to you is ls-la. And what I'm saying here is capital L, capital A, just in lowercase. So -LA. So let's go ahead and type ls-LA. And this is going to give us a nicer view. And I think this is nicer anyways, because it shows us everything. And you can see all of my hidden files in here. I've got .npm, .npmrc, .nvm, .profile, .putty, .pyenv. I got all sorts of files in here. But it also shows me the read-write access, what I'm allowed, who owns this, the group that's allowed to own this particular file or folder, and a bunch of other things that honestly at this point in time we don't need to know. However, we can now see all files and folders even if they're hidden, which is really, really important. So again, that command, and I'm using clear here just to clear my terminal, just to get it out of the way. And you can always hit up to go and get that last command. You can just keep hitting up. So that's the up arrow and down arrow. Up, up, down, down. So I can type up, up, and it shows me this. Again, that's ls-la. Okay, let's take a look at how we can change our directories. So if you open up your terminal and you type pwd, such as this, you're going to see that you are in a particular directory. And we now know that we can type ls, and this will give us all of our folders and files, not the hidden files, but just all of the visible files that we can see if we were to normally open this up in, let's say, Finder or Nautilus or Explorer or whatever program you use that's visual. So what I can do now is I can change directories, and we use a command called cd. That stands for change directories. And so I can do cd, and if I just hit tab a few times, you can see that there's a lot of different folders in here. If you ever get this and you can't get out of it, just hit Q. The letter Q will get you out of things like that. So if I type ls, I can see, let's pick a folder. I want to go into, let's go into music. So I can do cd, and then I type music, M-U-S, and I can hit tab for auto completion. And that just allows me to not have to write as much code, or not really code, not have to write as much on my keyboard, and maybe have a typo in there. Typos suck on the command line, so tab completion is going to be your best friend. We'll talk about this a lot moving forward as well. So cd into a particular folder, and you see that slash there, that's important. And you can now see that says /music. And if I do pwd again, I am now in users, Caleb Tallien, music. Now I can do ls in here, and I can see that I've got open board and iTunes. Let's go into iTunes, cd, it, tab, and now I'm in iTunes. I can do pwd, you can see exactly where you're working. Let's do another ls. And we can see we've got all sorts of things in here. Now, I don't really know what any of these are, so it doesn't really matter at this point. But what I'm going to do is show you how we can get out of a folder. So to get into a folder is really easy. We just cd folder name, or the directory name. To get out of a folder, to move one up, we can do cd ... And you can see that that's automatically changing it for me. So if I do pwd, that wasn't right. It was cd ... pwd again. And you can see that it's changing from users Caleb Tallien music, where I was originally in the subfolder of iTunes. I'm now in just music, and then I did it once more, and now I'm printing the working directory, and I'm back to where I started. This is my home. On most computers, you can also do cd // and that will bring you home. So if I go into cd music, for instance, I can jump directly to a particular folder I want. And in this case, I'm just going to go straight to home. Now let's do this. Let's cd into multiple folders at the same time. Let's do cd music, and let's hit tab again. It's going to show me what I can do in there. iTunes, tab completion. I hit tab once or twice more. I can see a little bit more. Let's just go into here. And so I've cd'd into two folders at the same time there, one subfolder into another. And so if I clear and do pwd, we can do this. Now, if I want to jump back to where my home is, I can just do cd // and that's going to bring me back home. So you can cd into individual folders or directories. You can also cd out of individual folders or directories, or you can jump directly to a location that you already know of. Now, what I would like you to do is open up your terminal, type pwd, type ls, and then I want you to cd into a directory here. So pick a directory, it doesn't really matter. We're not going to do anything in there. We could just like cd into our library and then do pwd and then do an ls in there and see that all the files have changed. Things should look different. And then you can cd .. to get out of that, pwd once more, and you can see at the bottom left of my screen here, it says users Caleb Tully, and yours is going to say users, your username. Or if you're on Linux, it's going to say maybe something slightly different. Lastly, go ahead and clear your screen and you are ready to move on to that next lesson. Searching for files in a directory. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways we can search for a file in a directory using a Unix-like system. There are tons of different ways. Now I'm going to show you one way that's going to expose you to what's called a pipe command. And so what we're going to do here is if I do, first of all, pwd, I'll show you where I am. I'm in just my regular folder here, my user folder. If I do ls -la, we're going to see a lot of different things. And sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming. Sometimes it's just too much to look through. And so we want to search for something in particular. Now, again, there's a lot of different ways we can do this, or what we can do is ls -la pipe. And so that's usually above your enter key on a standard North American English keyboard. That's the pipe. It's not an I, it's not an L, it's a pipe. So make sure you hit the right character there. grep, grep, and then we're going to type in what do we want to look for. Let's look for anything that has a .py in it. And there we go. So now we're filtering through. So what this is going to do here is this says, do this entire ls-la command. Then once you've done that, funnel that into another command called grep, in which case we can then filter by some sort of text. And we said .py. So I want to look for any files that have .py in it. I've got .pysave, .ipynb, .ipython, .jupyter, .pyenv, .pylint, .python history. And so you can see that it really filters things out quite nicely. Now, if I wanted to get a little more explicit with it, I could also do something like web. Maybe I've got multiple folders called websites, website 1, website 2, or maybe I've only got the one, like right here. This one only returned the one, so we have websites, and we can cd into websites. Now, what I would like you to do is go ahead, type ls-la, use that pipe command, grep, and then look for something that does exist. Because if you look for something that doesn't exist, well, guess what? It's not going to find anything. But if you look for something that does exist, such as, let's just type the word Python. Oh, that doesn't exist either. And that's because I just cleared there. If I go up, there we go. That's better. So look for something that does exist and filter it out. You might even notice that originally they're files. You might even notice right off the bat that they're folders. Either way, go ahead and do ls-la pipe, grep, and then look for a particular term. It doesn't have to be Python. Just look for a particular term. Also, trial and error this. See if it's case sensitive. Okay, let's talk about renaming files. In the command line world, the act of renaming a file is the exact same as moving a file. And so instead of actually renaming a file, what we're going to do is we're going to move it. And we do that with the mv command. Move, mv, move. Just like how cd stands for change directory, mv stands for move. And we're going to move a file. So if I do ls-la, I'm going to see at the very end here, I have this file called zzz.txt. And what if I wanted to rename that? Well, what I could do here is, first of all, ls-la, grep, we learned this in the last lesson, zzz or zzz, and I've got a file in there. So what I can do now is type mv zz and then hit tab for auto-completion. Hopefully you have auto-completion. That's going to be a lifesaver. If you don't have auto-completion, you might want to find a different program. But Terminal on Mac has auto-completion automatically. And now we can rename this to yyy.txt. And if I do this, ls-la grep zzz, we're not going to see anything. It doesn't show up. If I do ls-la grep yyy, it shows up. I can also do just standard ls and we can see that it's in here, yyy.txt. So that's how we rename a file. Pretty easy. We do move the original file name dot whatever extension, and then we change it to, or the second parameter is going to be the new file name dot whatever extension you want. Now what I would like you to do is I would like you to ls, pick a folder and see if you can find a file that if you rename it, it's not going to be a big deal. You can always also open up your Finder and create a new file in here. Like I've got a new file called yyy.txt. You can go ahead and create a new file in there using VS Code or Microsoft Word or anything like that. And then hop back on over to your command line. Make sure you find that file. So I've got yyy.txt and then rename it. So simply do mv yyy.txt, and I'm going to change that back to zzz2.txt. Now I can do ls. yyy.txt is not there, but zzz2.txt does exist. Copying files. Let's take a look at how we can copy a file. So in the last lesson, we talked about moving a file. In this lesson, we're going to talk about copying a file so we can have a duplicate. First off, let's do ls, and I can see I've got zzz2.txt. Now, if I ever wanted to copy that, copy and paste, and it's a lot like Command C, Command V, or on Windows, Control C, Control V, or on Linux, it's whatever your command option is or your control option is. Usually it's control. So what we can do here is CP, stands for copy, and it takes the original file name dot whatever the extension is, and then you can copy that to new file name.txt. So as an example, what I can do here is I can do cpzz. I'm going to hit tab for auto completion, and I'm going to change this to, or I'm going to copy this to something else. So let's do zzz3.txt. Now this isn't going to show us anything, but if we do ls, we have it. There we go, zzz2, zzz3. Now just as one more example, we can copy using the cp command. And let's do zzz. Well, look, there's two of them now. When I do auto completion, it only gets up to the 3 z's. There's a 2 and a 3. If I do tab, it'll show me that there's 2 options. I have to give it one more character. And so let's go ahead and copy number 3, and let's change that to new file.py, as if this was going to be a new Python file. So I can do ls, and I can find my new file.py in here. I can also do ls-la. Let's grep this. And let's look for any .python files. And there's actually quite a few in here because they were all hidden before. Let's look for new file.py. And it shows me that it's in there. So what I would like you to do is give that a shot. Try to copy one file to another file. You're not going to do any harm by copying a file because, well, you're not deleting anything that's important. So just be careful that once we get to deletion stuff, that can be a little bit trickier. I'll give you proper warnings when we get around there. But for now, you can copy any file that you want using the cp command, file1.txt, file2.txt. Go ahead, give that a shot. When you're done that, let's go ahead and create a brand new directory using the command line. Creating new directories. We can create a new directory with the make directory command. So I'm saying mkdir, make directory is equal to the mkdir command, make directory. And so we can do pwd, and if I do ls here, we're going to see that my current example folder doesn't show up. I'm going to call it example, and it's not in here. So what I can do is mkdir example. I'm going to give it a capital E. Now, try not to give it spaces. A lot of command line programs, actually just a lot of programs in general, don't enjoy spaces. They can tolerate them, but they don't enjoy them. So if you can, use dashes or underscores or camel case it or title case it, like example folder, something like that. Try not to use spaces if you don't have to in folder names or in file names. Again, computers just don't really like that. They'll tolerate it, but they don't really like it. So let's do mkdir example, and I can do ls. And where are we? There it is. Example. There is a folder there. And so what I can do now is type pwd, I can cd into the example folder, pwd again, and you can see that I'm in users Caleb Tallien example. And now if I open this up, and if you're on Linux, open command is not going to work for you. We talked about this a lot earlier. You're going to want to use like nautilus dot or gnome open dot. It's going to be different for different versions of Linux. So let's go ahead and open this. And I have absolutely nothing in here. It's just an empty folder. But you can actually see that I'm on my Macintosh HD users Caleb Tallien example. And that's the folder that I currently live in on my command line. So again, if I just print the working directory, you'll see exactly where you are. Now go ahead, give that a shot, make a new directory, call it example if you like, and then I would like you to cd into that directory, and then I would like you to cd out of that directory. And by the way, to cancel, all I'm doing is hitting Control C. That seems to cancel whatever I'm doing here. So whatever I'm doing, if there's too many typos and I just want to give up, I can just do Control C, and that gets me out of here on Mac. It might be a little bit different on Linux. Let's go ahead and create a new empty file. So in the last lesson, I created a folder called example. And if I do ls in here, there's nothing in here. ls-la shows me that there's nothing in there. Now what I can do is I can run this particular command called touch. And that's just going to create a new file. It's not going to have anything in it. It's going to be basically empty, and it's going to be as close to 0 bytes as it can possibly be. So it's the smallest file size out there. And I'm going to create a new file here in this example folder called example file.txt. Now I can do ls-la, I see it in there, ls, I see it in there. I can open dot, and I'm going to see it in here. Now in that last lesson, if you're following along with me here, lesson by lesson, there was nothing in this particular folder. And as proof, let's go ahead and create another folder, another file rather. Touch, new file 22222, this way we know which one it is. Let's open up our Finder again, and we can see new file 22222.txt exists, and its file size 0 bytes. Both of them are empty files. There's literally nothing in there. Now what I would like you to do is go ahead and cd into some sort of directory. So if you don't have a test directory already, go ahead and make a test directory with mkdir. For example, I did mkdir example, and then you're going to want to cd into that directory. So cd example, and then you're going to want to touch a new file. So just touch it so it exists. Touch new file.txt. Lastly, if you'd like to, you can always verify by opening your folder and making sure that your file actually exists. You can even open that file in like a text editor if you want and see that there's absolutely nothing in there. Editing files in the command line. Okay, so this is getting into some interesting territory here. So in the last example, I created a couple of files here. So let's do ls-la, and I can see that I've got example file.txt and new file 2222222.txt. Let's say I wanted to edit the example file.txt, but I wanted to do it straight from the command line. There's a few different ways we can do this. So I already have an example file here. If you don't have an example file, you can create an example file with touch example file.txt. Now there are two primary ways that we can edit a file through the command line. Actually, there's a lot of different ways, but there's two primary ways. There's a program called Vim, which is really complicated and amazingly powerful, which I absolutely love. I really enjoy using Vim, but it's not beginner friendly whatsoever. That requires its own course. We're not going to use that. We're going to use a different one called Nano. So we can type Nano, and then I just typed there to get a little bit slower, EX, and then I hit tab for auto completion. And this brings me into a text editor. And so now I can do hello world, this is a new file. And remember that this was 0 bytes originally. Now, this is tricky because we need to save, which we're used to Command S or Control S. This is different. We need Control O to write out. So hit Control O. File name to write is going to confirm that. You hit Enter. It wrote one line. Now I can hit Control X to exit. And that gets rid of that. So I essentially went into a program to edit a text file and left the program. And now I'm back on my regular terminal where we're used to being. So if I do ls-la, we're going to see that new file 22222 has a file size of 0 bytes, whereas example file.txt has 31 bytes in it. Now let's go ahead and open this. And we can right click and open with, and I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. And here we can see, hello world, this is a new file. And so that's what I wrote in the command line. Let's go ahead and do this once more. Nano, example, and let's just go down one line. I'm just going to use my arrows to move around. Let's go down a line and say this is the second line. Control O to write. It's going to ask you if you want to write it to this file. You say yes. Control X to exit. Open my folder, and I can open this with Visual Studio Code again. It's the same file that was open before. Hello, this is a new file. This is a second line. And now what's really cool about this is we can mix and match different editors. So we can say this is from VS Code. I'm not going to mind the typo there. So that's a third line. And if I go back to my command line here and type nano example file, we can see this is from VS Code. Let's say there's a typo in here and we just want to fix this real quick. We could do this. Change that typo. Control O, hit enter, Control X, and that file is fixed. If you're ever wondering, is it actually fixed? You can always do this and just Control X again. And there we go. We are editing files on the command line using nano. Now, if you really like this, and some people really like editing files on the command line, you can look into a program called Vim. It's very, very powerful. It's not super intuitive, but it is made for shortcut power users. And some people are incredibly fast at it, but it is not super intuitive. So that is going to take some exploration on your own part. For this course, I'm going to recommend that you don't learn Vim. Just stick with nano for now. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can actually display all the internal guts or the goods from a file without leaving your command line, without going into nano. Displaying internals of a file without editing it. And so in the last lesson, what we did was if we do ls, we have this file here called example file, and we could nano ex, hit tab, and we can see that there's 3 lines in here. Hello world, this is a new file. This is a second line. This is from VS Code. Let's exit that with Control X. And if I clear this, we can actually see what's in here. We can do cat, and this stands for concatenation. We're actually not using this properly. We're not concatenating anything. We just want to see what's in a file. And so cat allows us to do that. We can cat ex, hit tab for auto-completion again, and it shows us what's in that file. Very simple. Cat, and then your file name. And again, I just did ex. I don't want to type that whole thing out in case I make a typo. I've made enough typos already in my life and throughout these videos here. Ex tab will get you the file name, and it just shows you everything that's in the file. So now what we can do is we can say example. Let's edit this. This is a 4th line. Control O, Control X, cat ex ample file.txt, and it says this is a 4th line. And so that is now displaying all of our text that's inside of this file. It's working perfectly. Now what I would like you to do is I want you to do something a little more involved here. I want you to create a brand new empty file. Then I want you to nano that empty file, write something in there. Don't forget to write it out. So you have to save it with Control O and then exit with Control X. And then I want you to cat that file out. So in this order, touch, nano, cat. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you are ready, let's head on over to that next lesson. How to remove a file. So first of all, I want to give you a warning here. Be careful when you remove anything using the command line. So usually when you delete something off of your computer, there's some sort of buffer. There's a trash can, a recycle bin, a bin. I don't know what it's called on your computer, but usually there's some way to recover a file. And really all that's doing is moving it from this particular directory to a trash directory. And that's all it's doing. And then you empty your trash and it actually properly deletes it. And that's just a fail-safe for people. It's a nice little feature for people who aren't really savvy with computers. On the command line, we do not get that. So let's do an example here. We get two files here when I do ls. And let's say I wanted to delete new file 2222222.txt. I can do rm, stands for remove. I can do rm, new, hit tab, and I can delete that file. And when I hit enter, nothing happens. If I hit ls, that file's gone. It's not sitting in my trash. It's not sitting anywhere. It is gone forever. And it is really, really hard to get that file back, if not in a lot of cases, impossible to get that file back. So be careful when you're deleting things. What I would recommend is don't use tab completion here. Don't do what I did. So if you're going to delete a file, actually type it out, example-file.txt. Now, I don't want to delete this file because I might still work with it a little bit in the next couple of lessons. I'm not entirely sure. But let's go ahead and keep that. And so I'm just going to delete all of that and not delete that file. But again, it's as easy as rm and then just the file name dot whatever extension it has. That will delete it from your computer. Again, I want to give you a really big warning here. Be very careful with this. You don't get that file back when you delete it. There is no recovery system. It's gone forever. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and explore how we can remove an entire directory. How to remove a directory. So in the last lesson, we did rm, and then we just put in a file name and it removed the file. But that's not going to work with this directory. So let's go ahead and move up one directory here, and I can do ls, and we can see I've got this example folder in here. Now I made this example folder, so I know it's safe to delete. And always be careful when you're deleting things. Again, you're not necessarily going to be able to get that folder back. You're not necessarily going to be able to get your files back. So when you delete something, assume it's gone forever. We can do rm example, and this is going to autocomplete for us, but this actually isn't going to work. It says example is a directory. So what we can do instead is rm dir ex, hit tab for autocompletion. It says directory is not empty. Okay, so now we have to go into our directory here. ls-la, we've got one file in here. We can do rm example file.txt, ls-la, and we see that's gone. And so we learned about rm in that last lesson, so I'm not going to cover that again. But what we can do is move back up a directory, ls. We can see we've got example folder in here. We can now do rm dir example ls. That folder is gone. It was over here somewhere. It's no longer there. Now, let's say you want to delete a folder with files in it. Let's go ahead and clear this. Let's create a new file, new directory. I'm going to call it example, so just the same as the last one. cd into example, and I'm going to touch 1.txt and touch 2.txt ls. I have two files in here. So now if I go up one, I can't remove this directory because there's files in here. rm dir doesn't work. What we can do is do a recursive delete. So we can remove -r example. And what this is going to do is go through all the files and folders in this particular directory and delete them. And then it's going to clean it up by deleting this entire folder. And now that's gone. If I try to cd into example, well, I don't have tab completion in there anymore. Doesn't work. If I do ls, there is no example folder. All those files and that folder is gone. Now I'm going to give you a really big warning here. rm-r, you could do some damage with your computer here. So I would highly recommend staying away from it. But it is good to know that if you have a folder and it's got 50 files in it, you don't have to delete each of the files one by one. You can possibly do it this way, but be careful because you can delete, let's say, your entire user folder. For example, if I do pwd, I could possibly delete this entire folder, Caleb Tolling. I could delete it. I could delete all of my music. I could delete all of my websites. I could delete all of my work, and I will never be able to get that back. So be careful with this. This is probably the last warning I'm going to give you in this course, but please be careful when you are deleting things. If you have to, I would even recommend going and deleting things the long way, the GUI way. Open up your folder, your Finder, go into whatever folder you need to, and delete it by hand. Make sure it's a little bit harder for you. But if you're on a server, for instance, like a Ubuntu server for hosting websites, you're not going to have option to your GUI, your graphical user interface. You're going to have to delete from the command line. And sometimes rm-r is going to be your savior. Now, if that doesn't work, you can also do rm-rf, recursive and force, and that's going to forcefully delete everything in a folder. Again, be super careful with this. I cannot stress that enough. I have seen people do a lot of damage with this, so just be careful because you don't get your files and folders back. There's no trash can. There's no way to get it back. You need to simply live with the consequence that you deleted something. It's gone. So that is how you delete a directory. In the last lesson, we also deleted a file. We also deleted a couple of files in a directory in this lesson. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and talk about how we can execute a command that we just wrote. Executing the last command you just wrote. Okay, so there's a couple different ways we can do this. So first of all, I'm going to clear this off. And I'm going to create a new directory, mkdir example, cd into example, ls, there's nothing in there, pwd, I'm in my example folder. These are all commands we're familiar with now. I'm just going a little bit faster. And so we want to execute the last command. So let's say touch file.txt, and I want to nano file.txt. Okay. This is a file. I'm just setting up an example here. We learned nano already. Let's go ahead and if I wanted to run that command again, I can hit the up arrow, and that will usually cycle through the last commands if I keep hitting up, or I can hit the down arrow and that'll cycle back down. That doesn't work on all computers. It doesn't work on all operating systems. For whatever reason, it just doesn't. But what does tend to work is 2 exclamation marks. 2 exclamation marks is really, really useful, especially on Linux-based computers where it's like you have to type sudo in front of something to get it to work. And if you have to type sudo in front of something, well, that gets really annoying because then you have to go all the way over here. You hit type up, go over here, type sudo. You don't want that. Instead, what you could do is exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And that will do the exact same command for you. So that's all there is to that one. Just a nice little shortcut. It's really useful in case you don't have the up and down arrow keys. Like these just don't cycle through your last commands for you. There's nothing to do here. I just wanted to show you that. When you're done, let's head on over to the next lesson where I introduce you to a cheat sheet. All right, I'm going to give you this awesome little cheat sheet for all of these commands, plus a lot of other commands. So the command line interface world, CLI world, is really, really big. There are a lot of different things you can do. A lot of things you probably didn't even know were possible with the computer are completely possible with the command line. It's just not as interesting as a graphical user interface. And so I'm going to give you a little cheat sheet here so that you don't have to, take this course again and again and again if you don't want to. You can just reference the cheat sheet. All right, so here we are. This is a nice little cheat sheet. This is at files.fosswire.com/2007. Command line stuff doesn't actually evolve too fast. The file name is fwunixref.pdf or fw fosswire unix reference.pdf. And you can see all the different commands that we've done in here. Well, they did al, but we did la, same thing. Cd into a directory, cd into home, pwd, mkdir, removing a file, removing a directory, copying files, moving files, catting files. Oh, here's a good one. If you ever want to go and explore something, try head and tail. This one is really, really useful. We also did date and cal. That's pretty cool. Who am I is going to show you who you are when you're logged in as a user. Man is going to be incredibly powerful. This stands for manual. So whenever you're like, I don't know how to use something, you type in man and then the command, and it will usually give you instructions on how to use something. Another good one, top. Display all your running processes. Networking, a lot of good stuff in here. You can ping a host, you can who is a host. I personally like using dig, so dig and then like facebook.com. wget for downloading things, so you can download directly from your command line to whatever folder you're in. That's a very important one as well when you're using just the command line, especially when you're using it from a server. We didn't touch on file permissions. That is a bigger, scarier world. We're not going to touch on that in this crash course, in this Command Line 101 course. There's a lot of different things in here. Oh, searching. Oh, they do have grep in here. That's nice. Pattern files, searching for patterns in files. We used command pipe grep, the pattern, search for a pattern in the output of a command. And so that's what it was. You can also use locate. That's a good one. I really like that one. I probably should have actually showed you that one as well, but you can go and do that on your own time as well. Now that you know how to use the command line. So this is a nice little reference cheat sheet. Go ahead and reference this at any time. Put that in your bookmarks. Feel free to experiment with different things in here and do a lot of different Googling and figuring out how things work. But from here on out, you know how to use the command line. It's just knowing the different commands at this point. So for example, df, show disk usage. We didn't go over that because it really wasn't important in this particular course. But if you wanted to see how much space you had left on your computer, you could do df. And as an example, I'll do it, df. I could do df-h as well, and this just shows a little better. This is just a nice little parameter there, that -h. Capacity, look at that. I don't have a lot of space left on this computer. I should probably end recording soon, otherwise I'm going to run out of space pretty quickly. So go ahead, save that cheat sheet. When you're done with that, let's head on over to the next, it's not going to be a lesson, but I'm going to give you a project to work on. Okay, welcome to your project. Here's what I'm going to want you to do. I'm going to want you to do a bunch of things. So let's do this. I'm going to get out of that example folder, clear that out. And I want you to, first of all, create a new directory. So let's actually touch project.txt, nanoproject.txt. One, I want you to create a new directory in your home directory, like what I did with the example folder, that example directory. Then I want you to navigate to your new dir using the cd command. Then in here, I want you to touch a new file called test.txt, edit the file with nano. Don't forget to write out that file and then save that file as well. Then when you're out of there, I want you to cat the file you just wrote to make sure it actually all shows up. Step 6, I want you to navigate out of the folder with cd ... And then step 7, what I want you to do is delete the test directory with the new file that's in it. So delete the entire directory with the file in it. And remember, you're going to need to use -r for that. So that's getting into scary territory, but it's good practice. Make sure you only delete that folder though. Don't delete anything else. Make sure you type it all correctly as well. So go ahead, give that a shot. If you have any questions or concerns at any point in time, you can always reach out in the Learning to Code Facebook group. Me and my peers and about 60,000 other people can help you out with any sort of command line stuff at any point in time. So go ahead and give this project a shot. Once you were done, I would say you were pretty fluent with the command line. Last but not least, I would like to say thank you for taking this course. Thank you for taking my course. I know there's a lot of other courses out there and you could have taken anyone else's, but you took mine and I appreciate that. I just want to let you know that I really appreciate that. I'm proud of what you've done. You've come all the way through this entire course. I hope you've learned something fun and exciting and you're excited to use the command line again. Don't forget, you can always follow me on social media at Caleb Tallien on Twitter or at coding.for.everybody on Instagram for coding tips and tricks 2, 3, 4 times a week. Thank you again for taking this course, and I hope you enjoyed it. All right, welcome to Git and GitHub 101. Let's first take a look at what is Git. What is Git? Let's see what the internet thinks Git is. Of course. Git is a mature, actively maintained open source project originally developed in 2005 by Linus Torvalds, who, fun fact, also created Linux. Yeah, the famous creator of Linux operating system kernel. That is not helpful whatsoever. So essentially, Git is a way for you to write a bunch of code and then for me to take a look at that code and maybe add a little bit more to it so that it's a collaboration tool. It's also a version control tool, which means at any point in time, if you wanted to, you could write some code today, write some code tomorrow, write some code the day after, and then you can come back in time and you can see exactly what code you wrote today. And so you don't have to like Control Z or Command Z and undo a bunch of stuff. You can literally just hop around from the current code to the old code. And so it allows you to see what kind of mistakes you made or to fix mistakes, or if you produced a mistake, you could go back in time to before that mistake or that bug was introduced. That is what Git does. That is what Git is. It is a version control system and a programming collaboration tool. What is GitHub? Okay, so GitHub is a way for you to use Git on your computer, and then it is a user interface in the form of a website where you can actually go and take a look at all the different code. And so, for example, if we take a look at Wagtail, Wagtail, and this is basically what GitHub looks like. So it's not glorious by any means. It's not the fanciest looking thing out there, but it does allow you to see everything, all the code. And so this is an open source project called Wagtail. And if I wanted to, I could look at any of the code from really any contributor, or I can take a look at the 10,741 commits as of today. That's how many pieces of, not pieces, but how many updates there have been in the Wagtail project. And I can go back and I can take a look at any one of these updates from anybody who made those updates. So we can see the latest one here is from January 13, 2021. Fix formatting in development documentation, and that's from David and Thibaut. Thibaut is on the core team there. We could go back and we could see, let's see what happened here. We can actually see that a line was deleted and a line was added. And this is what was deleted and this is what was added. And so this is called version control. And this allows you to see the different changes that other people have introduced. And it allows you to wrap permissions around who can add what into your code base, or if you can add certain things into other people's code bases. And github.com is the way we basically use Git. Now, you don't have to use github.com. You can actually do it all through your command line if you want to, but most people prefer to use github.com just because it comes with a nice user interface. Now, this might look a little bit daunting at first, but we're going to go through a lot of what all of this is in this course. All right, for this course, you are going to need to have a free GitHub account. Now, GitHub is completely free. There is a way that you can pay them and you can get some extra features, but honestly, for the most part, it's just free and all we need is free. I've never paid for GitHub and I've really used it a lot in the last about 8-9 years or so, somewhere around there. So to sign up, all you have to do is go to github.com, click on sign up, create a new username, enter your email address and your password. It will then verify your account. Pick the dice, pair adding up to 7. Oh, this is pretty cool. Okay, so you just fill that out and then you create a new account. Now, I already have an account, so I'm not going to do that. You might need to verify your email address as well, so make sure you put the right email address in there. We're also going to need to know what that email address is down the road when we set up Git on our computers. So make sure you are familiar with your username and your email address. Once you are logged in, you should see a page something like this. Your page might be considerably more empty than mine. I have a bunch of feed activity in here. You can think of GitHub as a coding social network to some degree. You might not have repositories or teams on the left, and that's totally okay. If you have a brand new GitHub account, that is totally okay. Over time, you will start building these up. So once you're in here, we're going to need to find a demo repository to look at. and because we're going to need to know what a repository is. We use this word all the time. And so in the next lesson, let's take a look at what a repository is. Okay, what is a repository? So if I jump here and I just type in Wagtail, I'm going to see that I can go to github.com/wagtail. That's the organization or the account. And that is the project name as well. And so all this code that you see in here, this is part of what's called a repository, or a repo for short. And so this repository tells you all the code that's in here. You can see literally all the code. You can even see code from years and years ago. We can see that there are 747 issues. There are 161 pull requests pending. We'll talk about those down the road. You don't have to worry about what those are right now. And that there were over 10,000 little updates to this repo in the form of a commit. It's called a commit, and it's just a tiny, tiny little update. And so every repo is going to have a bunch of code, and it might have different code depending on which repo you're looking at. So this one is a Python-based repository, and we can see that even in the languages here, Python takes up 81.9%, HTML is 9%, JavaScript is less than 5%, Sass is less than 4%, TypeScript is less than 1%, Shell is less than 0.1%, or is 0.1%, and a bunch of other things that take up 0.1%. And so you can see this is primarily a Python repository. If we scroll on down, we're going to see this thing called a README file, and these are the instructions that you're going to see in a repo. Now let's go ahead and take a look at another repository. Let's go to Coding for Everybody. Oh, that's looking inside this repo. We want to look all of GitHub. And just go down to users and then click Coding for Everybody. And you can see all the repositories in this organization. This is an organization. This is a profile account called Coding for Everybody. There are 7 different repositories in here that you can see. And let's go to 7 Days of Wagtail. This is the newest one in here. And you can see all the code in here. You can see that there's only 2 commits. There's only been 2 updates, the final source code and a README. And we can even go in here and we can see what was actually changed. And so green means something was added, red means something was deleted. And there is no red, so nothing was deleted. Just this README file was added. We'll talk more about commits and issues and pull requests and all that stuff down the road. But for now, you just need to be familiar with what a repository is. So a repository or a repo is basically a bunch of code for your project that lives on GitHub in some sort of decentralized area. So GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, something like that. What is a README file? So a README file is a specifically named file called README, in all caps, readme.md. That stands for Markdown. And the idea here is it's usually an introduction into what the project is, and maybe some installation instructions as well. Maybe some notes on how to contribute as well. There can be pretty much anything in here, but the idea is that a README is simply a markdown file that allows you to give instructions for your repository. And so most repositories have a README file, and the idea, again, is just to let people know what your project is about. Without a README file, people are not going to look at your project whatsoever. They're just going to say, hey, there's no README file, I'm not going to even take a look. And if there's no README file, this section down here is simply not going to exist. So if we go ahead and click Edit, just because I control the Coding for Everybody organization, I'm able to edit this. This is what a README file looks like, or at least a markdown file. And so we've got a title, we have a quote, we have an H3, another H3, so a smaller title, not the smallest, but a smaller title. What else do we have in here? We've got another quote, we have some bold in here, and a link, even an emoji. And if we wanted to, we could always preview the changes as well. And this will just show us, this is what we wrote, and this is how it turns out. And so that is a README file. Now, I don't actually want to do anything with this README file because I'm happy with the way that it is right now. The nice thing about a README file is that it comes in the form of Markdown. And that's what we saw with those number signs or with quotes and things like that. is it is a very simple way to write. Basically, it's almost like writing code, like you're writing HTML. But the idea is that you can write very, very simple headers and you don't have to worry about knowing HTML. You can just write $sign and then whatever your text is going to be for your title. And it's automatically going to make it linkable for you. It's automatically going to make this large for you. That is the nice thing about a markdown file. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one more time. So we have 7 Days of a Wagtail. It's a free course. And that is a title. Let's go ahead and copy this whole thing, but let's do 2 signs. This is the difference. So the green means that it's new. It just showed up. So we don't have to worry about that actually showing up in there. That's just telling us that that's new. This was the original, and this is a smaller one, and this is an even smaller heading. And so again, the nice thing here is we don't need to know HTML or any other programming language. We can literally just type $sign, and create a small title. Or we can create a large title with just 1 sign, or a small-ish title with 3, or a really small one with 4 or 5 signs in front of it. Anyways, this is not a lesson on Markdown itself, but this is a lesson on what a README file is. And so when you have a README file, it's going to automatically show up in here. If you don't have a README file, it's not going to show up in there. So just keep that in mind because we're going to be using that in the future. Just tuck that in your back pocket for now. You don't need to know how to create a README or a Markdown file at this moment, but you will need to know how to do that in the future. It might take a little bit of research, which is totally fine. But for now, you don't need to worry about what all this is. I just wanted to show you that, hey, if there is in fact a readme.md file, it will show up. It will automatically render in your repository by default. What are commits? So when you have a repository like this, you can have, and by the way, I'm looking at wagtail/wagtail. When you have a repository like this, you have a lot of different contributors and a lot of different people trying to write code and trying to make your code better. It's essentially what open source is all about, is trying to make everybody's code as good as it possibly can be, especially if you have an interest in someone else's code. Now, every time someone writes a little bit of code on their computer, packages it up and puts it on GitHub, that is called a commit. And so a commit is basically a small little update to a larger repository, and there can be an unlimited number of commits. And so we can see in the Wagtail repo here, there are over 10,000 commits already. That means there's over 10,000 small little updates. Now, they might not all be small. There might be some really, really big ones in there. Who knows? We could go through all of them and take a look if we wanted to. And in fact, yeah, let's actually do that. So on GitHub, what you can do is you can just click that commits, and you can go through all of the commits through all of time. So let's just click older. All the way down. We can go older and older and older. And older, and we can just keep on going. So let's take a look at this. So Carl and Thibaut, who are both on the Wagtail core team, did a bunch of work on October 21st, 2020. Let's take a look at what the update Webpack work was. And so now I'm looking at a specific commit. This is specifically what they wrote on their computers, and they pushed it up to GitHub. And so we can see here that in this commit, we have exposed loader is version 0.7.4, and that was actually bumped up to 0.7.5. Webpack was bumped up to 4.43 from 3.10. And we added Webpack CLI. What else did we do in here? Webpack dev watch command is now going to do -- mode development -- progress -- watch. That's brand new. And something similar for Webpack prod build command. Now on every commit, I could always leave a comment. I could say, hey, this is really great. Love what you're doing. Thank you for doing this. Or I could leave a little comment on here and I could say, hey, by the way, I think you should add another flag in here, another -- something or other. If you're familiar with Webpack or whatever the commit is about, you could add some feedback in there as well. There's another way to look at commits as well. You can do the unified way. I personally like the split way, but some people prefer the unified way. So split is things deleted on the left, things added on the right. unified is things deleted above and things added below. So we deleted this line, added this line, deleted this line, added these 2 lines. And so again, the idea here is that this little piece of code was added to the main Wagtail project, the whole repository, and it wasn't actually a lot of code. It was just a few lines being changed. And that's a really good example of what a commit can be. A commit can be literally 1 letter. It just needs to be 1 character changed. That's it. Or it can be a massive, massive commit. It can be something huge, hundreds and hundreds of lines. Now, it's usually better if they're smaller so that someone else can review your code. We'll talk about that in pull requests way down the road. But for now, what you need to know is commits are a way for you to travel through a project's history to see code at a different point in time. So for instance, we could go to January 5th and we could browse this repository at this point in history. This is the code from January 5th. All of it. This has nothing after January 5th. Oh, and one more thing is every commit has this thing called a hash. So let's take a random commit here from Gasman, Matt Westcott here. And let's just copy that. And let's throw this up in the URL and paste that. This is the commit hash. Every commit has a unique hash. And you use this to basically look at code from a different point in time. And we can do that through our command line using Git on our computers, which we don't have installed yet, and that's totally okay. We will get there. Or you can look through the repository at a certain point in time using this hash. And you can see this hash shows up the first, 7 characters? Because that's most likely going to be the most unique identifier. We have, I don't know what that is, 32, I'm guessing, characters? Versus just the first 7. The first 7 is usually unique enough for us to identify a commit by. But if I click this, you can see that that hash is in my URL up here. And we can actually see all the things that have changed. So that is what a commit is. A commit is a way to travel through time, to see little code updates. And how it works is basically you write a little bit of code on your computer, you package it up, and you mail it over to github.com. Electronically, of course. We mail it electronically through a program called Git. Okay, let's take a look at what stars are in Git and GitHub. So I'm on github.com/wagtail/wagtail, Wagtail being the organization, and Wagtail being the repository name. It just happens to be their name, the same thing. It's a very common thing. You'll see that a lot in GitHub, on GitHub rather. And in the top right, we have a few different options here. So we've got fork, unstar, or yours might say star, and watch or unwatch. And it's going to be a little bit different for you. So I'm already watching this repository and I have some custom settings in here. And I'm already starring this repository. Let's go ahead and find a repository that I might not have been watching and might not have starred already. Wagtail Factories. Nope, I'm already watching. Let's go to Condensed Inline Panel. Here we go. This is one that I haven't actually really worked with too much. And so it's saying that I can watch, and you can click here and you can see who's watching it. And watching is just like when something happens, that person will get a notification. And it can be completely ignored. They'll never get notifications. It can be custom, but this lesson, we're talking about stars. And so the idea here is a star is like when you're on Instagram and you like a photo, you get that little heart that pops up. That's a star. When you're on Facebook and you like someone's post, that's a star on GitHub. When you're on Twitter and you like someone's tweet and that little heart shows up, that's the equivalent of a star on GitHub. I think you get the point now. And so the idea here is that we have these things called stars and stargazers. And so every repository gets stars. And you can see who has starred a repository, just like any social network out there. And if you wanted to, you can simply click star to show your support. Now, if you're ever working with a repository and you're like, hey, yes, I really, really like this repository. This has been really helpful. Please star it. a lot of people will put in a lot of effort into open source projects, and a lot of other people will look at that open source project and see, oh, it only has 5 stars. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use something that's a little more popular. But it could, for all we know, be extremely popular amongst stargazers. They just haven't clicked that star button. And so a stargazer is anyone who has starred a repository. When we're dealing with Git and GitHub, or Git and GitLab, or Git and Bitbucket, really any other sort of user interface for version control, such as GitHub, we have these things called reviews. And so the idea is that someone can write some code and someone else can then review it before it gets merged in. Now, we're not going to talk about merging or pull requests, not yet anyways, but the idea is that, for instance, we can go to pull requests. I can go take a look at any given pull request. I can see the files changed in here, and this is basically code that's being asked to go into the main repository. It's not in there yet. And I can review some of this code. So I can say something like, this is a blank line. It's not needed. And then I could start a review if I wanted to. Or I can add a single comment, or I can cancel. And yes, I want to discard my changes because I don't actually want to leave that comment. And so the idea here is that someone can review. So Gasman has asked Carl here to review his code. And so Carl's going to then go through here and say, oh, yep, okay, everything looks okay, things look good. And he's literally just going to read through this code. It's going to go dom.find, find a bunch of stuff, .click, JavaScript fat arrow, or JavaScript arrow function. In PHP is a fat arrow. In JavaScript, it's just called an arrow function. So click arrow function, if yada, 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 a bunch of stuff in there. And if everything is good, he's going to approve it, or he's going to just leave a comment or request changes. And so the idea here is that you have peer review. And so programmers, we like to think we're smart, but honestly, we're not so smart that we write perfect code. And so we get another human to look at our imperfect code to try to make it as good as possible, or at least good enough. And that's what a review is. Now, we're going to look at those a little bit more in the future. I just wanted to show you that that's what a review is. What code should you open source? That is a great question. So when we create a new repository, and we will create a new repository, I'm just going to show you here just as a glimpse into the future. We can have a public repository so everyone can see our code, or a private repository where only we can see our code. And there's a use case for both of these. So if I go over to my account, github.com/CalebTallien, and just go into my repositories. Oh, I have 54 repositories. That's quite a bit. You can see that I actually have a repository already. It's the first one that shows up. It's private. It's just called school. And then I have some other ones that are completely public. So like Git Essentials, which is what your project is going to be in Git and GitHub 201, I believe. There's Django 201, so the source code for Django 201. We could go and see all of the commits in here. This is all the step-by-step instructions for the Django 201 module. And so the idea that I want to talk about in this lesson is, what code should you open source? And so in my opinion, open source as much as possible. The world has thrived off of open source, and you wouldn't believe it, but almost everything comes from open source. Almost every website you hit, every website that you use is using Linux behind the scenes, completely open source, 100% free. If you write Django like I do, completely open source, 100% free. And so the idea is to perpetuate or to move that momentum forward by creating more open source stuff. And so pretty much any project that you have, I would say make open source if you can. The other question I guess we should tackle is, what should you make private? And so I'm working on a project, codename School, and I don't want it to be public. I don't want everyone to see the source code. I want it to be a little more proprietary. And the idea is I'm going to be building a company around this. And I don't want other people being able to steal that code. I want to be able to create a for-profit business using this code in here. But, for example, Git Essentials is completely open source. There's 26 commits in here, and it's completely available. You can see all the commits. You can see everyone who's contributed. You can see all the different pull requests. You can see all the different issues. You can see all different things in here. And so when you're going to work on a project, I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you make it open source. Just because primarily when you go and look for a job, someone who is interviewing you is surely going to Google your name. And if they can find you on GitHub and see that you A, can use Git, B, can use GitHub, C, know how to open source code, that is a strong indicator to them that you are a decent developer and that they should in fact take you seriously. So I would say open source as much as humanly possible. There are cases where you don't want to open source, but for the most part, pretty much all of my code is open source. I have very few things in here that are private. I've got a client, Presidential Auto, private. They paid for that. The repository for learnwagtail.com, it's a security thing. It's private, but everything else is public. And so you can see most of my stuff is public. It's all open source. Downloading and installing Git on your computer using Windows. So let's type into the old Google machine. How to download Git for Windows. And I'm on a Mac, so I can't actually go too far with this, but I can show you what I will recommend. So there's a lot of stuff in here, but there's actually one particular tool that I really like, and it's called gitforwindows.org. And the idea here is you can run all of your regular Git commands on Windows, because Windows does things a little bit differently from Mac and Linux. You can run all of your Windows commands just like you normally would with Mac or Linux. And so you go to gitforwindows.org, click on download. And chances are, if you have a new version of Windows, you're going to want to download Git 2.30 64-bit.exe. And so let's just scroll on down and let's find, which one are we looking for here? Git 2.30.0.2 64-bit, not tar. If you're on Windows, you probably just want the .exe file, and that will automatically allow you to install it with a click of a button. So if you're on Windows, go ahead, download this, install it, and whenever we write commands using Git, we're going to be using this program called Git for Windows. Not PowerShell, not command. We're going to be using this particular program. And that's just going to keep things nice and succinct for all of the students taking this course. So whether you're on Windows or Mac or Linux, if you use this program, all of your commands are going to be the exact same and they will magically just work. So as a recap, for Windows users, go to gitforwindows.org, click on download. It will bring you to this page. Look at that. It actually brings you to a github.com page. That's pretty amazing. This is open source. And then download the version that's most applicable to you, either 64-bit. If you have, let's say, Windows 10, chances are you have 64-bit. If you're running on Windows 7, you might need the 32-bit one, but chances are you're going to use the 64-bit one. Scroll on down. Download the .exe file, whichever one is the appropriate one for you. Install it, and when you're ready, let's head on over to that next lesson. Downloading and installing Git on your computer for Mac OS. So let's do this. How to download and install Git for Mac OS. I'm just going to type that into Google. And Atlassian, not really sure how to say that name, to be honest. Huge company out of Australia, though. Has some good, helpful articles here. And so this one, it says installing Git on Mac OS X. And so if you already have Git on your computer, what you can do is you can open up this program called Terminal. And I'm going to make this way bigger. And you can type git -- version. And you can see that I have Git version 2.23. You might not have that already. You might have nothing. And if you don't have Git in there, if that command does not work for you, what you can do is you can download the latest Git for Mac installer. And so I just click this link, and this is going to bring me to sourceforge.net. And all you have to do is download the latest version. Make sure you download and install that. It's a DMG file, so make sure you actually install that properly on Mac. Once you have that installed, what you can do is you can open up your terminal. What I like to do is I like to close my terminal entirely, and then I just reopen it, and that just sort of refreshes things for me. And what I can do again is, if I just zoom in here, you should be able to do git -- version. Once again, you're going to need to install that installer, or you're going to need to execute that installer. And so that comes from sourceforge.net. All right, let's talk about how we can download and install Git on your computer on Linux. And so this is really, really different for a lot of different Linux flavors. It really depends on the version of Linux that you're using. Chances are you're probably using Arch or Arc. I've heard people say it both ways, or Ubuntu. Now that may not be entirely true for everybody, but for most people, they're going to be using Arch or Ubuntu. And so what we can type into Google is how to download and install Git for Linux. And let's just go straight to gitscm.com. And this is going to tell us exactly how to install Git on Linux. Installing Git on Linux, sudo apt install git-all. If you're on a Debian-based distribution, such as Ubuntu, try using apt. And so that's really all you have to do, is just follow these instructions in here. And that will install it for you. And then you can do git -- version, and that should show you the version of Git that you're using. Okay, let's talk about how we can configure your Git user name and email. And so once you have Git installed and it's running on your computer, and the idea here again is that you can do, if I just make this significantly bigger here, if I do git -- version, I can see that I'm using Git. It shows me a proper version. I should be able to type git config, and remember, if you're on Windows, you're going to want to open up Git for Windows, not your regular terminal, but just Git for Windows. And it should show you all sorts of stuff in there. Now, we're not going to read through all of that because that's going to take like an hour probably. But what we are going to do is we're going to configure our global username and our global email address. Now, if I just flip on back here to this Atlassian article, configure your username and email using the following commands. Replace Emma's name with your own. These details will be associated with any commits that you create. And so the idea here is that when you package up a little bit of code on your computer and you ship it off to github.com, who is it going to say it's from? And so what we want to do here is type git config -- global user.name, and then in what looks like a string or in quotations, I would say Caleb Tallien. And this is going to be my name, just my regular name. Now that's already set up on my computer, so I'm going to skip that. But you would hit enter. And then we need to configure one more thing. So git config -- global user.email. And this email address should match the email address that you use to sign up with on github.com. For me, that's caleb.tallien@gmail.com. And then you just hit enter and away you go. Now, the way you can confirm that is you can type. Now, if you know what you're doing on the command line, you can open up a file. So I'm going to use cat just to print out the file, and I can do home git config or .git config, and it's going to show me in here user, name, and email address. I have a bunch of other stuff, which we'll talk about in the future, in a future Git course. But for now, this is what you need to see in your Git config if you have a Git config. All right, let's go ahead and create our first Git repository. And so what we want to do here is go to github.com, make sure you're logged in, and click this little plus over here and click new repository. I'm just going to call this test repository. And this may or may not exist at the end of this course. I might actually just delete this, but I just want you to sort of follow along with me. So create a repository in your account called test repository. This is a test description. I'm going to make this public so that it's open source so anyone can see it. I want to add a README file. I want to add a gitignore file, the gitignore template. Let's say I'm going to be working with Python. I'm going to select Python in there. So it's going to ignore PyCache files, BYC files, all sorts of things that I don't want to commit to a project. And let's choose a license. And let's choose the MIT license. It doesn't really matter. I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. And let's go ahead and click this repository, create repository. And this is going to go ahead and create a new repository with files in here. Now, that's really all there is to creating a brand new repository on github.com, but this does not exist on our computer. So we needed to make it exist on our computer. So we click this button here, code, and we can see the HTTPS, SSH, or GitHub CLI. Let's click on the HTTPS one. And this is just going to give us this link, https github.com/calebtallien/test-repository.git. Let's go ahead and copy that. And let's go ahead in our terminal or command line or whatever program you want to use, PowerShell, Bash, terminal, iterm2. It doesn't really matter as long as you have a command line program. You could even open this up in VS Code if you wanted to. Just open up the terminal in VS Code. We want to mkdir test_dir, cd test_dir, and you should already be familiar with how to move around on the command line. This is really, really important when using Git. Now, there's two ways to learn Git. There's the user interface way, where everything is graphical and right in front of your eyes, and there's the command line way. In command line way, command line interface, CLI, is harder. And the way I'm teaching you, I'm purposely teaching you the harder way, because when you're on a server and you want to get the latest code from your repository, there's no visual interface. It's all command line. And so I'm setting you up for success by teaching you the hard way right now. So I'm inside of my test directory, and what I can do here is I just copied this over. I can type this command, git clone, and then just paste that. And if I do ls-la, or if you're on Windows, you can type dir. It has a new repository in here called test repository. So let's cd test repository, ls-la. And you can see we've got a folder called .git, a .gitignore file, a license file, and a readme.md file. Let's go ahead and open this up in VS Code. And you can see here, if I just make this a touch bigger, that we have our gitignore, our license, and our readme. And that is all coming from and came from our repository here. Now again, that command that we typed was git clone, and we just pasted that URL in there, the one that GitHub told us to copy. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and edit one of these files so that we can start to package it up and put it on GitHub. Because right now, all we did was on GitHub over here in the right browser, we have .gitignore, license, and readme.md. We didn't actually edit these files, but we did download them from GitHub and put them on our computer. Now we need to do the reverse. We need to edit a file on our computer and push it back up to github.com. And it's actually called a push, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and edit a file on our computer. And so what I did was code dot in my folder, and it just opened up VS Code for me. Now you may or may not have that installed. You might have to go into File, Open, and then open up your whole project using VS Code that way. Either way, that's fine. So let's go ahead and open up this README file, and let's just make this a touch bigger. And this README file just says test repository. This is a test description. Underneath, let's say this is a new edit from my local computer. And so a local is always your computer. Your computer is always local. And when we're editing websites, when we're working with websites on our computer, we always use localhost. And so this is from our local computer, and github.com is called a remote. So let's go ahead and save that. And if we go back to our terminal here, we can do a git status, and this is going to show me a file in red. And this file in red says that it was modified. So what I can do here is, because it was modified, I can say git diff, type in readme. Remember, it's case sensitive, so it's all uppercase readme dot lowercase md. Git diff, and this shows me that there is a new empty line here. It's green, and this is a new edit for my local computer. This is what I wrote in here. Now I have Git installed on VS Code, so you can see that these are two new lines as well. But on the command line, it simply looks like this. So what we can do again is git status, and that shows us the status, shows us unchanged files, new files, things like that. We can simply do git add readme.md. And this is going to change the way it looks when we type get status again. And so what we did here is we said we staged this for, basically think of it like you're mailing a letter. What we did here was we put our letter inside of an envelope. We haven't mailed it yet. We haven't gone and dropped it off in the mailbox. We haven't sent it to the post office yet. We have simply put it in an envelope. We need to say who this is to and what the message is about. Like, what is this letter actually about? And in the next lesson, what we're going to do is we are going to give this a little bit of a message. So we're going to sign our letter. We're going to say who it's to, and then we're going to possibly send it off to GitHub so that they can update our code for us. Okay, and the last lesson, what we did was we edited our readme.md file. And in my command line, if I do git status, I can see that I have a file. It was modified. It was readme.md that was modified. So I can do git diff readme.md, and I can see that these are the changes in here. Modified readme.md. Green is the things that we added. Let's go ahead and actually delete a line in here as well. So I can do git status, git diff readme.md, and you can see red means I deleted it. Green means I added something. And so what we want to do is, if we do git status again, and it's okay to type git status a million times, git add readme, and this is going to turn it green. And this is ready for, it's ready for us to mail it to github.com. And so this is called staging. And what we did here was we staged this file. It said, hey, this is ready to be packaged up in a thing called a commit, and it's ready to be sent to GitHub. So if I just clear this off, do git status again, we can see that this is staged. And I can do git commit -m for message. Let's say updated the README file. And I put that in quotations. And now if I do git status again, you should see nothing in there. Absolutely nothing. But if I do git log --1 line, this is our initial commit. This is when we downloaded code from GitHub. And this is the updated README file. That's our latest commit. Now, head is where our Git is pointing at. Origin main is GitHub. It's where origin thinks it's at. Origin head thinks it is at here. And so what we're seeing here is that our computer, our head, is on this commit. GitHub's head, origin head, is on initial commit. So if I go back to github.com and just refresh, we're going to see that my code didn't do anything. It didn't make it to GitHub yet. What we have to do is we have to push this code to GitHub. And that's what we're going to do in the next lesson. But right now, all we did was that git commit -m, some message after we staged a file. And if we do git log --1 line, we can see that we are ahead of the code on github.com. And we need to basically tell GitHub to come and download our code from here. Or the other way around, we're going to push our code to GitHub. We're going to do that in the next lesson. Okay, let's take a look at how we can push our files to our github.com repository. So in the last couple of lessons, what we did, just to recap, was we edited a file. Then we said git status, it was red. We did git add whatever that red file name was, so readme.md. And that was staged. Then we committed that file, and that message is basically like signing your envelope, saying, what is the purpose of this letter? What is the purpose of this code? And so we said, do a thing or something like that. And that's basically where we're at right now. So if we do git log --1 line, we're going to see this is where our code is at. Our GitHub program, our head, is at main, and it's on this commit. It is one commit ahead of this one. GitHub's head, GitHub's program called Git, the one that they run behind the scenes, that's called origin/head, is at initial commit. And we need to basically say, hey, GitHub, we want you to have this new code. And so the way we do that is we do git push origin main. Now on older repositories, it's called master. On newer repositories, it's called main. And to figure out which one is which, if you go back to your repo, if you see up here, it'll just say main or master. If it says master, you type git push origin master. If it says main, you do git push origin main. So I'm going to do git push origin main. It's going to ask me for my username, Caleb Tallien. And when you run this, you should hopefully not see invalid username or password. I have extra security set up on my account, so I simply can't do this the same way you do, but you should simply be able to put your username and password in there, and that will authenticate you. And so what you should see is this: enumerating objects, a bunch of stuff, counting objects, delta compression, compression objects, or compressing objects, a bunch of stuff that we don't really understand. And it's going to github.com, my account, test repository.git. And so if I go back here to my repository and hit refresh, what you're going to see is now there are 2 commits. There's one called initial commit, and there's one called updated the README file. And that's the one we added just a couple of lessons ago, updated that README file. And so that's what that commit message is. That commit message is exactly what we wrote. And this is exactly what we saw when we wrote git diff readme.md. We deleted a line and we added 2 new lines, one blank line and a new line that says this is a new edit for my local computer. And that's how we push files to a GitHub repository. Let's do one more example here. Let's go ahead and delete this and say this is a second example. And we're just going to edit that README file. And again, the reason we're doing that README file is because if we go back to that code, it shows up automatically right in here. And so I save this file, open up my terminal. I can do clear git status. I see that it's been modified. Git diff readme.md. I can see that I deleted a line and I deleted this red line and I added this green line. So git status once more. I can git add that README file. And remember, this simply stages it. When it's green, it's staged. And you can tell that it's staged. It says changes to be committed. And if I want to unstage, we can say git restore -- stage and then the file name. We don't want to do that. We want to send this to GitHub. So this is staged. It's ready to be committed. So this is like being in an envelope. We just need to sign this envelope now. Second update. That's what we're going to put on here. Now that's great, but if we do git log -- one line, we're going to see that we are now ahead of where GitHub thinks we are. GitHub no longer thinks we're at an initial commit. We did a push a little bit earlier. And so GitHub thinks we're at updated the README file, or #7bbd9cf. But our local code, our code on our computer, is one step ahead. And so to basically push this code to GitHub, so GitHub is also up on main, we can do git push origin main. And for you, it's probably going to ask you for your username and password. That's okay. It's safe to put your username and password in there. That's your GitHub username and password. And last but not least, if we do git log -- one line, we can see in here, origin head is at second update, main, or origin/main is at second update, and our local computer is at second update. So we're all up to date now. And what we can do is we can go back to Firefox or whatever browser you're using, hit refresh, and we have 3 commits now. Second update shows up, and it's exactly what we wrote. This matches our computer. And I'm going to go to the split view here. And so we deleted these red lines, and we added this green line. And that's exactly what we have here. This is a second example. This is a second example. And if you're ever wondering, oh, is that actually where it's supposed to be? You can always just click on code and go to the main code base. And it's going to say this is a second example. Okay, let's take a look at how you can download the latest files from your repository. So you can actually edit files directly on GitHub. And so let's go ahead and click this little edit icon, and we can change this directly on GitHub. And so let's go ahead and change this from test repository to my very first repo. And let's say Caleb is an awesome teacher. I will leave him a nice review? Question mark? Hopefully that's true. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna say I hope that's true. Click on preview changes, and it shows you the stuff on top. Deleted. It's red on the side, so we know it's deleted. It's green on the side down here, so we know it was added. and we need to commit our changes. And so this is just like using the command line, only we're doing it through the website this time. Updated the README for a third time. And that's all I'm going to do. You can add an extended description if you want to. This doesn't really require a long description. This just requires a standard commit message. So let's go ahead and commit directly to the main branch and commit changes. And so let's go back to our main code base here, and we can see that updated. We have 4 commits in here, and the very last commit said updated the README for a third time. So we did that right on GitHub. Now, the problem with that is if we open up our terminal or Git for Windows and we do git log -- one line, our computer thinks that Git is exactly where we are at, which is not true. We need to pull in these latest changes. And so there's changes on github.com that are not on our computer, and we need to go and get those. And it's really easy to get those. What we can do is we can do git pull. So before we were doing a push, this time we're doing a pull. So we git pull origin, and that origin is going to be github.com. Or if you're using GitLab, it's going to be gitlab.com. Or if you're using Bitbucket, it's going to be bitbucket.com. But we always just say origin. So git pull origin, and then our branch name. And that branch name comes from here. So we're using main. If you're using an old repository, it might be called master. So we're going to git pull origin main. And this might ask you for your username and password. If it does, you can put your username and password in there. And otherwise, we have downloaded the latest source code. So what we can do now is we can git log -- one line. And that second update, we're no longer on that second update. We are on updated the README for a third time. And so now our local computer says, oh yeah, we know that GitHub is at this particular commit message. And so are we. And so if we go back to our code in my README, it says my very first repo, Caleb is an awesome teacher. I will leave him a nice review. And that matches what we have in here. Now, you might see something, and I'm going to set up an example here. You might see a strange thing happen when files on GitHub change, and so do your local files. And so what I mean here is that change for a fourth time. That's all I'm going to say there. And so what I'm saying really is, let's say I don't have these latest changes. I don't have change for a fourth time on my computer. Let's demonstrate this. Git log -- one line. Not online, but one line. I don't have that latest one on my computer. It doesn't even know about it. So let's say that happens and I go and edit my file locally. Let's say this is a new line here. And let's say I want to push this up to GitHub. So git status, git add readme, git commit from local computer. That's my commit message, git commit -m, git push origin main. And this tells me a bunch of stuff. And this looks really alerting, but it actually isn't. If you ever see something like that, just read through this. It says, hint, updates were rejected because the remote contains work that you do not have locally. What that is saying is github.com is remote. You are local, github.com is remote. So it's saying github.com has changes that you don't have on your computer yet. This is usually caused by another repository pushing to the same ref. That's a fancy way of saying there are changes on here that you don't have. And that could be from another repository, could be from another person. It could just be because we edited a file manually on here instead of doing it on our computer. You may want to first integrate the remote changes. Example, git pull before pushing again. See the notes about fast forwards in git push -- help. So now it's giving us things we can work with. Let's go ahead and do exactly what it says. Git pull origin main. It says git pull ... That ... is going to be our origin main. We always say git pull from, let's say GitHub, that's going to be our origin, and our branch name, that's going to be main. So git pull origin main. Now this says that there is a conflict in here, and for Git and GitHub 101, conflicts are beyond what we're going to be learning. That's a little bit trickier to deal with, and I don't want to overwhelm you. So what we can do is we can say git status, and it tells us what we can and can't do. So it's trying to do a rebase here. So let's go ahead and do git rebase -- abort, git status, git log, and git status was just to show us that there's nothing in there. Git log. We are on from local computer. So what we can do is we can say git pull origin main -- rebase. And what this is going to do is it's going to pull in that work, and it's going to put our work on top of it. So basically it's going to say, instead of conflicting, we're going to say, hey, grab this stuff from GitHub, and then whatever happened after that, put our changes on top of it. And this actually didn't work for me the way I was expecting it to work. Usually this does work. And so there is a conflict in here. Let's go ahead and, you know what? Let's resolve this conflict in the next video. Okay, let's go ahead and resolve this conflict. So we are trying to pull in changes from GitHub, and we have changes on in the same file on our computer. And so when we do, let's first of all clear this off, git status. It says there's a rebase in progress, and you are currently rebasing branch main on a commit hash. Fix conflicts and then run git rebase -- continue. Use git rebase -- skip to skip this patch, or -- abort to skip. So if you're ever like, ooh, I really messed up and I don't know what I'm doing and I'm scared, you can always just type git rebase -- abort, and that will stop all of this for you and revert back to normal. And then you can ask someone for a little bit of help. So let's go ahead and say git diff readme, readme.md. And it says a bunch of stuff in here. And it's all green. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code. And VS Code, I'm using the Git extension in VS Code, so it automatically shows me what is coming in and what is the current change. And so up here, this is what GitHub has. GitHub has Caleb is an awesome teacher. I will leave him a nice review. Files on GitHub change, so do your local files. I don't remember what I was trying to say when I wrote that. But let's say, for instance, I wanted to merge this together. Well, what GitHub is going to do is it's going to add all these little arrows, head, bunch of equal signs, and then more arrows. And that's going to tell you that the top is GitHub, the bottom is from your computer. And so what I can do is simply just delete these lines. Delete these lines. And so this is the code. This is what it looks like. This looks a little more, well, it looks less overwhelming. And this says, Caleb is an awesome teacher, yada, yada, yada. Let's say I want to keep that line, and I want to delete that middle line and keep this bottom line. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I just save that file. I just edit it to be exactly what I want it to be, and I save that file. Let's go ahead and do a git status. We can do git diff readme.md again, and this looks a little more recognizable. It doesn't have all those weird arrows and equal signs in there. If we do git status, it's going to tell us what to do. So we need to use git add file to mark the resolution. So we have resolved that conflict. So we do git add and then that file. And then to continue with the rebase, we do git rebase -- continue. So git rebase -- continue. Let's do git log -- one line. And now we can see that we are from local computer. We're one step ahead of where GitHub is. And so if we look at our file on our computer, it says Caleb is an awesome teacher, yada, yada, yada. This is a new line here. And if we go over to github.com, in our readme.md, it doesn't have that line yet. It doesn't have, this is a new line here. We haven't added that. We need to add that still. So what we can do is push this code. So git push origin main And that was successful. So if we do git log -- one line, we're going to be able to see that origin head is exactly where our head is at. And it's saying from local computer. So if I refresh this line here should say from local computer. This line should say 6 commits. And there should be a new line down at the bottom of the README. Let's refresh. There's that new line. There's that from local computer. There is the 6th commit. We have now just resolved a conflict. That is actually a pretty advanced thing for us to do. I was hoping we could get away without doing that in Git and GitHub 101, but that's okay. We would have had to eventually tackle that regardless, so it's good that it came up. Okay, let's talk about your project. Your project, and this is very, very important. First of all, if you don't have a GitHub account, create a free github.com account. If you don't have Git on your computer, install Git. That's very, very important. Then I want you to create a new repository on github.com. Pull your repo from github.com to your computer. Edit a file on your computer. Push that file to github.com. Remember, you're going to need to use commit, and you're going to want to use git status a lot. And lastly, take a screenshot of your GitHub repo and share it with the class. And so that's really all I want you to do. Now, this sounds like it's going to be a lot. You should already have a free GitHub account. If you don't, that's going to take you a minute. If you don't have Git, that should take you about 5 minutes to install. You can create a brand new repository on github.com. That's only going to take you about a minute. Pull your repo from github.com to your computer. There's a little bit of intricacy in here, so you're going to need to open up Terminal or Command or PowerShell or whatever program you want to use. You just need some sort of command line program, and then you want to run git clone, and then whatever that link was, https github.com/calebtallien/test repository.git. I think that was the link. So you're going to want to run something like that, but it's going to be your account and then your repository name.git. So you're going to want to make sure you run that on yours, not on mine. You want to do it on your repository in your account. Then edit a file on your computer. Stage and push that file, stage, commit, and push that file to github.com. And take a screenshot of your GitHub repo with the new commit in there, the new file that you added, and share it with the class. That's it. So all in all, this should only take you about 25-30 minutes. And don't forget, if you have questions, you can ask them down below, or you can ask questions in the Learning to Code Facebook group. I am always there to help people with questions.